Chapter 251, Structure Blueprint. The maid served the technicians some fruit wine. They took large gulps of it with gratitude. From their reactions, food seemed even more scarce than they had initially let on. Prepare them some food first. We'll set off once they're full. Fang Hao instructed the maid. Yes, master. After acknowledging his order, the maid went to prepare food. We appreciate your kindness, sir, but we have not yet asked for your name. Ram leaned forward, a sign of respect. Fang Hao. Oh, Mr. Fang Hao, we will forever remember your kindness. There's no need to. It was just a small gesture, Fang Hao replied, displaying a modest smile to indicate they didn't need to fret over it. The group chatted casually. Gradually, the technicians, who initially had been quite reserved, struck up more conversations with Fang Hao. They asked why the skeletons would obey his commands. Fang Hao could only explain that it was a part of his abilities to make skeletons obey, instead of causing them to indiscriminately attack living creatures, like the rank-and-file undead. The maids came back with the food, the men thanked them and began to eat voraciously. From his conversations with Ram, Fang Hao gathered some information. The technicians had just come back from the underground mine in the south of the territory. They hadn't brought enough provisions for the return journey. They had traded for some food on their way through villages, but it was not sufficient for them to make it back to their own city. Luckily, they ran into Fang Hao, who provided them with food and was also willing to prepare supplies for the remaining part of their journey. After finishing the food in his bowl, Ram wiped his hands on his clothes. He thanked Fang Hao once again and then whispered something to his companions. Fang Hao did not interrupt them and quietly awaited their decision. The technicians took a long time to discuss. Eventually, Ram smiled at Fang Hao and after wiping his hands once more, reached into his worn-out leather bag to bring out large parchment. Once again, we thank you for your hospitality and assistance, Mr. Fang Hao. We spent all our money on food from the villagers. With this blueprint, we wish to show you our gratitude, Ram said, while reverently handing the blueprint to Fang Hao. From Ram's demeanor, it was clear that he valued the blueprint highly. Very well, I accept your gift, Fang Hao said, without any hesitation, as he took the parchment from Ram. The blueprint was huge, even when spread out, it still spanned more arm lengths. Received, complete blueprint for stone monster armors. Stone monster armor blueprint, basic head part blueprint, head stone armor blueprint, basic torso part blueprint, torso stone armor blueprint, basic arm part blueprint, arm stone armor blueprint, basic leg part blueprint, leg stone armor blueprint. Impressive. The whole set is recorded on a single large blueprint. Now Fang Hao understood that Ram and his companions were not simply cobblers. He'd acquired the stone monster armor blueprint early on, and only now did he receive the blueprints for individual parts. In addition, each individual part came with its own separate blueprint. If he hadn't received the full set of blueprints from Ram, it could have taken ages to collect them all separately. Mr. Fang Hao, Ram continued, this blueprint records a lot of knowledge about built-in bodies. If you are not interested in it, it can still serve as a valuable collector's item. Constructing a built-in body involves knowledge from various fields and requires systematic learning, however, even more than that, it requires talent. Given Fang Hao's age, it would be too late for him to delve into it now. Regardless, the blueprint alone, as a collector's item, is quite valuable. Thank you, Mr. Ram. I like this item very much. Which direction is your city? I can arrange for my soldiers to escort you there, Fang Hao proposed, growing more curious about their identities. When Ram and the others caught sight of the undead out of the corner of their eyes, they were quick to wave off the offer with a hasty, no, you find our way. That works too. Ira, prepare some extra food and water, said Fang Hao. Yes, master, Ira replied. They packed the food and water onto the technician's cart, enough for their remaining journey. Besides, they were just characters from a random event quest. Once the event timer ran out, they would disappear anyway. After their rest in the city, Ram and his companions bade Fang Hao farewell and left the territory. Mr. Fang Hao, thank you once again for your help. I hope we will have another chance to meet, said Ram in parting. We will, Mr. Ram, Fang Hao replied, waving goodbye. After sending off Ram and the others, Fang Hao returned to his territory. He recorded the blueprint in his Book of Lords. Of the 3 tasks, this was his biggest gain. Speaking of which, Fang Hao's brow furrowed in concern. Dmitrija had already returned with the soldiers after clearing up the battlefield. Why hadn't Angia returned yet? Hopefully, nothing went wrong. With this in mind, he hurriedly headed back to his room to manifest his presence onto the soldier Angia brought with her. After successfully casting God's presence, Fang Hao was stumped by the scene before him. Where on earth was this? Wasn't this the fortress between his territory and Pruel City? Had Angia led the soldiers here? Looking around, he spotted Angia near the entrance of the fortress. He quickly approached her and asked, "Angia, why did you lead the soldiers here? Is the bandit camp cleared already?" Angia might be mischievous, but she always carried out the tasks assigned to her seriously. This was the first time she had acted like this. "Cleared it up, and look, they're not still there." Angia pointed towards the ditch in front of them. Following her gesture, Fang Hao saw hundreds of robust men with various tools, dredging the river. "You brought them here, to dig a river?" Fang Hao was stunned. Increasing the depth and width of the river was a measure Fang Hao had formerly considered to make the wooden bridge in front of the fortress the only point of entry. Initially, he had planned to have the skeletons doing the digging, but he hadn't had time to supervise it due to his other commitments. Angia, however, had remembered this and even brought the bandits from the quest to serve as laborers. Murdering them seemed like a waste. "Why not put them to work?" Angia explained. Fang Hao was left speechless. Although he had brought the thousands of rebels to work, the quest was only for 12 hours. Once that time was up, they'd automatically disappear without needing to be fed, and the work would also be completed. It seemed like a win-win situation no matter how he looked at it. "They appeared, and you just brought them over here?" Fang Hao asked, intrigued. Angia sat down on a box beside the river, watching over the bandits as they worked diligently. "Not exactly," she replied. "They were more aggressive when they first appeared, shouting and yelling, saying they outnumbered me and wanted to fight me one-on-one. And then I just beat up their boss and their second-in-command. After that, they became more obedient," Angia explained casually. She pointed towards the burly man in sturdy iron armor, with a bruised face, in the distance. That seemed to be the boss she referred to. "All right, just keep an eye on them. Make sure they don't cause any trouble." "Understood." Fang Hao nodded and deactivated his god's presence. Now that he had confirmed Angia was safe, Fang Hao started to go through the blueprint he'd received. If the materials to build the armor are available, he could try building some stone monster armors to enhance his combat power. Stone monster basic head part, iron 5, cast iron 2, metal parts 12, precision parts 8. Chapter 252, Announcement of the Top 3. Stone monster basic torso part, iron 15, cast iron block 8, metal parts 42, precision parts 17. Stone monster basic arm part. Stone monster basic leg part. The requirements for the materials of the basic body parts of the stone monster are not particularly high. Fang Hao could provide the consumables required. However, when he looked at the stone monster's stone armor, he found materials he didn't have. It was called a fine carved stone plate. Head stone armor, cast iron block 2, fine carved stone plate 1, mithril 2, essence of magic 1. Torso stone armor, cast iron block 18, fine carved stone plate 8, mithril 10, essence of magic 5. The basic body of the stone monster also needs parts of the stone armor. Back in Little Yu's tomb, the stone armor of the stone monster had strong defenses. Even a tier 1 skeleton soldier, slashing with an iron sword would only emit sparks. Even Angia, a blue hero, needed a lot of effort to break the stone armor. This showed that the defense power of the stone monster's stone armor was quite substantial. It was even stronger than the defense power of common iron armor. Fang Hao attached great importance to this. Of course, there was another point that Fang Hao considered himself. If the production of arm parts, torso, and other parts each triggered a hundredfold amplification, and then these parts were combined into a stone monster again triggering a hundredfold amplification, wouldn't that be the hundredfold of a hundredfold? By then, the effect of bursting soldiers might not be inferior to that of the skeleton soldiers. The possibility of this was quite high. Should he go to the Alliance and fill this week's order with the blueprint of the fine carved stone plate? However, it was still uncertain whether the fine carved stone plate was a finished product or a blueprint. The possibility of it being a finished product from a stone processing factory was quite high. Tap tap tap. The sound of gradually approaching footsteps and the friction of armor came from outside the Lord's mansion. Then, Dimitrija walked in briskly with his helmet in his arms. Lord, the rebels have been cleared out, and we have obtained a large amount of weapons and equipment, and wriggling spines, Dimitrija reported. Good job, Dimitrija, Fang Hao praised. The addition of Dimitrija had noticeably increased the strength of the territory. My lord, we also found this, he said, handing a badge-like item to Fang Hao. It was a metal badge in the shape of a metal shield, with the pattern of a war horn engraved on the shield. Brave horn, orange emblem. Category, emblem. Ability, wear emblem, human, war horn attribute plus 100%. Description: during the dark ages of humankind, they united, wearing brave horn, noble belief, sacred rampart, sharp thorn, justice truth, uniting the human race to resist foreign races and defend the last dignity of humankind. In this continent, every race has its own advantages and characteristics. But the human clan seems exceptionally weak. In front of races like orcs or ogres, they are at a complete disadvantage. It seemed that the human clan had experienced a period of extreme darkness through unity and fighting. They had achieved their current living space. The brave horn, noble belief, sacred rampart, sharp thorn, justice truth mentioned in the description should be different emblems, each capable of increasing different attributes. It could be said that these emblems meant a lot more to the human clan than the abilities they provided. It was just not clear why it was in the hands of the rebels. Could they be the subordinates of the emblem wearer? Or obtained through other channels? These were not important to Fang Hao. The abilities of the emblem were good, and only the human clan could wear it. To him, it was a very good piece of equipment. Time flowed bit by bit. The sky gradually dimmed. The system notification rang out again. Congratulations to all lords, the random event unexpected visitor task has ended. Next, we will verify the top 3 items acquired based on their evaluation scores and announce the winners. The random event has ended. The remaining enemies who were still attacking also sounded their retreat horn, disappearing after returning to their original camp. And those who emerged victorious had already received rewards from their enemies. Top 3 winners: first place Brave Horn Orange Quality, owned by Fang Hao. Second place Alliance Token Purple Quality, owned by Yu Tianpeng. Third place Stone Monster Full Blueprint Blue Quality, owned by Fang Hao. The system notification ended. Once again, the channel was filled with intense discussion. Damn, Fang Hao is awesome. His place at number 1 is unshakable. I can accept that Fang Hao is first, but why is he also third? I'm so jealous. I have a purple necklace, why didn't it even rank in the top 3? I'm not convinced, I will complain to customer service. I called customer service, but it was Fang Hao who picked up. He asked me where my territory is. Never heard of Lord Yu Tianpeng before. Is he a new lord? He almost surpassed Fang Hao. How can purple surpass orange? But Lord Yu Tianpeng is indeed amazing. Everyone was praising Fang Hao, and then praising Yu Tianpeng. Seeing that the two didn't say anything, the flattery gradually subsided. I'm not envious of the 2 lords anymore. I got a green hero summoning scroll, and summoned a green elf hero, the kind with pointed ears, round buttocks and huge breasts, you know what I mean. Damn, I'm no longer jealous of them now, I also want a round butt. I envy you guys who got a woman, I can't even catch a horned ewe here. Next, the lord who summoned the female hero posted several photos from different angles in the channel. Everyone was extolling her, saying how great she was. Fang Hao watched the chat channel but did not participate in the discussion. However, he paid attention to Yu Tianpeng. Fang Hao had no impression of him, but there was one thing that bothered him. That is, this Yu Tianpeng was on his blacklist. Which means, this Yu Tianpeng either verbally attacked him in the channel or was once a member of the Jianglong Mutual Aid Alliance. Most likely the latter. This second-ranked person could very well be his potential enemy. Of course, this was just Fang Hao paying a bit of attention. Just to avoid being caught off guard. Clang! At this time, Angia had also returned. She had just stepped into the Lord's manor when she began to complain about how hungry she was and accused Fang Hao of mistreating her. Ira smiled and brought up the prepared dinner, along with some pastries that Angia liked. In the territory, the best friends between the maids and the heroes were Ira and Angia. Both being orcs, and both joining Fang Hao's forces one after the other. Angia's personality was carefree and simple-minded. Angia, did you get anything good from the bandits? Fang Hao moved closer to ask. Angia paused and exclaimed, "How do you know? What is it? Let me see." "Well, it's not impossible." Angia tossed a small leather coin purse directly to him. Fang Hao caught it and checked its attributes. Greedy coin purse. Category, coin purse. Ability, each gold coin inside increases the wearer's attack power by 1%, up to 5 coins. Description, greed makes you stronger. Chapter 253, 7th Level Lord's Mansion. This piece of equipment is not bad. It's called a coin purse, in fact, it's an enhancement item. If you put 5 gold coins in it, you can increase your attack power by 5%. Seeing Fang Hao staring at her coin purse, Angia pitifully said, "I got it, and I've watched them work all day, it's really hard." Her tone and expression were like a child who had been robbed of candy. It's rare to see such an expression on Angia's face. Fang Hao took out 5 gold coins and put them directly into the coin purse, reminding her, "This is your New Year's gift, don't use it for gambling." Seeing Fang Hao giving her money, a smile instantly appeared on Angia's face. "I stopped playing that a long time ago, I'm learning to play chess with Nelson now." While eating, Angia asked, "By the way, what does New Year's gift mean?" She always hears some strange words from Fang Hao. "It means you can't spend this money, it's to ward off bad luck, and bring good fortune." Fang Hao casually explained. "Oh, then what should I do if I want to buy something? Didn't I give you pocket money?" Hee. Angia chuckled and continued to eat. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Hao got up early, left his room and began to wash up. Just as he stepped out of the Lord's mansion, maids flocked to greet him. Speaking of maids, with the development of the territory and the increase in buildings, and his later plans to open a shop in Lyss City, he was starting to run short of maids. Whether they were rabbit maids or fox maids, Fang Hao was quite satisfied. They were attractive and obedient. Most importantly, they learned quickly. Whether it was learning to cook with Ira or helping at the tailor shop, they were able to learn quickly and apply it to their work. Similarly, the maids also liked Fang Hao's domain. No more hunger, no more living in greasy cages. Fang Hao had provided them with everything necessary for life, and he hadn't turned out to be as terrifying as the human nobles in the rumors. This place was better and more comfortable than any other place they had lived in. Even, Fang Hao had become the ideal choice for all the maids. They hoped that one day, they would be chosen by Fang Hao to become personal maids like Ira. Fang Hao took a simple tour around the territory. He started his daily aerobic exercises with running, push-ups, and practicing the combat techniques he had learned in the past few days. After training from start to finish, he was starting to break a sweat. After finishing his exercise, Ira was still preparing breakfast. Standing in front of the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao noticed that the materials needed to upgrade the Lord's mansion were already gathered. It was time to further upgrade the Lord's mansion. Level 7 stone tower, 5,200 hardwood, 7,000 stone bricks, 700 iron, 520 metal parts. The materials required for a level 7 stone tower are starting to be replaced with higher level materials. Upgrade. The Lord's stone tower was engulfed in light, gradually increasing its size bit by bit. After about 20 minutes, the light dissipated, and the upgrade was complete. Level 7 Lord's stone tower. Owned by Lord Fang Hao. Abilities: production/collection plus 3.5%, troop movement plus 3.5%, all. Attributes plus 2%. Existing buildings: Level 6 underground cemetery, Level 6 stable. Note: core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrade: 8,500 hardwood, 11,000 stone bricks, 950 iron, 750 metal parts, 1,200 roof tiles. The Great Hall of the Lord has expanded further based on the original design. It's starting to resemble a western stone castle. If I want to upgrade from level 7 to level 8, a new construction material called roof tiles is required. He had seen roof tiles in his original world, but he had not encountered them in this world. If he wanted to upgrade to level 8, acquiring roof tiles would be his next goal. After upgrading the Lord's Stone Tower, he continued to upgrade the other buildings in the territory to level 7. The aim is to maximize the overall strength of his territory. "Good morning, my lord." At this moment, Dujin came from behind and greeted politely. "Good morning, Dujin." Fang Hao greeted back with a smile. Now, his territory had undead, orcs, lizardmen, and of course, humans like Fang Hao himself. Everyone lived together in this city, which was unexpectedly harmonious. As the goblin clerk once said, it was unheard of for these different races to coexist in one city peacefully. "My lord, I have an order that requires your assistance," Dujin stated his purpose. "Oh? What order?" Fang Hao asked curiously. Dujin handed over the order in his hand. Specific order. Requirements: 1,000 troll heavy armor, 1,000 troll iron helmets, 1,000 troll combat boots, 3,000 hatchets. Trade exchange: 510,000 warfire coins, plus 10 troll influence. It was an order from the trolls. The same order had been made before, sold to the trolls once. When the specific order came up again, it was certain that it was the same troll tribe that bought the equipment the last time. "There isn't enough equipment in the warehouse, do I need to make some?" Fang Hao asked. "Yes, my lord." "Okay, let's go to the warehouse." The two went to the Trade Alliance building and accepted the order. Then they went to the warehouse to make the equipment ordered by the trolls. After they were done making them, a skeleton merchant took the troll equipment to deliver. After chatting with Dujin for a bit more and finding out there were no special matters, he left the Trade Alliance building. "Master, Ira is calling you for breakfast." A rabbit maid ran over, her ample bosom swaying significantly. Fang Hao was worried that the inertia of the up and down movement would trip her over. "What's the rush? Don't run and fall," Fang Hao warned. "Master, we've drank the potion. Ira advised us to exercise more and enhance our physical strength so that we can help you better." The rabbit maid adjusted her breath as she explained. So she was running to exercise and just happened to notify Fang Hao on the way. "Did you drink the stamina potion?" Fang Hao asked curiously. In recent times, the Trade Alliance had taken 2 orders from alchemists. Some of the potions that were received were also gradually distributed to the maids. Fang Hao had some impression of the rabbit maid in front of him. She was a little over 1.5 meters tall. Even when she was a slave and poorly fed and clothed, she maintained a chubby face. She had a baby face. Her big ears were fluffy and white like those of a lop-eared rabbit. "Yeah, how about that, master? Can you see how much stronger I've become?" The maid brandished her fist at him. Fang Hao didn't see any noticeable difference. But he knew that Soy had to make undergarments for the maids. Just being bare like this, Fang Hao couldn't help but worry about whether it would affect their normal development. Orc Warrior, Tier 3. Checking her attributes again, it turned out she had indeed reached Tier 3. In terms of rabbit maids, her progress was relatively fast. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Impressive, keep up the good work. Just don't overdo it, and take care of yourself. Fang Hao gently rubbed the rabbit maid's head as he headed towards the Lord's mansion. Chapter 254, Mother and Horse. Breakfast has been eaten. Just after breakfast, Soy brought the sample costume she'd just finished crafting. The sample was a blank prototype made for fitting before the final product. Blank doesn't refer to the fabric necessarily being white, but to the initial style, which is checked for fitting. While fitting the sample, the fabric, lace, and buttons can still be adjusted. The sudden completion of Soy's costume forced Fang Hao to revise his plans for the day. He decided to lead his team directly to Lyss City to have the city lord's wife try on the sample attire. Speeding up the costume-making process was also part of his plan to open a shop in Lyss City soon. Having decided to head toward Lyss City, Fang Hao summoned Ira and Blood Hunter. After giving instructions about matters in his territory, he then left the area with Angia and Dimitrija. At the southern fortress, they mounted swift, purple-scaled horses with a company of 20 heavy sword infantry. At this time, the storage feature of the Book of Lords played an important role. All the equipment for the entire team was packed by Fang Hao into the storage space. And this greatly minimized exhaustion on the journey. The main reason why Tavex trade convoy took 2 days last time was due to the slow pace of the loaded cargo. "Let's set off." With a wave from Fang Hao, the team quickly hit the road. Dimitrija and Fang Hao rode on a giant lizard, while Angia was on her own purple-scaled horse, whom she named Purple Thunder. She didn't know if it might share a name with some hero in the future. The speed of the convoy was extremely swift, with the sound of horses' hooves and the whistling wind in their ears. In just a few minutes, glancing back, the fortress was already out of sight. Dimitrija was controlling the giant lizard, while Fang Hao was seated at the back. He opened the Book of Lords, planning to kill time by checking the regional channel. As soon as he opened it, he noticed a new private message. He had been too busy before to see it. Mr. Fang Hao, the trolls have sent you a designated order. Kindly manufacture it when you see it. The speaker was Su Yang, the city lord who had helped him connect with the trolls. The message was sent an hour ago. It should have been around the time when Dujin sent the order. After thinking for a moment, Fang Hao replied, "Just saw it. The order has already been completed." Su Yang's response was quite prompt. "Mr. Fang Hao, we have received the goods. Do the trolls have such high consumption? They placed an order just recently, how are they ordering so many equipments again?" Fang Hao asked curiously. "Same type of equipment, the same quantity." "Ah! Don't remind me. The trolls lost a battle a while ago and a lot of tribe members died. Now there's quite a bit of chaos among the troll tribes, all of them are stockpiling equipment. There seems to be a risk of internal strife." Su Yang said a lot, full of worry. If the trolls start an internal war, he too would be at risk. He was already in a precarious position, depending on the troll tribe as their slave leader. If the situation gets out of hand, he would end up in trouble. Su Yang's words reminded Fang Hao of the Bloodthroat Mountains. Last time, the Bloodthroat tribe had led an attack on him with the help of other troll tribes. They lost over 100,000 trolls there. This situation seemed similar to Su Yang's description of the troll tribes. Of course, Fang Hao didn't directly ask if the trolls were the same ones from the Bloodthroat Mountains, as Su Yang might not be reliable. After some thought, he decided to just say, "Well, be careful. Tell the trolls that I have many other supplies for sale. If they are willing, they can buy it from me." "Oh, all right. I'll pass your message to the trolls." After ending his chat with Su Yang, Fang Hao kept this matter in mind. In the future, he could pay attention to Su Yang's situation. If there indeed are problems within the Bloodthroat Mountains, he could take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. By doing so, he could remove this unstable element once and for all. On the road, a lord in a plaid shirt stroked his handsome steed. The grey mane was a bit scruffy, but he continued to caress it contentedly. He had bought it from a travelling merchant and spent 50 warfire coins on it. He knew the merchant had charged a high price, but he bought it nonetheless and was very pleased. Now, he was riding his horse, leading his soldiers to hunt in the woods ahead. The lord in the plaid shirt pulled out the Book of Lords, sending a photo he had just taken of his beautiful horse to a district channel. Seeing the admiration pouring in on the channel, the smile on his face grew wider. "Wait!" The lord suddenly halted the advance of his troops. "My lord, what's the matter?" asked a curious soldier. "The scenery around the bend is nice, take a picture of me there. Just aim it at me and press there." He then situated his horse on the side of the road and struck a handsome pose. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves came from behind. As the group turned to look in surprise, several purple horses, followed by a whooshing sound of wind, rushed by. They were as beautiful as sapphires, tall and imposing, exceptionally beautiful when running. The lord in the plaid shirt was mesmerized, while his own horse was startled. With a whinny, it reared its front legs, throwing him off and causing him to tumble to the ground in an embarrassing. The soldiers quickly calmed the horse and helped him up. Snatching the Book of Lords, the lord in plaid took several photos of the retreating purple horses. Straight away, he posted them on the district channel, image purple horses. Like a bolt of purple lightning, they're too fast. Within the district channel. "Did you take these with a landline phone? Dare to make it blurrier? Is this a Kylan? Or some warcraft? What kind of horse is this strong? It's a horse, it passed right by me, aside from being purple and huge, just like any other horse," the lord in plaid emphasized. "Then why didn't you take a frontal shot? I can't catch up to them, they were already this far by the time I got to take a photo. Even if it's a horse, it's definitely a special breed. I also want such an attractive horse. Yeah, that's my second wish after a beautiful female companion, a purple horse. Has the person above considered a purple female horse? 2 wishes in one. Damn, you're smart. I'd accept a centaur, but not a pure horse. You're really picky." Closing the district chat, the soldier led the scared horse over. "My lord, it's already calmed down. We can take a photo now." The lord in plaid glanced at the direction where the purple cavalry had left and shook his head slightly. No need, nothing interesting here to take. Fang Hao paid no attention to the chat in the channel. By dusk, Fang Hao and his group finally arrived at Lyss City. The purple-scaled horses were heaving heavily, their bodies drenched in sweat. They had traveled non-stop, and even the endurance-strong purple-scaled horses were starting to get tired. After showing their travel documents to the city guards, they went directly into the city. After checking into a hotel, Fang Hao and Angia hurried straight to the lord's mansion. It was not late yet, much earlier than when Rebecca had summoned all the merchants last time. She shouldn't be asleep yet. Mr. Fang Hao, the lady is attending an important banquet tonight, I will convey your message to her. At the front of the lord's residence, a servant announced. Chapter 255, Drunkard Swindler. Standing in front of the city lord's mansion, Fang Hao looked at the respectful servant. His timing couldn't have been worse, Rebecca had actually gone to a banquet. Well, people in this era didn't have mobile phones to keep them occupied, and there wasn't much else to entertain them at night. Nobles tended to host a lot of banquets and dances. Will she be back tonight? Fang Hao asked again. If everything could be settled tonight, he could return to his own territory in the morning, making full use of his time. Sir, I'm not sure when the lady will return. You might want to stay the night in the city. Maybe the lady will send someone to notify you tomorrow. The servant maintained a polite smile. It seemed impossible to see Rebecca tonight. Even if she returned, it would be late at night, and the chances of her seeing him would be slim. All right, please pass along a message when the city lord's wife returns, Fang Hao courteously said. Yes, sir. With Angia, he left the city lord's mansion. The sky had already turned dark. A few residents were returning home, making the streets somewhat desolate. So, where are we headed next? Angia curiously asked. The journey had been quite taxing. We'll sit for a while at the tavern. All right. The two came to the tavern and walked straight in. A wave of alcohol and noise hit them in the face. Here again, what'll you have? The tavern owner came over. It seemed that he had some impression of the two. Beer, meatballs, and a plate of smoked meat, Fang Hao casually ordered. All right, just a moment. Wiping his hands, the tavern owner went to the kitchen to prepare the food. Fang Hao's gaze fell on the notice board nearby. On the notice board, besides the typical residence bounties, there was a map hanging. The last time he came, there were no maps because the Lyss city army was hunting down bandits along the road. He seemed to be in luck today. Map, Mountain Fortress. Category, Single-page map. Description, map drawn by an adventurer, recording the mountain fortress's route and terrain. Interested in the map? It's 3 gold coins. You can take your team and test your luck, the tavern owner said, bringing the beer to them. The snacks they ordered from the kitchen also slowly arrived. Only one map. This one was brought in yesterday. Maps of some bandit hideouts were cleaned out by the Lyss army, the tavern owner replied. That's good. With the bandits cleared, it'll be safer for the residents and traveling merchants. Lyss city's management was far stricter than that of Pruel City. Pruel City did not have much of a solution for the bandits and wasn't keen on dealing with them. They tended to leave the matter to mercenaries. On the other hand, Lyss would do a clean sweep each year, controlling the number of bandits. This was beneficial for the residents and the nearby subsidiary villages. The tavern owner gave a faint smile and said, bandits are like rats. They run, when you chase them, and bite when you turn your back. That's just how it is. That's true. I'll take the map, and I'll pay you when I settle the bill. No rush, enjoy your meal. After the tavern owner handed the map to Fang Hao, he went off to attend to other customers. Fang Hao and Angia chatted quietly while eating their dinner. Based on this scar alone, doesn't it deserve a drink on your part? Not far from their table, a shabby drunkard was speaking loudly. Give it up, Hodge. Last time you said it was a vampire bite, now it's turned into a scar from a knife wound, a CO drinker sarcastically asked, while others watched the fun. Hodge came every day telling strange and peculiar stories or bragging about himself. Everyone knew these were all fabrications, but it was just the cost of a drink, so they usually played along. But today, Hodge had been sitting in the tavern for too long, and no one was willing to keep buying drinks for him anymore. It's because I had too much to drink. I have contributed to mankind. Without us, the vampires would have wreaked havoc, sucked the blood of the living by now, Hodge grumbled, as if he was the one who was wronged. Oh, stop. Look at you. Fang Hao watched the bickering men in front of him and recognized the bedraggled old Hodge. The last time he came with Angia, this bleary-eyed old drunk was boasting about how he had killed vampires and created a type of arrow that was extremely useful for killing vampires. However, judging from the attitudes of others, it seemed that old Hodge was merely an old drunk who was good at boasting. Unexpectedly, he met him again this time, still tipsy and staggering, shouting loudly. Get him a drink, put it on my tab, said Fang Hao. Following Fang Hao's gaze, the innkeeper handed a beer to Hodge and brought it over. Not far away, Hodge took the beer and looked at the young man who bought him a drink. He staggered over. Kid, have we met before? Hodge reeked of alcohol, which even masked his body odor. We met once before when you were telling your story about getting bitten by a vampire, said Fang Hao with a smile. Right, are you interested in my story? I can show you my wound. Hodge unbuttoned his collar and exposed his shoulder. Fang Hao gave a wry smile. Last time you said it was your arm. Right, it was my arm. Your left arm. Right, left arm. Hodge rolled up his left sleeve again, paused for a moment and said, Kid, do you doubt what I said? It doesn't matter, it's just a story, the truth doesn't really matter. But it's not a story. Those monsters who have abandoned their beliefs have already forgotten that they were humans once, who knows how many they have killed, said Hodge, sitting next to Fang Hao and drinking heavily. They once were humans. Who knows, I've never seen the real Blood Clan. Those who we kill and those that kill us, are all transformed monsters. This reminded Fang Hao of the Twilight Reveler he learned from the stories. They themselves were humans, but treated becoming part of the Blood Clan as their goal. So, it's true that you kill vampires. Of course it's true. How do you think I got this wound? You modified arrows that can effectively kill vampires. Yes, the blood of those guys has changed, and they are extraordinarily sensitive to silver, just like those, cough. You two are still young, you shouldn't listen to this stuff. Hodge stopped speaking. Do you have a blueprint? Let me see. Hearing Fang Hao asking for the blueprint, old Hodge was stunned once again. He had not expected that this kid knew his stuff and knew how to use blueprints to verify the authenticity of his stories. He patted his chest and said, I do have it, I designed and improved it myself. I just worry you won't recognize its value. Where is the blueprint? I didn't bring it. I'll give it to you next time. Hodge pushed his beer glass towards the innkeeper. Bring another round, put it on his tab. The two argued about the blueprint for quite some time. Bluerb. Kid, you're all right. Next time you come, I'll bring the blueprint for you so you can learn something. Then, belching, he staggered away. Fang Hao watched him walk away. It seemed that he had indeed met a fraudster who had conned several rounds out of him. Should I go out and beat him up? Angia glanced at the empty street through the window. If she went out now and found a quiet place, no one would know who was beating whom. Forget it. It's just a few drinks. After settling the bill with the innkeeper, Fang Hao ordered some smoked meat to put in his storage space and returned to his inn-room to rest. The following morning, the sunlight streamed in through the window, waking Fang Hao up. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight and sat up. Knock. From outside the door came the voice of an inn attendant. Mr. Fang Hao, we received a message from the city lord's mansion. They request your presence. It seemed Rebecca wanted to see him. All right, I got it. Chapter 256, Buying a Store, please subscribe. The servant relayed the message and then left immediately. Fang Hao got up and did quick grooming. He took out the prepared clothes from the Book of Lords. After all, he was going to the city lord's mansion. He had to dress up decently. After grooming, he went to the next room, woke up the sleepy Angia, had dinner in the first floor hall, and then headed to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion, the back courtyard. Sir, it's just ahead. The city lord's mansion's servant led the way in front. The two went along the flower-lined path, gradually entering deep into the courtyard. Past the path, there was a beautiful pond in front of them, with beautiful flowers clustering around the pool, butterflies and birds circling and fluttering around, and they wouldn't be frightened even if someone passed by. Rebecca was sitting on a white rocking chair next to the mirror-like pool, reading a book in the sunshine. The rocking chair was rocking, the white gauzy skirt, and fair bare feet, gently following the ripples. Who could resist such a woman? Madam, Mr. Fang Hao has arrived. The servant spoke softly. Rebecca put the book aside and looked at Fang Hao. Did you arrive last night? Yes, Mrs. Rebecca. Fang Hao answered with a smile. Rebecca stood up, bare feet touching the grass, and said, the sample dress has been completed? Let me see, I hope your design has perfectly come to life. Of course. Fang Hao took out the sample dress and stood aside. A maid came forward and undressed Rebecca. The fair and full-bodied figure was exposed, full of charm. Fang Hao smiled, looking openly and uprightly, took in the sight with great pleasure. She put on the sample dress. Rebecca walked to the edge of the pool, looking at her reflection in the water, carefully observing. The blue gown, tightly wrapped around her body, showed off the beautiful lines of a woman's body. Her beautiful neck, full, tender arms like lotus roots, were bare from the sleeveless dress. Even though there was not any jewelry, it was already amazingly beautiful. The tight gown raised her full breasts, extraordinarily full. The round buttocks made the slight tightness at the waist stand out, showing off the curvy waist to hip lines. Especially the daring miniskirt design in front, matched with white stockings, added a few sexy points to the dignified and elegant lady of the city. She had originally intended to make some suggestions, but seeing the dress reflected in the water, she was afraid that her lack of expertise would affect the effect of the dress. This was only a sample dress, and she was already very satisfied with it. She noticed that Fang Hao was also looking at her, and she turned around with a smile and asked, how about it? Are there any needed modifications? Compared to herself, she trusted Fang Hao's opinion more at this time. It's perfect, Mrs. Rebecca. It makes you even more enchanting. Fang Hao praised. Rebecca's usually reserved face turned a little red. She rolled her eyes at the young man with black hair in front of her and laughed again. I have to be careful then, don't let your preferences change, or I'll be in trouble. There was a cloth merchant in town with a great design concept. This merchant had a man's body but a woman's heart. He loved everything about women, including handsome men. The previous times, the dresses were designed by this merchant for Rebecca. Fang Hao just smiled and did not offer further explanation. At this time, a servant holding a large mirror came over and stood it on the grass. Rebecca was looking at herself in the mirror while casually saying, I heard that you opened a restaurant in Pruel City. Fang Hao was slightly baffled. It looked like Rebecca had arranged for someone to investigate him. At the same time, he also started to feel nervous, wondering if his effeminate act would be exposed. But soon this worry was dismissed, as if he was exposed, Rebecca would have shown some reaction. She probably just asked some merchants or someone about him and did not conduct a detailed investigation. Acting as a cloth merchant, he wouldn't have been investigated by a spy. Yes. How's business? Rebecca was asking casually, just like chatting about everyday matters. Not bad, there are quite a few customers. You are quite an imaginative young man, Rebecca praised. Fang Hao, being so young, not only designs clothing that is novel and bold, but also runs a successful restaurant. Thank you for your praise, Mrs. Rebecca. If I open a shop in Lyss in the future, I hope you will give me your advice, Fang Hao replied politely. Of course. I can see that you are a capable young man, and Lyss welcomes capable people, Rebecca continued. Thank you, ma'am. I was wondering if there are any shops for sale on the business street. If there are, I would like to take a look today, Fang Hao said directly. The sooner he could open a shop, the better. He didn't want to continue to delay. Rebecca looked at Fang Hao with curiosity, taking her gaze away from the mirror. She had not expected him to be in such a rush, wanting to look at shops today. Someone, Rebecca called out softly. A maid hurried over, Madam. Yes, check if there are any shops for sale on the business street. Yes, Madam, the maid agreed and quickly left. As the lady of the city lord of Lyss, Rebecca had conveniences that Fang Hao did not have. No matter how cunning the merchants were, even if they had great courage, they would not dare to provoke the city lord's mansion, especially a woman. Seeing the maid leave, Fang Hao thanked her again. Thank you, Mrs. Rebecca. No problem, it's just a small matter. I also hope that you can open a shop in Lyss city as it will be more convenient, Rebecca said with a smile. The two continued to chat about fashion design. Before long, the maid returned. After bowing again, she said, "Madam, there is a shop on the business street that has registered the sale with the city lord's mansion." "Well, take him to see it later," Rebecca said. She was very satisfied with Fang Hao's sample clothes, which put her in a good mood. She naturally wanted to help Fang Hao with this small favor. The maid helped her take off the sample dress, folded it gently, and handed it to Fang Hao. "Goodbye, Mrs. Rebecca, the finished dress will be delivered to you as soon as it is made," Fang Hao said softly. Rebecca nodded and smiled, then lazily sat back in her rocking chair. The maid led Fang Hao out of the city lord's mansion. Outside, Angia, who had been waiting all along, was eating a pastry she had bought from a street vendor. When she saw Fang Hao, she quickly followed. "Where are we going now?" "To look at the shop." "What's wrong with your throat? It sounds so strange," Angia asked curiously. Fang Hao glanced at the maid who was averting her gaze, made a few hand signals to Angia, urging her to stop talking. The maid led them to a carriage and headed to the business street. They passed many streets. There were many people coming and going on the business street, and there were many shops lined up, as well as numerous street vendors. The carriage stopped in the central area, and the three of them got off. "Mr. Fang Hao, this is the registered shop. It used to be a very successful tavern," said the maid. The building in front of them was a 3-story stone building. All the shops on this street had a unified design and structure. Then why didn't it continue to operate? Because of some special reasons, the owner of the shop was arrested, and the shop is now being sold by the city lord's mansion. The maid took out a key and opened the door to the shop. Both Fang Hao and Angia entered the shop for inspection. The items in the shop had been cleared out, and the floor was littered with stuffs. He pulled out a poster-like sheet of paper from the cluttered counter. On it was a colorful image of a naked woman. She was posing in a provocative style. It seems that the business that this shop was running previously was quite diverse. "I will take this shop." Chapter 257, Underground Intelligence Station L. Fang Hao's swift agreement took the maid aback. Even though she had followed her mistress's orders and brought this young textile businessman to view the store, she had never actually expected him to make a purchase. This location was on one of Lysis's 3 bustling commerce streets, and the prices of the stores had been inflated to exorbitant levels. Even as a personal maid to the city lord's wife, with a job that many envied, she would have to work without spending a penny until she was over 500 years old to afford a shop here. This was assuming house prices would not rise. "Is there any paperwork needed?" Fang Hao asked again. The startled maid quickly recovered her composure and asked again with a confirming tone, "Sir, are you sure you wish to purchase this shop? The price recorded by the mansion of the city lord is 700,000 gold coins." When she mentioned the price of 700,000, her voice trembled slightly. This number was terrifying. Only established traders or families could afford to set up a shop here with such an amount of money. "Is there a discount?" asked Fang Hao. "Sir, I'm not sure about that. Maybe you could inquire with the lady," the maid replied. "You guys accept the Warfire card, right?" "We do." "Then let's go. Take me to handle the procedures." "Ah." As Fang Hao left the shop with Angia, the maid only realized what had happened after a moment and quickly followed them out. Could this young textile merchant really be this wealthy? Just such a casual glance, and he decided to buy? She had seen many rich nobles and businessmen, but she had never seen anyone like Fang Hao, who could spend tens of thousands of gold coins so swiftly and indifferently. The trio went back to the carriage and headed to the city lord's mansion's property registry to purchase the title deed to the shop. From now on, this shop belonged to Fang Hao. The maid's job was finished, and there was no need for her to lead the way anymore. After making a slight bow, she bid Fang Hao and Angia goodbye. Back at the shop, he used his own key to open the door. This was his second shop. "What are you planning to do?" said Angia, kicking a wooden cup on the ground with the restlessness of a hyperactive child. A series of clanging sounds rang out. "Hot pot restaurant, let's start making some money back," he answered. Unlike the fashion and accessory industries, opening a hot pot restaurant was simple and showed quick results. All he needed was a clean storefront, bring in the stock pot that Ira had prepared, and they could officially open for business. Given the scarcity of food in this era, hot pot was popular among people. Even the common folks could afford it, and it tasted great. Makes sense. Clang clang clang. The sound of the rolling wooden cup reverberated, as if it had rolled down a staircase. Both of them exchanged a glance, then walked towards where the wooden cup had flown. At the back of the staircase, they discovered an entrance leading downwards. The wooden cup had fallen down from there, producing the clattering sound. The entrance was dim. It should be the shop's basement or storeroom. Fang Hao pulled out a nightstone lantern from the Book of Lords and stretched it into the entrance of the basement. The soft light from the nightstone illuminated the basement. It was cold, spacious, and carried a hint of moldy smell. After confirming that there was no danger, he completely opened the cover and stepped down the wooden stairs into the basement. "What's that smell?" Angia complained as she covered her nose. Indeed, there was a moldy smell. It was probably the wine cellar of the tavern before. "Now that you've said it, I don't feel like drinking for a month," Angia said. He hung the lantern on the ceiling, illuminating the surrounding space. This place was indeed a wine cellar. There were traces of wine barrels being moved away. Upon a cursory search here, he unexpectedly found 5 bottles of essence of wine, yielding an unexpected gain. "Fang Hao, there's a trade alliance mailbox here," Angia exclaimed from a nearby area. "A trade alliance mailbox? Where are you?" Fang Hao asked. Angia came out and led Fang Hao to a small room sealed by a hidden door. The cabin was small, in the middle of which stood a wooden table and a black mailbox bearing a sickle hook pattern. This was not the symbol of the trade alliance but that of the no-face cabin. In other words, this place was ostensibly a tavern but also served as an intelligence agency of the no-face cabin. It relayed the information gathered. Perhaps what the maid had mentioned about being captured, was also related to this. After all, every power would buy intelligence from the no-face, but also resented them. "Is it the trade alliance?" "It's the no-face cabin, an information trading agency," explained Fang Hao. All the items in the desk had been removed, leaving only debris scattered all over. However, Fang Hao still managed to dig up a charred letter, with only a corner left intact. The letter read, "Capture the transmigrator, send to." The rest had been burnt off. But these few words were enough to make Fang Hao frown. The term transmigrator was understood only by their circle. Even if the natives knew they were outsiders, they would not use this term. It was either mentioned by the transmigrators themselves or understood by some special means. Instantly, Fang Hao was reminded of the witch with a crystal ball he had met before. Magic and the undead both exist, so the methods to search memories would not be too strange. "Is there a problem?" Angia, seeing Fang Hao frowning, asked softly. "No big problem, call our people to come over and tidy up a bit first." "Okay." The two of them climbed up the stairs and called over the heavy sword infantry, who were on standby in the inn, to remove all the useless waste from the shop. The next day, by dusk, Fang Hao and his party returned to Pruel City. The enjoyable hot pot restaurant was somewhat desolate today. Although it was dinner time, there was not a single customer in the restaurant. "Why isn't there anyone?" Fang Hao asked. Little White looked gloomy and apologized, "I'm sorry, master, I don't know what happened today, suddenly no one showed up." The bunny maids on the side also lowered their heads. "You said suddenly?" "Yes, the number of people who came from yesterday afternoon started to decrease, and today even not a single guest came," Little White replied. This was somewhat strange. In this era, for a shop to suddenly lose customers. Unless someone was poisoned to death in the shop, otherwise this situation should not occur. "Do you know the reason?" "Not really." "It's okay, let me go and ask at the tavern across the street, if no customers come, you guys can take a break earlier." Fang Hao consoled them. "Oh, okay, master." After leaving the restaurant, Fang Hao headed straight to the Rose Tavern across the street. Just like his hot pot restaurant, there were no customers in the tavern either. The landlady sat dejectedly. "Why is today so quiet?" Fang Hao took a seat at the counter. The landlady glanced at him and heaved a heavy sigh. But she still got up and placed 2 glasses of beer in front of Fang Hao and Angia. "It will probably be quieter in the future." "Hey? Why?" The landlady glanced around warily before whispering, "They say there's going to be a war. The whole city's worried. Who's in the mood to drink?" "War? Stop kidding, we couldn't even wipe out the bandits, who are we going to fight?" Fang Hao couldn't believe what he was hearing. Previously, both the bandits and Firewolf mercenaries were eliminated by Fang Hao. And now if someone is saying that the small town of Pruel is going to war, he didn't believe it at all. The landlady looked at Fang Hao, saying solemnly, to fight the undead up north. As of this morning, all the wealthy and powerful people have left. Only those who can't leave remain in the city, those who have nowhere else to go. Chapter 258, Mountain Fortress. Hearing the landlady's words, Fang Hao's eyes immediately narrowed. The undead in the north. Wasn't that him? He had set up a fortress between himself and Pruel to prevent any interference between them. He had done enough already, and now this Cyril was plotting something against him. Why? Has Cyril lost his mind? Fang Hao directly mentioned the name of the city lord and cursed. His words instantly induced a tense expression in the landlady and others, not relaxing until they realized there were no other people present. Even behind closed doors, they dared not insult the current city lord. We wouldn't know, but several people came to the city yesterday, they might be related. What kind of people? They are very similar to those who wore hoods in broad daylight last time, all of them look like cultists, said the landlady. Blood clan. Fang Hao knew the cultists the landlady was referring to were those pale-blooded individuals. Although they could walk under the sun, they had begun to detest sunlight, always wearing huge hoods to cover their bodies. The Blood clan, because of Giovanni's matter, had dispatched scouts to investigate him. But, what does all this have to do with Pruel City, and what role does Cyril play in it? Did you mean what you said last time? The landlady suddenly turned around, her eyes looking straight at him. Hey? What words? Fang Hao was abruptly interrupted from his thoughts. I can't continue operating my tavern, I can help you. The landlady's expression was somewhat bitter. After operating it for so many years, she didn't expect there would be a day she couldn't continue. Sure. Fang Hao's store in Lyss City was in the process of hiring staff, she would be a good candidate. I have quite a lot of people. The landlady glanced at the bartender and the kitchen staff on the side. Upon encountering Fang Hao's gaze, the bartenders respectfully bowed. They can come along too. Fang Hao nodded. Everyone was overjoyed in their hearts. Fang Hao was a wealthy heir, by aligning with him, they didn't have to worry about the tavern's business anymore. Anyway, Fang Hao would pay them. Just when everyone, including the landlady, breathed a sigh of relief, Fang Hao spoke again. However, as the team leader, I need you to sign a slave contract with me, to ensure that you will not betray me. This. The smile on the landlady and the bartenders' faces vanished instantly. They had seen slave contracts before, slave traders would always bring out contracts when selling slaves. To ensure that the slaves would not harm their masters. Similarly, once you signed it, you had to obey the other party's words, even if they asked you to do something against your will. Are you serious? I'm just going to help you run the shop, said the landlady in surprise. She had to sign a slave contract just to work a shift. This was indeed a bit too much. I can't help it, I need someone I can completely trust. Fang Hao said helplessly. He couldn't disclose his secret, especially after discovering the Faceless One's cabin beneath the tavern yesterday. He had to be more careful. All right, it seems we can't cooperate. The landlady said with a bitter smile. She had refused Fang Hao. She wasn't willing to sell herself just for this minor matter. Meanwhile, she pondered over Fang Hao's words. Fang Hao was a wealthy heir, his family must have some strict rules. Nobles often have strange rules that they couldn't understand. It's okay, even if we can't cooperate, we are still friends, you can come to me if you encounter any difficulties. Fang Hao said with a smile. After finishing his pint of beer, Fang Hao left the tavern with Angia. Returning to the shop, Fang Hao took all the maidservants and soldiers, closed the shop, and headed back to their territory together. By the time they returned to the territory, the sky was already dim. After eating dinner prepared by Ira, Fang Hao took the sample clothes to the tailor's shop. Rebecca was pleased with the sample clothes, and minor modifications could be incorporated in the production of the finished product. Meanwhile, the goldsmith was in the process of making the matching jewelry. Everything was already in order, so there was nothing for Fang Hao to do. He simply had to wait for the finished product and present it to Rebecca. The next day, early in the morning. After breakfast, Fang Hao, Angia, and Dimitrija rode on the bone dragon. Following them, 10 more bone dragons, loaded with skeleton trolls and the barren tomb guards, soared into the clouds, heading south. Today they were going to the mountain fortress, a new location on Fang Hao's recently acquired map. The name fortress sounded much better than any cave or cavern. Fang Hao hoped he would find some useful items there. In the clouds. They didn't need to worry about the villages below, and flew in a straight line to the fortress. Looking at the map, the mountain fortress was located to the east of Pruel City and Lyss City. The journey took 2 hours. The team had already arrived over the uninhabited mountain range. The bone dragons descended, gradually approaching the target location. They could see the remnants of stone brick buildings. As they continued onwards, Fang Hao saw this time's destination, the mountain fortress. One could say, this fortress wasn't hard to find. There was a large downward entrance between the rocks. In front of the entrance, they could see piles of white bones, residual blood stains, and a large iron pot brewing food. There were, however, no signs of life. The bone dragons landed in front of the entrance and everyone dismounted. What kind of creature uses such a large pot? Angia asked. She didn't notice how large the pot was until they landed. The pot was so tall, Angia just managed to reach its midpoint. You find out when we go down, those guys must live here. Fang Hao glanced at the depth of the entrance. The stone staircase at the entrance went downward, flanked by neatly carved rock faces on both sides. It seemed like a good place to live. Dimitrija, you'll lead the team. Angia, we'll follow behind, Fang Hao said and cast frost armor on himself. Due to the distance, Fang Hao did not invoke God's presence. Coming here personally reduced the consumption of spiritual power, but it also exposed him to danger. As you command, my lord, Dimitrija acknowledged and turned to the skeleton soldiers, skeleton trolls to the front, barren tomb guards to the back. Prepare to enter the cavern. Splash! The skeletons, adjusting their formation, began to march into the cavern. As the team ventured deeper, nightstone wall lamps that emitted a soft glow began to appear on the sides of the cavern, illuminating the corridor. Whoosh! Snoring! From not too far away, snoring resembling thunder was heard. On a platform ahead, a towering troll was fast asleep on a beastskin rug. His snot bubble expanded and contracted with his snores. Cyclops Troll, 8th level. Dimitrija signaled the skeleton team to stop. The entire team froze instantly as if they were statues. Dimitrija drew the long sword from his belt and slowly approached the sleeping troll. Chapter 259, Gemstone. Dimitrija swiftly approached the sleeping giant troll. Clenching his long sword high above his head. Thud! His blade sliced across the troll's throat, and with a pop, the snot bubble popped, and the troll's head rolled off. Blood gushed out, and the troll's eyes widened as it watched its body increasingly move away. Master, we can continue on, Dimitrija quietly said, stepping on the rolling head. This proved that the location might have once been a fortress. But now it was occupied by these one-eyed trolls, their lair. Continue forward. There should be more trolls below, Fang Hao said. Yes. Dimitrija waved his hand again, and the skeleton troops continued to move forward. The stone steps went on, leading downwards where all sorts of weapons and armor were strewn about on the platform. The size of the equipment indicated they were meant for humans. It seemed that quite a few humans had arrived here before Fang Hao and his crew. However, their outcomes were not very good. After walking down for a few more minutes, they saw the end of the stairs leading to a suddenly vast stone wall. A hall must be just ahead. Simultaneously, in the hall, they could faintly hear the boisterous voices of trolls. Dimitrija looked at Fang Hao, who gave a slight nod. Dimitrija took a deep breath. Light blue energy gathered around his neck, and then he breathed out a thick mist that rapidly spread out. This was Dimitrija's incredibly useful skill, Misty Sky. The mist was most effective in enclosed places, lasting for an extended period. The sudden appearance of the mist created considerable chaos amongst the trolls below, as angry roars echoed. Why is there fog all of a sudden? I can't see. Enemies. Grab your weapons and get ready for battle. Where's my weapon? Who has seen my weapon? Ouch. This is a wall, ouch. This is also a wall. Damn it, I'm trapped. The trolls were in utter chaos. Fang Hao and the rest observed from the stairs, hearing the loud yells of the trolls, but not one managed to find the correct path and storm out. Kill. Without further waiting, Dimitrija issued the command to his skeleton soldiers to charge into the mist. He swung his sword and severed a troll's leg, sending the creature sprawling forward. Ah! Just as the giant troll cried out in pain, Dmitrija swiftly switched his sword and stabbed up from below into its chest. A generous amount of blood sprayed out. It was so close that the troll could clearly glimpse the face of his enemy. With its last breath, it called out, "They are lizardmen, they are lizardmen." However, its words were immediately corrected by other trolls, "They are undead, I saw them clearly, they are white bones." The trolls were arguing while fighting. The entire hall was in as much chaos as a marketplace. In the center area, a one-eyed troll, clad in heavy armor, swung his giant metal wolf fang club around. The whining wind it created cleared the surrounding fog slightly. But the clarity was temporary. Once the wind passed, the fog would again obscure his vision. Whoosh! Whoosh! With another swing, the fog diminished, and a golden armored figure suddenly appeared before him. From the large tail exposed from behind the figure, it was clear it was a lizardman. "Despicable reptile, you think relying on these lowly tactics will allow you to defeat us?" The troll roared with rage and swung his black metal wolf fang club directly at the lizardman. Clang! A sharp metallic ringing resounded. A wave of force rapidly spread from the lizardman at the center, causing the layers of fog to churn. The immense rebounding force left the troll's hands numb. He could not believe that despite his superior strength and size, he was directly confronted by a small lizardman. "You cannot possibly defeat me with strength," the troll roared, lifting his wolf fang club to smash down on the lizardman again. But as the wolf fang club fell, the lizardman pivoted on his feet and evaded the head-on strike by leaning to the side. The wolf fang club hit the ground heavily. The long sword in the lizardman's hand flicked upwards instantaneously, a cold gleam cutting through the troll's wrist. Clang! The wolf fang club and both arms fell to the ground together. The troll wanted to shriek, to roar. But the moment he opened his mouth, the lizardman leaped high again, driving his long sword through the troll's mouth. He whimpered in agony. 20 minutes later, the mist began to gradually dissipate. The fight in the hall was nearing its end. When Dmitrija finally killed a one-eyed troll, the battle completely ended. Fang Hao descended the steps and started to survey the space. The walls on both sides were neatly chiseled, with animal skin mats used by trolls for sleep and some messy living utensils lying around. It seemed that the trolls had been settled here for a long time. In the central area of the hall, a makeshift wooden table was set up with small cloth bags on it. There were as many as 12. Fang Hao walked forward, opened the sacks. A Baron tomb guard stepped forward, placed his white steel giant sword diagonally against the wall, and picked up a sack to open. He poured it onto the table. Clang! A ruby the size of a thumb fell onto the table and rolled around. Ruby. Category: ore. Description: an otherwise useless ore that is used to attract mates. Assured that there was nothing dangerous or nauseating in the sacks, Fang Hao touched each one, finding them hard. He opened each one and shook out their contents onto the table. Indeed, they were all multicolored gemstones. Have trolls started studying gemstones too? Angia came over from behind. The dress of the one-eyed troll was still very simple. A fur simply wrapped around the body served as clothes. It was somewhat reminiscent of ancient Western clothing styles, where hanging a curtain on the body was considered being dressed. They bagged the gemstones separately. It looks like they were planning to sell them outside. Fang Hao had collected all the gemstones. What they were planning to do was no longer important. Now these were his. The goldsmiths had arrived at the stage of selecting gemstone jewelry. He could bring these back for them. Thud! With a muffled sound, 2 skeleton trolls carried a silver chest and threw it at Fang Hao's feet. Blood was accumulating on the stone chamber floor. When they threw the chest down, the bright red blood splattered everywhere. Open it. Acquired, Giant Wolf Fang Club Blueprint, 22 Troll Stones, 78 Warfire Coins. There was a burst of light, but the rewards were somewhat scant. There was only one blueprint, but 22 Troll Stones were awarded enough to recruit a skeleton troll. Giant Wolf Fang Club, Green. Category: Wolf Fang Club. Damage: Tier 3. Ability: Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike, the weapon is heavy, and each attack will double the damage. Description: who doesn't like a huge stick? Chapter 260, Hot Spring. Fang Hao had seen the last 2 items before, so there was nothing for him to scrutinize. He collected the blueprint and stored the Troll Stone and Warfire Coin in his storage space. "My lord, we need you over here," Dmitrija called from a distance. Fang Hao and Angia walked over and looked where Dimitrija was pointing on the ground. There was a stone wall on the ground, with lots of fresh blood that was flowing down into a crevice by the corner of the wall. A drainage outlet? Fang Hao quickly discarded the idea. This didn't fit the function of a drainage outlet. A crevice like this could easily be blocked by debris. It could be the gap between the mountain and the secondary construction, or there could be another space behind the stone wall. Check it and find a way to open it. Fang Hao commanded. Everyone scattered and started looking for a way to open the stone door. Click. With a slight effort from Dimitrija, a faint sound was heard from the wall lamps nearby. Then, the sound of gears and chains turning echoed. The stone door in front of them was slowly opening. Unexpectedly, this was a mechanical trap. When the stone door was fully opened, it revealed still more downward leading stone steps. The dark descending steps seemed to lead to an underground abyss. The dust scattered from the opening of the stone door suggested that the trolls who lived here before were probably unaware of this mechanism. Let's go down and take a look. The trolls have been living up here for so long, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Fang Hao said softly. Dimitrija nodded, reorganized the team, and began to descend step by step. As the team continued downwards, they didn't encounter any danger. After 5 or 6 minutes, they saw another huge plateau. Unlike the trolls' plateau, this place was stacked with large amounts of old, damaged weapons and armor. Dust covered the weapons, and plants growing out of the cracks in the bricks were climbing up the rotting weapon racks. It seemed like this place was more like an underground weapon depot. Dimitrija wanted to inspect closer. Splash! The sound of bones clashing echoed as scattered skeletons slowly rose from the ground, forming skeleton warriors, picking up the rusty, curled weapons on the ground. Skeleton warrior, Tier 4. Sigh. Seeing only ordinary skeleton soldiers, Fang Hao was relieved. These familiar adversaries made him feel somewhat safe. Dispatch them quickly. Fang Hao commanded. Yes, my lord. Dimitrija drew his sword and led the warriors into battle. The fight didn't last long, all the skeletons on the battlefield were soon wiped out. The team then started collecting the rotten weapons for the blacksmiths to recycle and remake once they were back. There was another silver treasure chest in the corner. Fang Hao opened it without hesitation. Obtained, blueprint to troop hiding cave construction, 12 shadow stones, 93 warfire coins. Level 1 troop hiding cave. Category, special structure maximum occupancy, 10,000. Construction requirement, 1,500 wood, 3,200 stone, 520 iron, 80 metal parts. Description, able to hide troops here to achieve strategic purposes. A troop hiding cave. This seemed like an excellent structure. The undead were his main force, but he also had to consider the impact on living creatures. If he set up troop hiding caves in places where his forces were stationed, a large number of soldiers could be stationed inside. He could solve a lot of problems with this. After collecting piles of weapons and equipment, Fang Hao tried to pull the overhead wall lamp with a tentative mindset. Click! The familiar sound of the mechanism echoed again. It's still there. Dimitrija and Angia also turned their gaze to the direction of the stone door. As the stone door slowly opened, a wave of damp and warm air rushed out. Continue to explore the next floor, and we'll clean up these armors on our way back. Fang Hao said, looking down at the passageway leading to the next level. All right. Dimitrija gathered the team, and everyone headed down to the next level again. Halfway down, the stone walls on both sides began to change. They were no longer the original smooth stone walls, but rugged mountain walls instead. The road also became more difficult to traverse. They continued downwards until finally, a half-excavated underground palace appeared before everyone. In the middle of the palace was a large natural pool, bubbling up constantly with heat. A group of skeleton warriors rose from the ground, their hundreds of skulls turning stiffly to stare at Fang Hao and the others at the entrance. Then, the skeletons let out silent roars and raised their weapons, charging at the entrance. Attack! Dimitrija yelled, leading the skeleton trolls and barren tomb guards into the fight. Fang Hao held his magic wand tightly. Bright lights flashed, and 3 wooden guardian spirits materialized before him. As soon as the wooden guardian spirits appeared, they used the entangle skill. Countless vines sprouted from the stone crevices, ensnaring the enemy skeletons' ankles and binding them in place. Dimitrija and Angia also took advantage of the opportunity, striking down a large number of enemies. The battle lasted almost an hour. The stairs they defended were filled with bones, as if they were standing on a mountain of bones, regaining their strength. Fang Hao now experienced how annoying the undead's tactic of sheer numbers could be. Even though they weren't high level, they didn't give you a chance to breathe. Constant attacks, constantly charging forward. My lord, all enemies have been eliminated. There are no more enemies. Dimitrija asked a skeleton troll to scout ahead, and no other enemies emerged. They emerged victorious in this battle, yet Fang Hao's side also suffered significant losses. Of the more than 100 skeleton soldiers they brought, only 30 or so were left. Good. Clean the battlefield. This should be the last level. Fang Hao ordered. This level was obviously half completed, so it must be the last. Clean the battlefield and clear the road. Dimitrija ordered loudly. The skeletons began to move, pushing the bones blocking the way to one side and clearing a path. Fang Hao descended the stairs but didn't get near the steaming pool of water. He didn't want to take any risks without casting God's presence. Before long, a skeleton troll carried a golden chest in front of Fang Hao. Not bad, a golden chest this time. Open. Obtained, Hot Springs Blueprint, 2 Hero Hearts, 1 Blue Hero Token, 24 Shadow Stones, 205 Warfire Coins. He got a blueprint for a hot spring. Fang Hao once again looked at the pool next to him. Was this a hot spring? Not sure why the undead would need a hot spring. No wonder those skeletons had moss all over their bones. Perhaps, given some time, mushrooms would even grow on them. All right, get all the night stones from the walls, gather the spoils and let's get out of here. Fang Hao called loudly. Chapter 261, Grey Bear Mountain Village. As directed by Fang Hao, the skeleton warriors removed the night stones from the cave walls and gradually retreated to the second level. They continued to gather all the decayed equipment on the second level, finally withdrawing to the first level where the cave entrance was located. The bodies of the one-eyed trolls still lay on the ground, the cave was pervaded with the heavy scent of blood. Dispose of the bodies and bundle them up to take back. The skeletons lifted the bodies of the trolls and piled them up outside the cave. The bone dragon bathed the bodies in its death breath, the flesh falling off and leaving a pile of white bones. Fang Hao's storage space was filled with weapons and equipment. A large part of the loot would need to be carried back by the bone dragon. All the spoils of war were packed carefully, and everyone climbed onto the dragon's back. The bone dragon flapped its wings and flew towards their territory. The bone dragon flew quickly. However, Fang Hao's gaze fell down below where he saw a fortress, as small as a matchbox. This was the stronghold of the Grey Bear. As a skeleton, he had been led to this place by the mercenaries. Fang Hao's eyes flickered, and he immediately formed a plan in his mind. With a gentle pat on the bone dragon's neck, it immediately changed direction. Folding its wings, it swooped down swiftly. Inside the Grey Bear fortress. In the leader's hall, Grey Bear was sitting in a chair with a grim face. Across from him was a robust man dressed in heavy armor. This man was the leader of another bandit camp, commonly referred to as the Spirit Wolf. The origin of this moniker was a story spread among the bandits. He was supposedly the emissary of the death god in the human realm, and anyone who regarded him as an enemy would suffer endless torture, even after death. Of course, Grey Bear didn't believe this. Bandits and robbers would all give themselves ferocious names just like his own Grey Bear, and rumors of his ability to transform into an enormous bear when angered. All of which was to terrorize the villagers and bandits in the mountains. You're full of shit. Who the hell told you that my forces are insufficient and that the fortress is indefensible? Grey Bear swore from his chair. Humph. Grey Bear, don't push your luck. I've generously proposed a marriage alliance. We can manage this fortress together. If I take over, you and the fortress will still belong to me, the man sullenly replied. The news of Grey Bear Fortress's ambush on the merchant fleets had already spread. All the bandits who had lost their footing due to the Lyss army's encirclement had their eyes on this fortress. In the past few days, spies from various bandit groups had shown up and were observing the situation in Grey Bear's territory. Take over? You. Grey Bear sneered disdainfully, but his heart was filled with apprehension. He was well aware of the situation in the fortress. In the event of a fight, his side was doomed to lose. But he couldn't bear to give up his fortress, especially not to the man in front of him. No matter how dire the situation, he couldn't bear losing to such a man. Boom! The man slammed his fist on the table and roared, I didn't come here for your opinion. I want to be the bandit leader of this area, the Wolf King. The man had his own ambition. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to combine all the scattered bandits and become the leader of all the bandits in the region. Startled by the man's sudden outburst, Grey Bear involuntarily reached for the weapon at her side. The man squinted at her, saying coldly, "This is your last chance, either agree or die here." Grey Bear noticed that the man's henchman was already close to the door outside. The moment she said no, that henchman would immediately charge out and order an attack. Grey Bear's gaze darkened. She felt tricked by this man. The newcomers she had taken into her fortress these past few days, they all must have been the man's embedded spies. They were here for these negotiations. Grey Bear's eyes flickered rapidly, "Damn you!" However, before she could finish, there was a sudden, fearful cry of chaos from outside. "It's a bone dragon! The undead are coming, hide!" The door was kicked open and a bandit stumbled in. "Boss, the undead are attacking us, we need to hide." Grey Bear and Dark Wolf shared a glance, hastily stepped outside, and saw massive bone dragons landing around the stronghold. Large undead soldiers perched on their backs. Their leather bags filled with white bones. What on earth was happening? The bone dragon's colossal white claw crushed the wooden fence of the stronghold. A dark-haired human swept his gaze over the bandits below, speaking in a chilly voice, "If you wish to live, bring out your leader." The hiding bandits' gazes simultaneously snapped to their leader's hall. Grey Bear swallowed, glancing at Dark Wolf next to him, "The stronghold is yours, you go." "Shit! Don't talk nonsense, they're looking for you." "Go on, we're all familiar with each other, you're a man, aren't you? Let me go." "Don't say that, we're not that close." Fang Hao's gaze fixed on the leader's hall in the middle, spotting Grey Bear hiding inside. He spoke coldly, "Grey Bear, do you wish to die?" As her name was spoken out loud, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped Grey Bear. It felt as though an unseen hand squeezed her heart mercilessly, making every beat a struggle. "Boss, ask him what he wants," a lackey on the side pulled Grey Bear's sleeve. Grey Bear jolted awake, forcefully suppressing the anxiety in her heart, asking, "Sir, what do you need me for? A week ago, you raided my convoy. How should we settle this matter?" Fang Hao stared straight at Grey Bear. The latter frowned, recalling the events of a week prior. No, the only fight a week ago was robbing a textile merchant, and they had lost more than half their men then. They hadn't had any engagement with the undead. "Sir, we haven't. I give you an opportunity, submit to me, and I will spare your lives." Fang Hao cut straight through Grey Bear's defenses. Grey Bear got the hint. Whether she robbed an undead convoy a week ago wasn't important anymore, the man in front of her had no intention of hearing her explanation. His goal was making her and her men submit to him. Grey Bear hesitated. This was different from bandits vying for control of the stronghold. The oppression brought by the undead was even stronger, the fear of death lingering in her. There were over 80 of them left. How many could break through the 10 bone dragons and the towering skeleton warriors on their backs? Probably very few. She glanced at the dark wolf next to her, who promptly avoided her gaze. Instead of letting the other bandits claim her stronghold, it would be better to bet on the undead. "Sir, my men and I are willing to submit to you. We hope you won't make things difficult for us." Grey Bear knelt on one knee, laying down her weapon on the ground. "Good." Fang Hao dismounted his bone dragon, with Angia and Dimitrija standing guard on either side. "Sign this, this place will serve as a transit station on the way to Lyss City. The safety of the caravans on this route will also be your responsibility." Fang Hao found a blank slave contract in the Book of Lords. Grey Bear looked at Fang Hao, then at Angia and Dimitrija. When her gaze landed on Dimitrija, she shrank back. It was indeed the same caravan from back then. She had a deep impression of this lizardman from their encounter in the mist. Bloody Iron Mercenary Corps, they've led her to her doom. "Yes, sir." Grey Bear quickly bit her fingertip and pressed it onto the slave contract. The contract's light enveloped Grey Bear, binding her actions with rules. Human Warrior Read, Current Loyalty, 65. Chapter 262, Rejuvenation Hot Spring. The Grey Bear's loyalty was only at 65 points, not high, but it was also normal. Those who were forcibly signed into a contract by force usually have a low initial loyalty and would increase gradually. There's nothing to worry about that. The Grey Bear's name is Reed, it's a rather neutral name. Perhaps the Grey Bear thinks a male name better suits its identity. At the same time, an option confirming a subsidiary village popped up in the Book of Lords. Grey Bear Stronghold becomes your affiliated village. Name the village here, control all resources in the village. Afterwards, Fang Hao didn't perform any additional operations, and closed the Book of Lords right away. Let's talk inside. Upon sitting down in the hall, Fang Hao's gaze fell upon the shadow wolf nearby. And you are? The shadow wolf, who felt like he was treated invisible, got nervous. He put on a flattering smile, but Grey Bear took the lead. He is the head of another camp, he wants to be the Wolf King here. Sweat the size of beans instantly appeared on Shadow Wolf's forehead. He explained awkwardly while laughing, "What Wolf King, sir, you can call me Puppy." "Just Puppy?" Fang Hao was a bit dumbfounded. Prefixes of heroes symbolize their strength and characteristics, so why are these mountain bandits giving themselves nicknames like Grey Bear and Puppy? Moreover, the nickname Puppy wasn't very powerful either. "Alright, you'll be managed by Grey Bear from now on and run this camp," Fang Hao said. "Ah? But I have other matters, sir." "What matters are more important than life?" Fang Hao took out a slave contract and handed it to Grey Bear. "Have him sign this slave contract." This contract was not signed under Fang Hao, but under Grey Bear's name. This would make it easier for her to manage this stronghold. "Grey Bear, how many people are under you?" 89 people. Grey Bear answered. This was the actual figure, not a number made up to scare other mountain bandits. "What about you, Puppy?" "Sir, I have more than 200 people." "Well, from now on you're no longer bandits and you're not allowed to rob passing merchant groups." "Ah? Then what are we supposed to do after this?" Grey Bear asked curiously. They didn't really have any other skills besides robbing. "You will develop as a normal village for now, I will give you tasks when the time comes," Fang Hao said. "Oh, alright sir. Also, if the matter of the undead is leaked out, don't blame me for being ruthless," Fang Hao reminded them coldly once again. The suffocating feeling of pressure enveloped the two again. "We'll definitely arrange it, the two quickly said. "Alright, hold on to this and I'll notify you when there's a task." Fang Hao handed a skeleton sparrow to the Grey Bear. The latter held the palm-sized bony little bird, not quite understanding the meaning of Fang Hao and was too afraid to ask. He could only subconsciously nod and agree. "Oh, alright. Okay, hold a meeting for everyone. This is no longer a stronghold, call it Grey Bear Village." "Alright, alright." Grey Bear called all the bandits together for a meeting, and Fang Hao took a stroll around the stronghold. The camps of the bandits and the mountain strongholds are often not well managed. After all, they never know when they might be surrounded by the army and abandon the stronghold altogether. But now it was different. The location of Grey Bear Village happened to be in between Lyss City and Fulay Fishing Village. It needed to be built, at least for now. Fang Hao came to the open space next to the leader's hall and opened the Book of Lords. He found the blueprint for the Tower of the Fallen. He chose to build it. A purple light emerged, gradually creating a towering tower. The Tower of the Fallen can enhance his God's presence skills. If there are blueprints nearby for the mountain fortress in the future, he doesn't need to go there personally. After building the Tower of the Fallen, Fang Hao continued to upgrade the city walls, set up defense towers and some defense measures. Half an hour passed, and what was once a wooden mountain range had become a small fortress. "Sir, I've explained it to them. No one will mention anything about the undead." Grey Bear came over. Fang Hao nodded, mounted the bone dragon again, and looked at Grey Bear. "Work hard, you don't want to be bandits forever, do you? Seize this opportunity and give yourself a new future." After speaking, he gently patted the neck of the bone dragon. The bone dragon flapped its wings and took off again, disappearing from sight with the rest of the bone dragons. Everyone in the mountain stronghold watched the sky in a daze. If the stronghold hadn't changed and the tower was still standing, they might have thought they had a dream. A dream where 3 people of different races came with the undead and took over the stronghold. The bone dragons didn't stop this time and returned straight to their territory. The bones of the giant troll were sent to the conversion site, and the pile of equipment was sent to the warehouse for the blacksmiths to select and either fix or melt down. Ira was preparing dinner. They'd troop hiding cave and hot springs. He didn't have a place in mind to construct the troop hiding cave yet, but the hot springs could be built. He could also enjoy a relaxing soak in it. Hot springs, bricks 800, stone slabs 300, regular well 1, red flame essence 2, Trace of Spring 1. Description: relaxing in the comfortable hot springs might help you unwind. After the well is used for construction, it will disappear and can be rebuilt. Rejuvenating hot springs, bricks 1000, stone slabs 500, rejuvenation spring well 1, red flame essence 3, essence of magic 2, trace of spring 1. Description: the rejuvenating hot springs built from a rejuvenation spring can restore spiritual power and enhance physical constitution when immersed. After the rejuvenation spring is used, it will disappear and can be rebuilt. There were two versions of the hot springs. One was the hot springs built on the basis of a regular well. The other was the rejuvenating hot springs built from a rejuvenation spring, possessing the effect of restoring spiritual power and enhancing physical constitution. Rejuvenation springs inherently had the effect of restoring spiritual power and enhancing physical constitution. But in the territory, only Fang Hao was willing to drink from it. Even the maids, including Angia, wouldn't drink from the rejuvenation spring because they were thirsty. Most of it was sold in the channel in exchange for some resources. If it was built into a rejuvenation hot springs, this issue could be resolved. Just by taking a bath, the original effect of the rejuvenation spring could be enhanced. Moreover, after being occupied by the hot springs, a new rejuvenation spring well could be built. Both would not be delayed. Fang Hao had enough materials. He asked the maids to scoop up all the rejuvenating spring water from the rejuvenation spring well at once and put it in containers. He proceeded to the garden behind the Lord's mansion, chose an open space, and chose to build the rejuvenation hot springs. The light flashed, and a hot spring slowly took shape. A pool was neatly paved with bricks. Light blue hot spring water slowly flowed out, casting an amber glow under the moonlight. Fang Hao, it's mealtime. Angia rushed over excitedly. Seeing the hot spring that suddenly appeared in the backyard, her eyes widened. Is it a fish pond? Chapter 263, Practicing Swimming. The hot spring pool spans roughly 20 square meters and although it does not bubble, it emits waves of heat. Whether the fishes can survive in it is uncertain, but it should make a delicious broth. After all, it's made from rejuvenation spring water, which has the taste of mother's milk. This is a hot spring. You can soak in it after dinner. It's not only good for your health, but also has beauty benefits. Fang Hao ruffled Angia's hair. Angia swat his hand away, remaining curious about the hot spring. I'm going to try it. She abruptly declared, ready to undress. Let's finish dinner first. Fang Hao once again deflected her curiosity. After dinner, Fang Hao inspected his stock of materials. He had ample resources to construct the rejuvenation hot spring. Enough for not just 1, but 10. He discussed the location with the female servants. They chattered away for a while before deciding on an empty place within the living quarters to set up the hot spring. He reminded them of the hot spring's benefits, encouraging them to soak often. The female servants had already started their physical training after taking their potions. The rejuvenation hot spring considerably assisted them by improving their physical constitutions. Nancy of the Rabbitman clan's loyalty to you increased by 5 points, current loyalty 98. Mommy of the Rabbitman clan's loyalty to you increased by 2 points, current loyalty 95. A member of the Foxman tribe's loyalty to you increased by 5 points, current loyalty 90. All the maids' loyalty increased considerably, practically all above 90. Those who had taken the potions were close to reaching a loyalty of 2. After attending to the rabbit maid's hot spring, Fang Hao sought out Dimitrija again. Sir, I would appreciate a private hot spring if possible. Dimitrija stood straight at his side. Although Fang Hao initially intended to separate the bath by gender, he didn't anticipate Dimitrija wanting a separate one. As Fang Hao's orange rank battle hero, such special treatment could be granted. All right, can it be built behind your dwelling? Dimitrija nodded. Dimitrija had a distinct residence. Despite the house not being as grand as the manor, it was separated from the maids' quarters. Both of them went behind Dimitrija's house where a stone brick hot spring emerged. Degree. Loyalty of your ancient blade Dimitrija increased by 2 points, current loyalty 2. Loyalty of your ancient blade Dimitrija reached 2 points, and will not be affected by any negative statuses such as deception or betrayal. Thank you, sir. Once again, Dimitrija expressed his gratitude. He took off his stiff armor, armed with his long sword, and walked in. Bringing a sword into the bath? Isn't there a risk of injuring himself? Without arguing more, Fang Hao turned to leave Dimitrija's abode. The moment he left, he heard the sounds of Ho, Ha and the swirling of sword energy assaulting the distance. Was he training? Confused by the customs of the lizardman, Fang Hao just shook his head. Once constructing the hot springs was finished, he went back to building the rejuvenation spring well, as he still had to sell rejuvenation spring water normally the next day. After managing everything, dusk fell. Everybody was enjoying the hot springs, so naturally, Fang Hao wanted to experience its effect too. The moon hung high as the night stone scattered a soft glow. Stripping off all of his clothes and donning a fur blanket, he stepped into the pool. The warm spring water immersed his body, filling him with comfort. It was as if every pore opened up, receiving healing from the rejuvenation spring water. Fang Hao felt a sense of transcendence. The long-time fatigue he had been feeling vanished in an instant. Indeed, hot springs have benefits for both body and mind. He leaned his body against the corner with his head resting on the edge of the pool, closing his eyes to rest. At this moment, he heard Angia's voice in the distance. "Hey! Ira, why are you coming out in those clothes? Ah! What's wrong, isn't this outfit nice to look at?" "It's not that, it just feels kind of strange." "Isn't that tight outfit uncomfortable?" "It's fine." As they continued talking, their voices got closer. With the back door opened, Ira and Angia walked in hand. Ira was dressed in a black bunny girl outfit, her cleavage appearing to burst through the split front, and her white legs exposed to view. Angia donned a sailor outfit, showcasing her athletic figure. "I knew it, you sneaked here for a soak on your own." Angia wore a knowing expression. "Master." Ira stood at the side of the pool, her face flushed. "Cough, cough." Fang Hao coughed lightly, saying, "Come in for a soak, I've had hot springs built for the other mates as well. Let's just soak together, the three of us." "Thank you, master." Ira thanked him and slowly entered the water. Angia, on the other hand, had already jumped in excitedly and made a splash in the pool. The pool was several meters wide, and Angia swam back and forth eagerly, continuously cheering and shouting. Ira sat opposite, her face was slightly flushed, and her eyes were discreetly cast towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao was also watching her. Under the moonlight, Ira was hazy and beautiful. "What made you decide to put on this outfit today?" Fang Hao asked softly. "I wanted to surprise you, master." As Ira stood up, she stepped out from the water. The spring water soaked her entire body, causing her bunny girl outfit to cling tightly to her figure, showing off her curves. Fang Hao sat at the bottom of the pool. Ira sat by his side, her body pressed closely against his. Bit by bit, her arm and thigh edged against Fang Hao's. Using the chat as a distraction, she slowly settled herself in Fang Hao's arms. After a foot gasp, her entire body flushed crimson in an instant. Hearing Ira's surprised cry, Angia looked back. "What are you doing in his arms?" "Nothing, I just fell over." "Oh, Fang Hao, can I practice swimming here?" Angia turned to ask Fang Hao again. "Yes, but you're only allowed to swim on your side." "Okay. Do you want to add some difficulty, like swimming in the fog?" "Sure." Fang Hao extended his hand, releasing the swirling mist, covering the entire hot spring area. The fog blocked the view, only the vague sound of Fang Hao's voice echoed. "Ira, do you want to learn to swim? I'll show you how to flutter your legs." "Yes, master." Under the brightly lit quiet moon, the sound of crashing waves echoed. The next day, early morning. As always, Fang Hao woke up on time. Yawning and rubbing his still groggy eyes. Another new day. Getting out of bed, he put on his clothes but noticed a message stored in the sound-transmitting shell on the bedside table. It was from the slave trader. He put the shell to his ear, and the somewhat greasy tone of the slave trader filled his ear. "Oh, my best friend, I haven't contacted you for a long time. This time, I brought some new slaves and will be staying at the Manam market for 2 days. I am sure that you will find a slave that satisfies you among them." The slave trader used the same old rhetoric every time, believing that Fang Hao always bought his slaves because of it, and always enjoyed doing it. After listening, he put the shell back down, got dressed, and immediately left the room. Chapter 264, The Slave Who Sold Himself. Ira was already preparing breakfast as he made his way down the stairs. The maids had also started their chores. "Good morning, master," the busy maids greeted. "Good morning," Fang Hao glanced toward the kitchen. "Make breakfast simple, Ira, I have to go out later." Yes, master. As Fang Hao came downstairs, he was also mulling over the information relayed from the slave trader. Upon careful consideration, he decided to make a trip to the mana market to observe the development of bronze bull, and also to increase the number of maids. The demand for maids was growing as businesses in Lyss City began to move forward. Local shop assistants could simply not compare to the efficiency and obedience of these maids. Soon, breakfast was served. Angia was woken up by Ira and brought downstairs, just as Dimitrija came in. After a quick meal, Fang Hao, with both of them on the bone dragon, headed straight for Torin City. Torin City was initially Zhongbin City, later shifted to the west by Fang Hao. It's now managed by Bronze Bull. Fang Hao then directly renamed it as Torin City. As the bone dragon landed, Bronze Bull with a few Torin guards approached to greet them. "My lord," Bronze Bull saluted, his bull's eyes looking curiously at Dimitrija. This is Dimitrija, a newly joined hero. Say hello to each other," Fang Hao introduced briefly. Both of them nodded in acknowledgement, considered as their greetings. Walking straight into the city lord's mansion, Fang Hao sat down and asked, "How's everything recently? Any difficulties?" "No, my lord, everything is going smoothly. The business in the mana market is also getting better. Many villages are coming here for trade," Bronze Bull replied. The mana market improved significantly compared to before. Bronze Bull also analyzed that a significant part of the reason was the accelerated construction in Manam. The roads were smooth, the market area was classified, food stalls were set up, and not just anyone could lay out a cloth anywhere to sell their goods. All these changes caught the eye of other villages. The fame of the Torin clan was rising, and more people were willing to do business here or exchange what they needed. Good, this is a positive sign. But it's just the beginning of the plan. I intend to turn Manam into a business city for the orcs, commented Fang Hao. Business city? Manam is already an orc market, how is it supposed to be constructed? Bronze Bull was a bit puzzled about Fang Hao's plan, but still, he didn't ask further. It's a good thing for him and his tribe if Fang Hao is willing to invest resources in the Manam market. Yes, my lord, Bronze Bull responded. Fang Hao thought for a while and continued, from now on, you'll manage Torin City. He opened the Book of Lords, looking for the city transfer function. Should Torin City be transformed from a subordinate city to an original city? After the transformation, the acting governor will not be able to use the functions of the City Lord's Book, including but not limited to recruitment, upgrading, production, etc., but the city's buildings and soldiers will be preserved. City transfer is something Fang Hao hasn't attempted. Gazelle Bull has been doing well, and there has been no new city lord found to take over this place, so he might as well give it to Bronze Bull. Transform. Transfer successful. You can here name the city lord's mansion can set up the deputy governor, and you can check the information of the governor in the Book of Lords at any time. Next, Fang Hao wrote Torin City in the city name field and Bronze Bull Teluk in the governor's field. Settings completed. Torin City. City level, level 5 original city. Attributes, tax plus 10%, Torin breed plus 5%, ranching plus 5%. Description, a city with attributes can bring all kinds of benefits, accelerating the city's construction and development. As the subordinate city became an original city, it also gained special attributes. The attributes should be based on the race of the appointed governor, not based on Fang Hao's faction. An original city can be upgraded. However, it cannot use the Book of City Lord. Simply put, if Fang Hao wants to upgrade, he needs to make a trip personally using the Book of Lords. If it's a regular subordinate city, the City Lord can use the Book of City Lord to upgrade. Thank you, my lord, Bronze Bull saluted again. He didn't understand exactly what Fang Hao has done, but he guessed it had to do with the same mysterious power as before. Let's go, let's take a look outside. Fang Hao stood up and headed outside. A group of heroes followed him into the city center, where they were received by a dense line of skeleton soldiers on both sides. Here were stationed 1,000,000 undead, acting as the first barrier, defending the east side of the main city. While on standby, these undead would stand still like terracotta warriors, rigid in rows. Even if there were white marks of bird droppings sticking to the helmets of 2 soldiers, they still did not move. Fang Hao thought for a while, then reopened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for the troop hiding cave. Level 1 troop hiding cave. Type, special building. Maximum capacity, 10,000. Construction requirements: wood 1,500, stones 3,200, iron 520, metal parts 80. Description: soldiers can be hidden here to achieve strategic objectives. He chose an almost suitable location and chose to build. A glowing illusion rose from the ground. After it dissipated, a stone stair leading underground appeared in front of several people. Fang Hao took out a piece of nightstone and went downstairs to take a look. It looked quite like a parking garage in the previous world. A level 1 troop hiding cave could accommodate 10,000 soldiers. Fang Hao attempted to upgrade the troop hiding cave. Level 2 troop hiding cave, maximum capacity 20,000. Level 3 troop hiding cave, 40,000. Level 4. Level 5 troop hiding cave, maximum capacity 100,000. When it reached level 5, the maximum capacity was already 100,000. After discussing with Bronze Bull, Fang Hao built 8 troop hiding caves under the training ground of Torin City, leaving behind the soldiers who continued to patrol, and the rest all went into the troop hiding caves to stand by. After dealing with matters regarding Bronze Bull, Fang Hao did not stay for long. Escorted by the Torin soldiers, Fang Hao and his party arrived at the Manam market in the afternoon. The orc market was as bustling as ever. Many orcs were shouting loudly to sell their goods. Seeing Fang Hao, a human, and a lizardman, they immediately came forward to peddle their goods. Fang Hao did not pay attention to these people and walked straight towards the warehouse where the slave traders usually stayed. Warehouse area. The slave trader held a hand of cards, cursing lightly, "Another crap hand, is it my damn luck stepping in dog shit, such bad luck." A pair of eyes started to scan around, intending to find an excuse to stop playing and avoid losing the last few coins he had. Searched for a reason, then saw a human walked in from the entrance. Slam! He threw away the cards he held, and shouted excitedly, "Oh, my godsend has arrived." Without any hesitation, he dipped his finger into his cup, smeared some liquor, tidied his fur, and strode toward Fang Hao. "Dear friend, welcome to your arrival." The slave trader rubbed his hands, his face full of joy. "Looks like you were playing cards, I hope I didn't interrupt your luck." Fang Hao kept walking and casually said, "Even the best luck can't stop me from entertaining my best friend." Fang Hao smiled, "Let's go, let's see your goods this time." "Yes, yes." The slave trader led the way ahead, and they quickly arrived in the warehouse. Just as they entered the warehouse, a Beast Clan girl was sitting on a wooden box eating an apple with her legs crossed. The sudden arrival of people startled her a little. She met eyes with the crowd, showing a slight embarrassment. "Should I go back into the cage?" After saying that, she crawled back into her cage, reached out through the bars, and snap! With a crisp sound, she locked the door. This series of operations made Fang Hao somewhat baffling. The beast girl was about 1.2 meters tall, like a young girl who hadn't grown up yet. Brown hair, a pair of beast ears. Unlike Angia, this girl's upper body was close to that of a human. Outside of her brown shorts, her bare legs were covered in soft fur. Her feet were bare, and her sharp fingertips were like beast claws. When sitting cross-legged, one could see the black pads under her feet. "She's a slave too?" Fang Hao asked. "Yes, she's a slave. She stopped us on the road and sold herself." Chapter 265, Blackfoot Tribe. Selling oneself to a slave trader, that's a first. "How about taking a look at the slaves I've brought this time?" the slave trader suggested. "Okay." The cover was pulled back, revealing 21 female rabbits and foxes in the cage. These slaves cower in the corner, peering timidly outside. "All right, I'll take them all," said Fang Hao. "Okay, I'll get the paperwork for you." The slave trader grinned with delight. He knew that as long as he brought female members of the Beast Clan, Fang Hao would definitely purchase them all. The cage opened, and the rabbit and fox people were led out, heads low, not daring to look forward. "All right, you don't have to be so downcast. You should be excited about having such a tall and handsome master." The slave trader spoke loudly, tossing a few flattering comments to Fang Hao. The slave contracts were handed over, and Fang Hao took them all. He was about to leave with these slaves. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from a cage nearby. Everyone looked over, only to see a member of the Beast Clan girl in the cage extending her small hand with long claws, unlocked the heavy lock with one poke. She bent down and crawled out of the cage, sidled up next to Angia, and looked at her closely. "You're Angia, I remember your hair color." Hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows, turning questioning eyes towards Angia. Angia was equally puzzled. "Do you know me?" "I'm Lori, we used to fight when we were kids." I've beat up too many people, I can't remember." Angia gave up trying to recall immediately. Lori's lip twitched. She shot a glance at Fang Hao and excitedly asked Angia. "You really went to a human city? Is there someone willing to take you in?" "No, it's not sheltering, it's joining." While the two were talking, Fang Hao walked over. When he got close, he saw the attributes of the Beast Clan girl. Beast Clan Warrior, Tier 9. It was hard to believe that this girl, who was only 3 feet tall, was at Tier 9. Just one more tier and she could undergo the hero's ordeal. "You two know each other?" Fang Hao asked. "No." "Yes." The two of them answered differently. "Do you need anything?" Fang Hao asked Lori. She didn't look like a slave, freely coming in and out of the cage like it was her own house. Lori eyed Fang Hao, then looked at Angia, and asked, "Are you a city lord?" "Sort of." Fang Hao replied. Lori's big eyes blinked rapidly, and she said, "Really? You took in Angia, so can our village attach to your city?" "Village?" "Yes, our village is migrating, and we need a reliable city to rely on," Lori said excitedly. "How many people are in your village?" "More than 2001 would say." "Joining me requires signing the slave contract, you'd better think it over." "Do we have to sign for everyone in the village?" "No need, just signing the village head or the clan leader will do," Fang Hao said. "If we attach ourselves to your city, will you provide us with security? And what do human villages do?" Lori continued to ask. It seems that Lori didn't have much resistance to the signing of the contract by Fang Hao. "Do you know how to farm?" We know a little." "What about breeding?" Someone in the village knows how." "What are your specialties?" "We are very good at hunting, we can catch lots of prey." "Ugh." Fang Hao looked at Lori's height of 3 feet. "What kind of hunting could you do? Catching rabbits?" Fang Hao thought about Lori's characteristics. It seemed that she was very good at lock-picking, and her small figure could play the part of a thief. But it seemed that he didn't really need a thief. However, this beastman girl named Lori had already reached Tier 9 and was about to be upgraded to undergo the hero's trial. There are many Beast Clan affiliated villages in the territory, so there was no harm in adding one more village. Fang Hao thought to himself, while Lori looked a bit nervous. She seemed to think that the human city lord was not very satisfied with her and her tribesmen. "My friend, do not underestimate them because of their sizes. In the Beast Clan, the Blackfoot Clan are excellent scouts." The slave trader chimed in at this time. He had his own understanding of the characteristics of all races. He also knew what points buyers would pay attention to. The Blackfoot Clan. Fang Hao looked at Lori's black beast feet. "Okay, if you are willing to join us, you can move your village here," Fang Hao said to the hopeful Lori. "Okay." Upon hearing this, Lori breathed a sigh of relief. "First, you sign a contract with me, and when the village comes, have your village leader sign another contract," Fang Hao said. Lori blinked her eyes, glanced at Angia who on her side, and nodded, "Okay, I trust my judgment." A slave contract was handed over, and Lori directly pressed her handprint on it. Everything was decided between Fang Hao and Lori, while the slave trader silently stood to the side. "Oh, how much for her?" Fang Hao asked. "We're friends, so you just need to pay her food for this period of time, no other fees needed," the slave trader said. "That doesn't seem right." "It's fine, 1 piece of Beostheid gold should be enough." Fang Hao took out a piece of Beostheid gold and paid the slave trader. Apparently, the slave trader was keen to get rid of Lori, who he couldn't control, as soon as possible. With the contract signed, Fang Hao could now view Lori's attributes. Lori, Tier 9. Faction, Beast Clan. Unique traits, Living Creature, Obstacle Avoidance, Cat Feet. Skills, Graceful Landing, Raise Sharp Claws, Hunt the Weak. Innate Skills, Intermediate Combat Mastery, Intermediate Stealth Mastery, Obstacle Avoidance, Small and Agile Body, good at avoiding obstacles, not easily affected by traps. Cat feet, can walk in narrow places without making sound. Graceful landing, when falling from a high place, it can reduce 50% of the impact. Raise sharp claws, can make the nails very sharp, increasing the attack power by 50% and climbing speed by 30%. Hunt the weak, deals 100% damage to enemies who are fleeing. Description: for a long time, the Blackfoot Cat tribe has changed the beast clans the concept that body size determines power. The Blackfoot Cat tribe, more like forest scouts or thieves than warriors. Skills like obstacle avoidance and cat feet give them excellent abilities for stealth and ambush. They can't necessarily beat a regular beastman in a head-on fight. Moreover, their own bodies are quite small to start with. After viewing Lowry's attributes, Fang Hao returned to Torin City with the slaves he had purchased. When Lowry saw the bronze bull address Fang Hao as the Lord, she realized that Fang Hao was more than just the lord of a city. The prosperous Mana market was only a part of Fang Hao's territory. This made Lowry excited, silently praising her own sharp eye for making a wise decision. Chapter 266. Bronze Bull prepared food for the newly purchased slaves. In their anxiousness, the slaves carefully ate their food, constantly observing their new master, as well as Bronze Bull and Angia. Bronze Bull was different from Angia. He held high prestige among the orcs. Since the new master had received Bronze Bull's approval, he wouldn't be too cruel, would he? That's what all the slaves were thinking. At the other end of the table, Fang Hao continued to look at Lowry curiously, asking, "When will your tribesmen arrive? Do I need to arrange for someone to pick them up?" The attributes of the Blackfoot Cat tribe were quite good. Making it an affiliated village would be a good decision. Sitting in the chair, swinging his legs back and forth, Lowry said, "Can I go and have a look at your territory first, to familiarize myself with the road?" Of course. Hao Fang signed the slave contract without worrying about his secrets being discovered. "How did you sell yourself to the slave traders?" Fang Hao continued to ask. The slave trader mentioned that Lowry had stopped the slave trading team and sold himself. "Aha! I planned to go to the human-like city, but I didn't know the way. I heard that these guys were going to sell slaves to humans, so I decided to follow them." Lowry seemed to have everything within his plans. Well, Fang Hao didn't probe further. This Lowry, his mind works just like Angia's. After all the rabbit girls and fox girls filled their stomachs, the large group began to return. When they saw the outline of the main city and the massive undead armies from afar. Historically, this scene happened again. The rabbit and fox girls either fainted or huddled together in fear. At this point, Lowry was on all fours, arching his back, his entire body's hair standing on end. He turned to jump out of the carriage. But as soon as his hind legs started to push, Angia grabbed his neck and firmly pressed him onto the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. The caravan directly passed through the undead army and entered the city. Ira came out with the maids to greet them, and seeing the faces of the terrified rabbit and fox girls at the back of the carriage, she also felt a bit used to the sight. "Okay, Ira, take them to familiarize themselves with the place, and tell them the rules of the territory." Fang Hao stepped off the carriage. "Yes, master." Ira replied with a smile. Ira was the head maid, and she would also be in charge of assigning jobs to the new maids. Meeting them beforehand also had its benefits. "What about me?" Lowry didn't know where to go. The slave contract had been signed, and he couldn't even run. "You can go and take a look at the territory as well," said Fang Hao. "Oh," Lowry jumped off the carriage and followed Ira and the others. Everyone dispersed, each busy with their own tasks. Fang Hao went back to his mansion, took a sip of fruit wine served by the maid, and started to recover from his journey. After resting for a while, he left the mansion again, preparing to go to the tailor and the goldsmith to check on their progress. On the way, a tall skeleton troll passed by. This skeleton troll had only one eye in the middle of his forehead. It must be the one-eyed troll that was transformed yesterday. Checking its attributes. Skeleton one-eyed troll, rank 7. Faction, Undead. Racial traits, Undead, hollow skeleton, weak to light, lack of vertical sense. Skills, fleshless body, multiple attacks, giant club. Innate abilities, intermediate mastery in combat, intermediate mastery in defense, advanced mastery in blunt weapons. Lack of vertical sense, perception -30%. Fleshless body, passive skill, physical damage taken reduced by 35%. Multiple heavy strikes, active skill, initiates 2 giant club strikes. Giant club, active skill, hits target, damage increased by 25%, causes knockback and knockdown effect on small targets. Note: skeleton soldiers transformed from corpses still retain the characteristics and attack methods of their past life. It turned out to be a rank 7 unit. Fang Hao further investigated a few other transformed one-eyed trolls. They were all rank 5 except for this one who was rank 7. It seemed that among the one-eyed trolls that his party had killed, there was a minor leader. It's just that I didn't pay attention at the time and killed it without realizing it. There's not much to say about the properties of the skeleton Cyclops troll. The skills mentioned the giant club, which implies blunt mastery, hinting to equip it with a wolf fang club weapon. One of the racial characteristics noted an absence of intuition, with target perception decreasing by 30%. This didn't make much sense. After all, it had become undead and had hollow eyes. A lack of perception reducing by 30% seemed unjustifiable. But the properties were generated this way, and there was nothing he could do about it. After reading the properties of the skeleton Cyclops troll, Fang Hao continued on to the tailor to chat for a while. By the time he returned to the mansion, Ira also came back bringing along a group of new maids. The worries on her face seemed much less, but her gaze towards Fang Hao was still evasive. "Master, should I prepare dinner?" Ira asked. "Yes, have their rooms been sorted out?" "Everything has been arranged, and we have enough rooms," Ira answered. "Then go prepare the dinner, let them get used to the surroundings today, and we'll arrange work for them tomorrow." "Yes, master." Ira went to prepare dinner, while the new maids were ushered to warehouse to get their supplies. From now on they would live here. In the mansion's main hall, Lowry was holding a cup filled with fruit wine, taking a careful sip. He asked, "You won't really turn us into skeletons, will you?" "If you'd like to become a skeleton, I can make that happen," Fang Hao replied. "No, no thanks." Lowry quickly shook his head and continued, "If my tribe comes here, will you make things difficult for them?" His own fate was sealed after signing the contract. If this wasn't a right decision, he wouldn't bring his tribe here. "As long as they follow the rules within my territory, I won't make things difficult for you, and you will get support and protection," Fang Hao answered. "Just like the chieftain Bronze Bull. The Bronze Bull tribe is just one among many. In my territory, nearly 200 orc tribes need to obey the rules here." To this point, his territory was no longer the little village it was initially. It now included the orc tribes in the Frost Mountain range, with the count exceeding 200. "Oh, then I need to consider," Lowry was still a bit cautious. "You can live here for a few days to get used to it." "Oh, thank you," Lowry gave thanks. It seemed that Fang Hao was not as domineering as he had expected. Clip-clop, clip-clop. While the two were chatting, a rush of hoofbeats sounded outside the door. Then, a heavy infantry soldier led a man with a sack over his head inside. He stepped forward and stated, "Master, this man claims to be from Rose Tavern and requests to see you. General Terry has sent him here." Terry and his heavy infantry were stationed at the fortress on the southern side of the main city. This bartender had gone to the fortress today, specifically stating he had urgent news for Fang Hao. Concerned that it might be something critical, Terry dispatched his men to escort him here. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he had been brought in with a thick sack over his head, like a captured enemy. "Take off his hood, let me ask him," Fang Hao ordered. The heavy infantry pulled off the sack, revealing a red-faced bartender. The sack was removed. The bartender could now see his surroundings. The wide, illuminated hall, the shining nightstone chandelier, and the heavy, graceful silk curtains. The bartender blinked his eyes to bring his vision into focus. There were orcs and lizardmen stationed on both sides of the hall. To the side, a maid in a black and white dress was cleaning up. What's going on? Was he brought to the royal palace? Not busy at the tavern today. The bartender followed the voice upward, seeing a familiar face smiling at him from the throne atop the stairs. It's Fang Hao. Yes, he was here to find Fang Hao. Fang Hao, my sister has been kidnapped. She said only you could save her. Chapter 267, The Transferred Villagers. The tavern keeper shouted, reflexively stepping forward. The heroes fixed him with a cold stare and he immediately stepped back. This place looked even more luxurious than the city lord's manor in Pruel City, which intensified the awe in the tavern keeper's heart. Even a fool could tell that Fang Hao was not the ordinary rich second generation they had imagined. Fang Hao sat on the bone throne, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He had invited the tavern's proprietress to assist him, but she had refused each time. Entrusting the tavern keeper to seek help now seemed out of character for her. What happened? Talk me through it in detail. Fang Hao asked. He was quite familiar with the proprietress who had previously provided him with a lot of intelligence. While Fang Hao would help wherever possible, what he would help with depended on the circumstances. This is the situation. Bernard came to the pub with his men this morning and took the boss away, accusing her of theft. We waited until dusk and the boss sent a message via a courier, mentioning the cultists and asked us to find you. The tavern keeper took out a crumpled piece of paper from his clothes as he spoke. The maid took the note and handed it over. The writing on it was tiny, comprising of just 2 simple sentences. We are under the control of the cultists, go find Fang Hao. Point 1. Cultists? Upon mention of cultists, Fang Hao thought of the pale-skinned man with the massive hood. Who is Bernard? Are you guys stealing stuff? Fang Hao asked again. He found Bernard's name familiar, but couldn't remember at the moment. Bernard is the son of the former Minister of Domestic Affairs. Our pub cherishes its reputation and we would never steal. It's clearly a pretext Bernard is using. The tavern keeper said furiously. Upon hearing that Bernard was the son of the Minister of Domestic Affairs, Fang Hao realized who he was. The pimpled man, Angia had beaten up before, who was locked up by City Lord Cyril, was now presumably released. Now that Bernard has captured the proprietress, it could be because she had provided Fang Hao with a lot of information and he was venting his anger on her. What about the cultists? Why are they being mentioned? Fang Hao continued. The term cultists was a nickname the proprietress coined for the pale-skinned people, because wearing a hood in broad daylight made them look like cultists. In recent days, many hooded people have appeared in the city. When Bernard arrested her, there were a few of them present. The proprietress named them cultists. The tavern keeper continued. Fang Hao didn't speak, but he made his conclusion. It seemed that Cyril has chosen the wrong path. The Blood Clan obviously had some form of collaboration with Pruel City, openly appearing before the residents, having been clearly recognized by City Lord Cyril. The Blood Clan had been targeting Fang Hao. Even if this didn't involve the tavern, he would have investigated upon hearing the news. He needed to see what the Blood Clan and Cyril were up to. What do you hope I would do to rescue her? Fang Hao asked. I don't know. The tavern keeper shook his head in bewilderment. So where have they kept your boss? They didn't keep her in the city. After the city gates closed at dusk, they escorted her away, headed southeast. They took her away. Yes, I followed them for a while before I came here. The tavern keeper continued. It took an hour to reach the fortress from Pruel City. And another significant amount of time to get here from the fortress. If the delay continued, they might go somewhere where they could not be found. Go call the Blood Hunter. Fang Hao instructed a maid. Yes, master, the maid ran off. Do you have guts? Fang Hao looked at the tavern keeper again. Thinking that he was going to be asked to do something dangerous, he hurriedly shook his head. No, not much. Then put on the sack. Oh. The tavern keeper, not quite understanding, put the sack over his head anyway. Before long, the skeletal hero Blood Hunter walked in. With his large bat wings folded, he strode forward and said, "My lord, you were looking for me." The innkeeper, bag still over his head, stood helplessly in the middle of the hall as the Blood Hunter walked past him. Through the loose gap of the bag, he could see a pair of iron boots walk by, and above the boots at the bare ankle was chilling white bone. His heart shivered, his body trembling violently. What is going on? How many races has Fang Hao gathered here? Lizardmen are one thing, but why are there undead too? Fang Hao looked at the Blood Hunter and said, "Blood Hunter, I need you to investigate a group of people. They departed from Pruel City and headed southeast. I suspect they are heading towards the Blood Clan's Crescent Heights. Check it out for me." "Yes, my lord." The Blood Hunter didn't waste words. Upon receiving the order, he turned around and left. He left the lord's mansion, mounted the bone dragon and flew southeast. After giving instructions, Fang Hao again turned to Lori, who was shaking his legs and enjoying the show, and said, "Lori, I have a task for you. If you complete it well, I'll build a house just for you." Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Lonnie's eyes lit up. All right. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords map and pointed it out to Lori. This is Pruel City. Go and find out for me what the city lord is up to. All right. Lori agreed immediately. The heavy infantry soldier left with the innkeeper and Lori, while Fang Hao began to mobilize his forces, waiting for their reports. Southeast of Pruel City, on a flat open space, a group of 500 people huddled together for a short rest. This group, composed of villagers and lower-class residents, was the first batch of human residents to be relocated from Pruel City. Cyril had struck a deal with the Blood Clan. They would gradually move the residents to Crescent Heights to become subjects under the rule of the Blood Clan. These villagers lived in remote areas or were thieves and criminals arrested under various charges. Even if they suddenly disappeared, it would be hard for others to notice. When night fell and the masked guardians removed their hoods to reveal crimson eyes, the people realized something was wrong, but it was all too late. But now they could do nothing but hope for a miracle. On the side, 2 men were sitting. The older, middle-aged man was thin, his eyes emitting the same red light as the Blood Clan, while the younger man looked no different from a human, his brows revealing a hint of ruthlessness, occasionally scratching a pimple on his face irritably. These were the former Minister of Internal Affairs of Pruel City and his son, Bernard. Father, I also want to become a Blood Clan member, then I can have power, Bernard said. He was somewhat envious that his father had become a Blood Clan member. The minister, his gaunt face rather serious, replied, the business in Pruel City still needs you. Wait until you're old, around my age, then you can become a member of the Blood Clan. According to City Lord Cyril, once transformed into a Blood Clan member, they couldn't appear in the city. After considering his father's words, Bernard decided he was right and didn't push the topic. That brat Fang Hao closed shop today. Otherwise, I would capture all his bunny girls and torment them. Bernard was fuming, slapping his thigh in anger. Don't rush. Even Cyril is wary of Fang Hao's strength. Our priority is handle the Blood Clan's affairs well. A chance will come to deal with that brat. The former minister spoke calmly, his eyes still focused on the front. You're right, father. Bernard agreed before cursing again. It must have been that bitch from the bar who told Fang Hao something. That's why he took his people and left. Damn, I'm going to teach that bitch a lesson. After he finished speaking, Bernard stood up and headed towards the group in the back. The former minister didn't try to stop him. The lives of these people who were being taken away weren't significant anymore. They were to be gifts for the Blood Clan, their lives and deaths already decided. Bernard found a resting woman in the crowd. He kicked her down and started tearing off her clothes amid her screams. Slap! Bernard slapped the woman across the face and growled, Shut up, you bitch! Scream one more time, and I'll kill you. The woman stopped struggling, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said, Not here, let's go somewhere else. Ha ha ha, all right. Victorious laughter ringing out, Bernard dragged the woman towards a nearby bush. Chapter 268, The Plan of Pruel City. The villagers on the side wanted to stop him, but after the faint-blooded one bared his fangs, they helplessly crouched back down. Now everyone was like a lamb, no one could guarantee whether they would be the next to die. The woman was roughly dragged into the nearby woods. She did not resist but stumbled behind Bernard. Having walked all the way from Pruel City up until this point, her legs were numb and her feet were throbbing in pain. But she dared not stop. Those who could not move or slowed down, had already died tragically on the road. In full view of everyone, their throats were torn open by fangs, their bodies were thrown on the wagons, and the journey continued. She didn't know where she was going, nor did she understand why they would be carrying the bodies after killing them. She had heard the conversation between father and son just now, and knew she was the target of Bernard's displaced anger. The woman stumbled along, being dragged towards the woods. The woods were dark. She knew what was about to happen, and also knew that next would be her only chance of escape. If she didn't seize this opportunity, there would never be another chance to escape. About 5 or 6 meters from the camp, Bernard stopped. He forcefully pushed her forward. What are you going to do next? No one will say anything if I kill you. Bernard sneered. Just like a hunter playing with his prey, allowing the prey to try to please himself before killing. The woman's eyes quickly changed and she unpinned her hair, actively took off her upper clothes to reveal her voluptuous body. Bernard stood by and watched with an ever-deepening smile on his face. The feeling of power was just too good, even better than when he was in Pruel City. Bernard pushed her to the ground, pinned her under himself. Ha ha ha, let me see what taste you have. The woman didn't speak, wrapping her arms around Bernard's neck. Excitement made Bernard pant. The Rose of the civilian area was the dream lover of many drunks. Now wasn't she also a plaything, wantonly trying to please him? As Bernard caressed the smooth thighs, lifted up the long skirt and was about to go further. Suddenly, a trace of pain came from the back of his neck. Then, hot blood trickled down his neck, dripping onto the breasts of the woman beneath him. Bernard frowned and touched his neck. He felt a steel nail had penetrated his neck. Bernard realized something, and fear began to appear in his eyes. He wasn't a member of the Blood Clan yet, such an injury was enough to cost him his life. Exhausting his strength, Bernard pushed away the woman wrapped around him and turned to run towards his father. He still had a chance, as long as he got back to his father, the Blood Clan would surely have a way to heal him. Just as Bernard was about to turn and leave. How could the woman let go of this chance? Like a crazed panther, she pounced on Bernard, knocking him down. Her left hand tightly clasped his jaw, and with her other hand she pulled out the steel nail from his neck, stabbing it repeatedly into his throat. Squelch, squelch, squelch. As more and more blood spurted out, Bernard struggled weakly and then became motionless. The woman collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of energy. Even from this distance, the smell of blood caught the attention of the Blood Clan up ahead. They started calling out Bernard's name and walking towards them. The woman was tired. Watching the Blood Clan get closer, she revealed a smile. Dying along with Bernard, it seemed worth it. She closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. She could only hope that death wouldn't be too painful. Just as death approached and the Blood Clan bared their fangs at her. Whoosh! Thud! Suddenly, the sound of an object piercing the air came from above. A red dot of light, accompanied by a long tail flame, exploded in the sky above the campsite. The fiery orange glow illuminated the entire area. It was a signal flare, a device passed down from the dwarfs, practical and easy to make. Just as everyone was looking up at the sky in confusion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Immediately, the sound of tearing through the air resonated as giant wings blotted out the sky, crossing overhead. Skeletons of the undead leapt down from the winged creatures, dueling with the Blood Clan, whose eyes glowed an eerie red. Clip clop clip clop clip clop. From behind the woman came the sound of trotting horse hooves. A human clan knight appeared first, decapitating a fanged member of the Blood Clan as he passed. Following him were more human clan knights, their backs bearing giant swords. Although she didn't recognize these individuals, their armor and giant swords reminded her of the warriors Fang Hao left behind at the hot pot restaurant. Did Fang Hao arrive? The battle ended in just 10 minutes. The skeleton warriors quickly evacuated the battlefield, and the heavy sword infantry entered immediately afterward. Everyone, please don't panic. We are humans, here to rescue you. Let's take a head count now, and everyone can go home soon, they shouted in unison, ensuring every human present could hear them clearly. When everyone had quieted down and panic subsided, the infantry began counting the number of people and made the final adjustments. Lad, are you with Miss Angia? An old man asked, seeming to recognize one of the heavy sword infantrymen. The infantryman looked at the elderly man, asking curiously, do you know me, old man? When a creature disturbed the well in our village last time, you were here. I remember, the old man replied. Ah, it's you, old man. Don't worry, our Lord knows about this incident. You all can return home and resume your peaceful lives, the infantryman continued. Oh, thank you, the elderly man thanked them. No problem. The elderly man re-entered the crowd, the remaining people immediately gathered around to ask about the situation. Don't worry. I know these people. They were the ones who got rid of the monster in our village last time. Everything will be all right, the elderly man reassured everyone. With someone who had recognized the party, everyone's panic was significantly alleviated. No one asked about the undead incident. Instead, everyone gathered their strength preparing to move on. After a while, the infantryman shouted again, all right, follow me back now. The smell of blood here could easily attract other vampires. At the mention of vampires, everyone's tension rose once again. Helping each other up, they started following the group back from where they came. At this moment, the landlady came out from the forest, donning clothes pulled off Bernard, stained entirely with blood. She followed the group, starting their return journey. Meanwhile, in Pruel City, inside the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Cyril sat in his seat. By his side sat a middle-aged man in a neatly tailored suit. Below them, both sides were filled with dignitaries and wealthy merchants from all over the city. As I've described, Mr. Fielding will be in charge of this operation. As long as you agree to this plan, you will have the opportunity to become a member of the Blood Clan and attain eternal life, City Lord Cyril spoke softly. He chose to cooperate with the Blood Clan, but Pruel City couldn't openly betray the human clan. That would lead to war, and he wouldn't benefit from it. Therefore, he needed some supporters to help him complete this plan while maintaining a human identity on the surface. When they retire behind the scenes, they can transform into the Blood Clan, escaping death and disease. This plan was very tempting. The people present, who had enjoyed an affluent life, were troubled by the shortness of life. At this moment, Cyril could act as a mediator, allowing them to become part of the Blood Clan when they grew old, stirring everyone's interest. All right, since City Lord Cyril leads the way, I'm willing to join this plan, a voice finally broke the silence. Chapter 269, Federation Agreement. All right, I agree too. A voice chimed in, quickly followed by a chorus of agreements from the others present. Those in agreement had already taken over half the room. The people sitting here were all smart. Once Cyril had voiced his plans, he'd already made all the necessary preparations. There was no room for disagreement. Those who disagreed would probably not even make it out of this room alive. Mr. Fielding, do you have anything to add? Cyril turned to the Blood Clan member, Fielding, beside him. Fielding sat by the City Lord, the implications clear to everyone in the room. In the future, Cyril would only hold the title of City Lord of Pruel City. Significant decisions would follow the will of the Blood Clan. Under the candlelight, Fielding's skin was terrifyingly pale. With a slight smile, exposing his fangs, he said, "Distribute the sacred blood to everyone. This is a reward from the Duke to all of you. You will not become Blood Clan, but you can possess some of their power." A young man emerged from the backstage, holding a golden goblet filled with red liquid. The appearance of the young man immediately drew everyone's attention. They recognized him, the gravely ill son of City Lord Cyril. He was completely recovered now, generously distributing the liquid from his goblet to all present, with a smile on his face. "The sacred blood gifted me the power to reincarnate. It feels excellent. You all should be grateful to my father, and to Mr. Fielding," said the young man. The people in the room nodded in agreement, even though the eerie undertone of the young man's grin sent chills down their spines. People held their goblets, the scent of blood brimming from them. "What's wrong, everyone? The City Lord has prepared a banquet for you all." Fielding smiled, looking at the crowd. This blood wouldn't turn people into Blood Clan, but it was a perfect way to control them. Once consumed, it would gradually transform them into pale bloods, inciting severe addiction. After drinking it, they would develop a dependency. This was why the Blood Clan never worried about pale bloods running away or betraying them. Urged on by Fielding, everyone drank the blood wine from their hands. The blood-red liquid slid down their throats, inundating their bodies with agonizingly potent energy. Drinkers covered their throats, issuing painful screams. The cries of anguish continued for several minutes. Eventually, people staggered back to their feet. The liquid that previously smelled strongly of blood now tasted sweet, with some even licking the residue from their goblets. "Ha ha ha!" Fielding laughed uproariously. What he saw before him was eerily similar to a past event. On a similar night, the City Lord had gathered all the nobles in the city to drink this liquid. He remembered how he had lost his voice for several days after the initial scream before gradually recovering. However, these people had only transitioned into pale bloods, they had not genuinely become Blood Clan. "Mr. Fielding, what's next?" Cyril asked calmly. "We should celebrate the eternal life that all of you will soon have," Fielding responded. "All right, let's go, everyone. The banquet is ready." Cyril stood and headed towards the dining room. The rest of the people, having lost their initial fear, felt empowered and satisfied. They followed Cyril towards the dining room. Simultaneously, a skeletal bird fluttered its wings on a narrow vertical window, quietly departing. In a secret forest outside Pruel City, Fang Hao had deactivated his God's Presence mode and set up. After stepping out of his tent, he found an undead army fully equipped and ready for battle. They had been stationed there for over an hour, waiting for Fang Hao to awaken and give orders. Sir, Lowry has returned with a large bundle of things. Dmitrija had been guarding the tent the whole time. Fang Hao had sent Lowry to investigate the city lord, which was essentially giving her a task. He had the power to raise Pruel City, whether they had evidence or not was no longer important. As long as he was sure that Cyril posed a threat to him, he had the power to eliminate him. Where is she? Over there. Dmitrija pointed. Fang Hao nodded and headed in the direction of Lowry, with Dmitrija following closely behind, providing close protection. From a distance, he saw Lowry and Angia browsing through something. In front of them, a ridiculously large bundle. There's nothing valuable here, Angia commented. What are you talking about? This isn't worth anything. Lowry retorted. How much can this be worth? Have you seen anything of real value? You're just too demanding. Fang Hao walked up to them and asked, Lowry, did you find anything? Ah! Lowry exclaimed, as if shocked. All her fur stood up, only when she realized it was Fang Hao did she slap her chest in relief. Truth be told, with the undead army all around, she was understandably nervous. Yes. Lowry dumped everything from the bundle to the ground with a clatter. I went to the city lord's study and bedroom and brought everything back. Fang Hao surveyed the scattered items. For a moment, he thought that she had emptied Cyril's home. He picked out a few items from the assortment. There was nothing related to the Blood Clan, but a file caught Fang Hao's attention. 100 Cities Federation Agreement. The topic of the Human Federation was not new to Fang Hao, and he was quite curious. Opening the file, he began reading intently. After a thorough reading, he gained some understanding of the federal system of the humans. The human city-states are established by means of contract. According to these contracts, city-states in a region would form a powerful alliance to jointly resist the harm of foreign races to humans. It was this federal structure that gave humans some say here. Those who agree to become members of the Federation sign this contract, proving their identity and agreeing to the laws set by the Federation. Reading the line stating that the federal system won't intervene in changing city lords, Fang Hao smiled. This meant that once Fang Hao seized the city, as long as he elected a city lord according to the Federation's regulations, the Federation wouldn't interfere with Pruel City's affairs. That was good news, saving him a lot of potential trouble later on. How was it? Was it helpful? Lowry, crouching on one side, asked hopefully. Pretty good, Fang Hao replied. My house. You can build one. Yay! Thank you. Lowry cheered. Lowry's loyalty to you increases by 5 points, current loyalty is 75. Lowry's loyalty rose by 5 points, a significant increase. Fang Hao gave a faint smile, then stood up and said to Dmitrija and Angia, get ready. Tonight, we will capture Pruel City. Their eyes lit up instantly. Fang Hao was finally taking action on Pruel City. Chapter 270, Chapter 264, Do you think I'm here as a guest? The night in Pruel City was unusually quiet. Apart from the scattered starlight in the sky, the entire city was almost entirely in darkness. On the city walls were a few sporadic torches, but there were few guards to be seen. In the quiet night, the bone dragon transported some directly inside the city walls. Angia and Lowry killed the guards and directly opened the tightly shut city gate. A flood of undead poured into the city, prowling through the dark streets, rushing in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, the banquet went on. They were discussing future development, thinking about what pretext they could use to better transport the lower-class residents to Crescent Heights. The city of Pruel belongs to the outer edges of the Federation. Even if something happened here, as long as the city lord didn't report it, the Federation would hardly notice anything. As long as everyone was careful, concealing things for a few years would not be a difficult task. This was the reason why Cyril and the Blood Clan dared to take risks. Haha, we will have to rely on Mr. Fielding's assistance in the future. Cyril began. Fielding smiled slightly and nodded gently. Just as everyone was toasting and flattering each other. Excited cries and shouts of killing came from outside the door. Boom! The banquet hall's door was forcibly pushed open, and a large number of guards and pale-blooded individuals retreated back into the room in disorder. City Lord, the undead have invaded. A guard cried out loud. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A hail of arrows poured in from outside the door. Some guards were struck by arrows and died on the spot. Cyril's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face instantly turned cold. Turning over the long table, he and the others hid behind it, defending themselves against the arrow attack. "Who's the intruder?" Cyril asked the guard who had just fled into the room. "They're undead, a lot of undead." The guard's face was as white as a sheet, he was still in shock. From inside the room, the situation outside was not visible. Only countless arrows came pouring in, through the windows and front door. "Undead?" Upon hearing the word undead, Cyril looked toward Fielding. As the Blood Clan had the ability to control the undead, he naturally thought of them. Fielding's brow was also furrowed as he asked the Pale Bloods who had just escaped. "What's going on?" The Pale Blood responded, "Sir, skeleton undead, a lot of skeleton undead." Upon mentioning skeletons, Fielding thought of the undead territory to the north. Had they received some news and deliberately come to attack here? What a coincidence! "City Lord Cyril, these are skeleton undead, not associated with the Blood Clan. We should think about how to deal with them rather than anything else." "All right." During their conversation, another batch of guards were struck by arrows and died. Blood flowed like a creek as the people who had drunk the blood of the Blood Clan started to have red eyes, salivating at the sight of blood. The arrow attacks continued for half an hour. The entire banquet hall was filled with arrows, bodies shielded by arrow shafts littered the ground. "Cease fire!" Suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the door. Cyril frowned, trying to recall where he had heard that voice before. As the arrows from outside ceased, a mass array of undead soldiers surged into the hall, surrounding the group hiding behind the center table. The faces of Cyril and everyone else instantly turned pale. Confronted with this unequal military force, no strategy could change anything. Thud thud thud. Footsteps rang out, the undead before them made a path. A young man with black hair, accompanied by a beast-eared girl and a lizardman, appeared before them. "City Lord Cyril, how come you didn't invite me to your banquet? I love a lively scene." Fang Hao said with a smile. "Fang Hao," said Cyril, his face turning colder, followed by a loud questioning, "you dare to collude with the undead and attack human cities?" Dimitrija placed a wooden chair behind Fang Hao. Fang Hao sat down, looking directly at Cyril. "Colluding with the undead is better than you colluding with the Blood Clan and selling out your citizens, isn't it?" "This." Everyone present changed their expressions instantly. They had only learned about the Blood Clan's plan tonight, after hearing Cyril's explanation. How did Fang Hao know? And he spoke with such confidence. "What nonsense are you talking about? The Blood Clan?" Cyril maintained a consistent expression. Fang Hao turned towards another direction, a tall man with pale, sallow skin. "Dusk Banqueter, 10th Order. What do you say, Mr. Fielding?" Fielding revealed a slight smile. "I assume you must be the lord of the northern undead territory. I didn't expect you to be human." Fielding was calm as if he was complimenting a noble. "Mr. Fielding is indeed clever." Fang Hao didn't deny anything and continued asking, "I'm curious, what price did you pay to persuade a human city lord to join you?" The hall suddenly fell silent. Most of the gazes fell on a young man standing next to Cyril. The young man's appearance was much like Cyril's. Considering his gaunt appearance as if recovering from a major illness, Fang Hao instantly understood. The innkeeper had once mentioned that Cyril's son was critically ill and feared to not live for many years. A great father, but an incompetent city lord, hey? "Cyril, your story could be written into a novel. Maybe someone would like to read it." Fang Hao continued to speak. Despite Fang Hao's sarcasm, Cyril did not exhibit any anger. He had foreseen the criticism when he made this choice. Even the people below might be cursing him for betraying his duty as a city lord for his son. "Fang Hao, this has nothing to do with you. Pruel City is mine, it belongs to the humans. Please leave." Cyril spoke again. "Do you think I brought so many people here just to be a guest?" Fang Hao sneered. Cyril attempted to speak several times but was at a loss for words. Fielding, the Dusk Banqueter, was constantly thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Seeing the two silent, he took the opportunity to speak softly, "Mr. Fang Hao, it seems we have misunderstood each other. We mistakenly regarded you as our enemy. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, I hope your territory and Crescent Heights can maintain peace." Playing the role of a merchant within the Blood Clan, Fielding was both cerebrally sharp and articulate. Considering the present situation, he gave an appropriate response. He didn't want to die here. "Indeed, I did kill Giovanni," Fang Hao declared. "What? Fielding frowned deeply. A second later, he got over his surprise. The matter of Crescent Heights was known to Fang Hao, as were all the other things that occurred due to the investigation into Giovanni. His opponent knew everything, he wasn't going to survive. Fielding's eyes slightly wavered. Asking for peace was no longer a possibility. The only hope left was to capture Fang Hao and use this human as a chip to secure his escape. After a quick exchange with Cyril, the latter gave a slight nod. Kill. With a cold hum, Fielding pushed off the table with two hands. His body instantly pounced towards Fang Hao. Meanwhile, Cyril picked up a dead guard's long sword and shouted, "Break out!" Everyone counterattacked towards the direction of the main door. Thud. Dimitrich's long sword pierced through Fielding's mouth, exiting from the back of his head, and pinned him to the overturned table. The remaining individuals engaged in a melee with the undead. The scene was filled with chaos, blood flowed on the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air. The battle had no suspense. When Cyril and others died, the room fell silent again. Clean up the battlefield. Angia, go and bring Tevek here. Fang Hao commanded softly. The deep night set in. Everyone in line with Fang Hao's instructions, tied the loose ends. Fang Hao went directly to the city lord's great hall. The moment his bottom touched the city lord's throne, the system prompt appeared again. Pruel City has now become your affiliated city. You may rename the city here and control all resources of the tribes and villages. Chapter 271, Supporting the City Lord. The appearance of the system prompt confirmed that Pruel City had become a subsidiary city of Fang Hao. He had thought of many possibilities, but he never expected to occupy this human city in this way. He also didn't expect Cyril to swear allegiance to the Blood Clan, treating its residents as livestock and offering them as gifts to the Blood Clan. In short, Pruel City is now his. He doesn't plan to change the name, at least it's not the time to change it at the moment. Pruel City. City level, Grade 5 Original City. Properties, food production plus 30%, textile plus 5%, human proliferation and IO%. Description: a city with properties can bring various different buff effects, accelerating the city's construction and development. Pruel City is only level 5, and the increase in properties is not particularly remarkable. Unlocked Blueprint, Factory Construction Blueprint, Infantry Training Camp Construction Blueprint, Human Clan, Archery Range Construction Blueprint, Human Clan, Cavalry Training Camp Construction Blueprint, Human Clan, Blacksmith Shop Construction Blueprint, Human Clan, Tailor Shop Construction Blueprint, Human Clan. A lot of blueprints have been unlocked. Aside from the Textiles Factory Blueprint, Fang Hao had already obtained the others a long time ago. The difference was in the limit of the race. After giving these blueprints and their permissions to Zhang Bin and Fu Lei, they can start constructing the corresponding buildings. Textile Factory. Category: Building. Ability: Textile and IO%, Material Saving plus 5%. Description: Building a standard factory will facilitate the processing and manufacturing of the textile raw materials. Construction materials required: 2,200 wood, 4,500 stone, 1,200 hardwood, 880 stone brick, 200 iron, 120 metal parts. Tevek had a textile factory and had even taken Fang Hao to visit it before. He previously thought it was a large-scale factory constructed casually and didn't expect it to have its blueprint and attribute enhancements. As Fang Hao was analyzing the blueprint, the scene was also cleaned up, with the bodies of the Blood Clan and humans separately piled up. Lord, does this Blood Clansman need to be executed immediately? Dimitrij came over carrying Fielding and threw him on the ground. The Blood Clan had a strong healing ability. Even though Fielding had been impaled through the back of his skull with a long sword, he was not dead but rather in a near-death state. His injuries, however, were slowly recovering. If Fielding was safe enough, he could recover in a day. Tie him up for now, he may be useful later, Fang Hao said. Yes, Lord. Dimitrij agreed, tying up Fielding. Fearing his injuries would heal too quickly, he once again stabbed him with the long sword twice. While the two were speaking, Angia had walked in with Tevek. However, Tevek currently looked a little distressed, his face was dusty and tired, not resembling the appearance of someone who had just left his home. Fang Hao glanced at Angia, suspecting that Angia had beaten him up before bringing him here. When I went to his house, his family said he was arrested yesterday morning. I brought him out of the jail, Angia explained. Fang Hao nodded, indicating he understood. Mr. Fang Hao, what's happening? Tai Vec's legs were trembling a bit. With a large number of undead gathered outside the city lord's mansion, if it hadn't been Angia grabbing his collar, his legs would have given out and he wouldn't have been able to walk. City Lord Cyril collaborated with the Blood Clan, attempting to turn Pruel City into a mole for the Blood Clan among humans. Fang Hao pointed at Fielding on the ground. Tai Vec looked over at the fallen Fielding and swallowed hard. This news, it's safe to say, was hard to believe. But the man on the ground indeed exhibited the characteristics of the Blood Clan, and Fang Hao had no reason to deceive him. Then, what about City Lord Cyril? Tai Vec continued to ask. I killed him, his body is over there. Thud. Tai Vec's legs gave out, and he slumped onto the ground. Angia stepped forward, lifted him up, and tossed him onto a nearby chair. Tai Vec, Cyril is dead, and now Pruel City is under my control. I plan to support you as the new city lord, to manage Pruel City, Fang Hao announced. The situation in Pruel City was somewhat unique. The original stability needed to be maintained. He needed a familiar and reputable figure among the city residents to serve as the city lord. After giving it some thought, the only person he knew was Tai Vec, a merchant in the city. With a number of factories in the city providing numerous jobs for the residents, he certainly held some prestige. Ah, me? Mr. Fang Hao, you must be kidding. Tai Vec felt this joke wasn't funny at all. Tai Vec, this is no joke. By daybreak, some of the residents will return there, the residents I saved from the Blood Clan. Fang Hao looked earnestly at Tai Vec, and continued, I need someone to stabilize the situation, so the city residents do not panic. Tai Vec fell silent. He was aware of the changes in the city these days. Some perceptive merchants have already begun to move their assets. But his roots were in Pruel City, leaving was not an option. Only yesterday morning, when Cyril arrested him on baseless charges, did he realize the gravity of the situation. Everything Fang Hao was saying now synchronized perfectly with his experiences. Fang Hao had saved him more than once, he had no reason to deceive him. But the undead outside seemed no more benign than the Blood Clan. At least the Blood Clan retained a human appearance, while the undead were left with stark white bones. Mr. Fang Hao, what should I do? After much thought, Tai Vec decided to commit. Fang Hao had saved his daughter, and him as well. If he wanted his assets or Pruel City, he could easily have them, without having to go through all this trouble. It's simple, I need you to sign a contract with me. I will support you to become the city lord, manage this city well, and continue with your fabric business, Fang Hao replied. But will the others agree to me becoming the city lord? Tai Vec asked worryingly. You're referring to Cyril's supporters? They're all dead. Those who remain, as long as they don't want to die, won't object, Fang Hao declared nonchalantly. Tai Vec swallowed, his face filled with disbelief. It seemed that not only Cyril was dead but also many of the city's elites. After some contemplation, Tai Vec finally agreed, all right, I trust Mr. Fang Hao. The slave contract was signed by both. The initial loyalty level of Tai Vec was 85 points, which was relatively high. Then, the two discussed subsequent plans. As the sun began to rise, all the undead swiftly retreated from the city to prevent panic among the residents. Tai Vec left. According to the plan, he began to take over the city guards, went to the prison to free other magnates who had been imprisoned by Cyril, and convinced them to accept him as their new city lord. Fang Hao continued to the residence of the deceased city lord Cyril. All valuables that could be taken away were moved outside, to be carted away later. In Cyril's room, Fang Hao found his target, a golden chest. He opened it. Obtained, blueprints for military wars pair, blue, military round shield, blue, hardwood cavalry bow, green, nightfall silk spinning machine, hardwood double bed, hardwood screen, leader's fortress command chair, 22 soul crystals, and 202 warfire coins. Chapter 272, Nightfall Silk. The rewards in the treasure chest were plentiful. Military war spear, blue iron spear 1, hard resilient wood 1, cast iron block 1, thick leather 1. Description: an upgraded version of the military war spear, improving its firmness and attack power. The military war spear seemed to be an improved version of the ordinary iron spear. In terms of materials, it also required the iron spear as a material, with the remainder being advanced materials. Luckily, it was a blue-graded equipment, so the damage would at least be level 3 or above, Now, it can be used to replace the equipment of the skeleton spearman, enhancing its combat power. Moving on to look at the second item. Military circular shield, blue small iron shield 1, cast iron block 1, metal parts 3, thick leather 1. Description: an upgraded version of the military circular shield, greatly enhancing the defense capability of the army. Just like the military war spear, the military circular shield also required a small iron shield in its materials. It was improved to significantly enhance the attributes of the existing equipment. After storing both these blueprints, I moved on to examine the third blueprint. Nightfall silk loom, hard resilient wood 5, thick leather 2, iron 2, cast iron block 1, metal parts 5, enchanting essence 1. Description: high quality fabric can be produced through the loom. Remarkably, it was a silk loom with a name. The Holy Snow silk was the signature product of Tevek. His textile industry was able to survive thanks to it supporting it. The quality of the silk indeed gained the recognition of the nobility. Now the Nightfall silk loom appeared. Judging from the materials and its introduction, it should be a high-quality silk. In the future, you can let the skeleton tailors make it, check the properties, and then sell it to the nobles and rich people. The subsequent hardwood double bed blueprint and hardwood screen blueprint require no special inspection. The double bed has a two-layer design, and the screen is used for partitioning in home furnishings. It divides a whole space into segments. Lastly, there was the commander throne of the fortress. Category: Throne. Ability: the fortress unit's total attribute plus 2%. Description: a qualified commander needs to make bold actions at the appropriate time. This commander's throne was not bad. Fang Hao had already established 3 fortresses, along with several subsidiary castles. Once it's made and distributed, it can increase the overall strength of all regions. All blueprints were collected, and the soul crystals and warfire coins were also stored in the storage space. As he walked downstairs, he saw Angia and Lori struggling to carry a huge box out. "What are you carrying?" asked Fang Hao. Angia pulled down the cover cloth on the box, revealing the golden coins within. As expected, after every battle, Angia was always able to find places where the opponent had hidden their gold coins, like a sniffer dog. Now, there was an addition to the team: Lori, with his face flushed in excitement. "All right, leave it to me." With a touch, Fang Hao directly put it into his storage space. Warfire coins 117,242, gold coins 545547. "Fang Hao, I think the chandelier and curtains here are good, I want to take them back to decorate my room," Angia said. "I want it too," Lori also chimed in. Fang Hao looked up. Indeed, the chandelier was quite beautiful and the curtain fabric was thick and magnificent. "Then hurry up, it's not good if people come later," Fang Hao urged. "All right." Angia, along with Lori, began to act, taking down the items they had chosen to take away later. Time gradually passed by. Tevek, along with a few people, returned to the Lord's mansion once again. Leading the way, he slightly bowed to Fang Hao. "City Lord, everything has been arranged." Tevek had gathered the city's remaining influential people, telling them about Fang Hao and the situation in the city of Pruel. After persuading everyone to support him, he began to arrange for people to take over the city gate and announce the change of the city lord to the public. "All right, from now on, the city of Pruel is in your hands. You don't have to worry about the Blood Clan, I will take care of that," said Fang Hao. Hearing Fang Hao's words, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Fang Hao's willingness to take on the Blood Clan was far better than them having to face the Blood Clan themselves. Otherwise, even if Tevek was to talk sweetly, they would not have the courage to confront the Blood Clan. Eventually, they would just have to sell their assets and go live in other cities of the human clan. "Thank you, Mr. Fang Hao. We will take good care of Pruel City," Tevek once again responded. At this moment, Tevek seemed to change a lot. From a businessman, he was gradually turning into a city lord. "I'll leave it to you." When Fang Hao finished speaking, he took Angia and others out of the city lord mansion. From then onwards, this place will be handled by Tevek and the rest. Firstly, they need to stabilize the situation in the city and then consider the subsequent issues. "Farewell, sir," everyone bowed as they respectfully watched Fang Hao leave. When he walked out of the city lord's mansion, it was already morning. Passing by the execution platform, they saw a crowd of citizens gathered. On the high platform, the Blood Clan's fielding was hung high on the gallows. The rising sun was gradually scorching his skin into dark coals. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to survive till noon, and he'd be roasted alive by the sun. A leading official loudly announced that City Lord Cyril had unfortunately perished in a battle against the Blood Clan last night. Hearing this news, the public didn't show much reaction, silently listening. City Lord Cyril rarely dealt with the city's affairs, which led to a sense of distance from the ordinary people. Shifting all the blame to the Blood Clan. The leading official loudly announced that Tavek had become the new city lord and decreed several tax reduction policies, solving more employment positions. These events closely related to people's lives caused some commotion among the public, who started discussing privately. Fang Hao and the others watched from a distance for a while, and then turned around to leave. The citizens didn't show much reaction to the change in leadership. This was good news for Tavek. Walking to the commercial street, they noticed that the Rose Tavern was already open. He suddenly recalled that he didn't know whether the landlady had safely returned. Walking straight into the tavern, he saw the landlady, her face pale, discussing something with the bartender. She seemed to have just returned. Seeing Fang Hao walk in, the bartender respectfully bowed to him. Even with a tired face, the landlady managed to squeeze a smile. "You're here." It's good you're back," Fang Hao gently comforted. I'm already fine, after all. You're here aren't you?" The landlady continued. "That's right." Fang Hao slightly smiled and joked. Fang Hao sat down, and the landlady returned to the counter to pour beer for them. "Did Cyril die?" The landlady started. She had also been to the gallows earlier and heard that Cyril had died. "Yes, he's dead," Fang Hao answered. The landlady nodded. In fact, she had figured out everything that had happened. Cyril had colluded with the Blood Clan and had been wiped out by Fang Hao in one fell swoop. That was the truth. "I am planning to open a hot pot restaurant in Lyss City, do you want to come and help me?" "Sure." Chapter 273, Rose Beauty. This time, the landlady agreed quickly. So swiftly that it seemed she had been waiting for his proposition all along. Fang Hao was taken aback, while the landlady revealed a triumphant smile. The circumstances were clear. Fang Hao had showcased a power that surpassed her understanding. Cruel City would even listen to his commands from now on. If she continued to linger over this small tavern, it wouldn't be a wise decision. Moreover, it was her who initiated asking for Fang Hao's help last night. "You're not going to back out, are you?" Seeing Fang Hao looking somewhat astonished, the landlady asked. "No, I'm just surprised at how quickly you agreed," Fang Hao replied, regaining his composure. "So, what's the fuss about it? You saved me yesterday and naturally, I'll now have to ally myself and my folks with you." The landlady once again revealed a smile. "That sounds good, but we still need to sign a contract." "Sure, later on." The landlady was about to tease Fang Hao, but she swallowed her words at the sight of Angia and the lizardman nearby. Fang Hao nodded, found a blank slave contract in the Book of Lords, and passed it to her. The landlady prickled her finger and pressed her print on it. The radiance of the contract tunneled into her body, signifying the official completion of the contract. "Winnie's loyalty towards you, 92 points. Good lord, the loyalty was directly at 92 points. It was second only to the loyalty level that Lizardman Dimitrija had upon recruitment. Winnie, Tier 1. Faction, Human. Racial traits, Living creatures, Learning, Rose Beauty. Skills, Brewing, Gossiping. Innate abilities, Elementary Combat Mastery. Rose Beauty, this unit is more likely to attract customers when opening a shop. Brewing, has a profound understanding of brewing, able to make fine wines. Gossiping, tends to pay attention to things conversed amongst customers. Description, with both wisdom and beauty, Winnie is highly popular among the civilians, not only for her reasonably priced, high-quality wines but also for her exceptional bust. In these times of hardship, Winnie is possibly a good companion you could ask for. Of course, it is all for the children. Fang Hao had always called her the landlady, the landlady. Now only did he came to know that she was called Winnie. Furthermore, Winnie also seemed to have quite good attributes. Although not combat-focused, she was good at both operating a business and brewing. Rose Beauty could attract more customers, and her brewing skills were perfect for running a tavern. However, a regular tavern would find it hard to compete with the long-established ones in Lyss City. It would be better to focus on Hot Pot as the main attraction. Looking at the final description, Fang Hao glanced subconsciously at Winnie's abundant bosom. He thought to himself, who isn't a child at heart? So now, are we on the same side? Winnie asked. Yes. Then, may I visit your territory? Winnie asked gently, a smile on her face. Don't you need to rest? Fang Hao asked in return. Winnie looked somewhat tired, having not slept all night. While he did not mind bringing her along to see the main territory, the journey would still take several hours. No problem, I want to have a look at your place, Winnie firmly stated. All right, let's go. Fang Hao got up and led the group outside. Winnie also stood up, left a few instructions with the bartender, and followed Fang Hao out of the tavern. The group together left Pruel City, mounted the giant lizard, heading towards the territory. 2 hours later, the party returned to the territory. Despite having mentally prepared herself, Winnie's legs gave way at the sight of the city surrounded by endless undead skeletons. She couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't a city, it was more like hell. The giant lizard entered the city and stopped at the Lord's mansion. Everyone dismounted the giant lizard, and Fang Hao took all the spoils of war from storage space, arranging for people to move them to their respective places. Angia and Lori left cheerfully, holding their chosen chandeliers and curtains. Turning around, Fang Hao saw Winnie's face pale white. She was hesitantly still on the giant lizard. How was it? I thought your courage was quite big. Fang Hao helped her down. Winnie barely managed to get off the giant lizard, still needing support to keep herself upright. Her courage was indeed greater than that of ordinary people, but not to this extent. She was already demonstrating good mental strength by not fainting at the sight of hundreds of thousands of undead gathered. Fang Hao still had his own affairs to look after, so he called a maid over, and said, take her for a tour around the city and give her a briefing. Yes, master, the maid answered, supporting Winnie. After regaining some of her strength, Winnie followed the maid away. She had already signed a contract with Fang Hao with no chances of altering thereafter. All she could do now was to accept the reality in front of her as soon as possible. Fang Hao entered the main hall of the Lord's mansion and sat down on the throne. Dimitrija also took a seat nearby. Call for the blood hunter, Fang Hao commanded one of the maids. The maid agreed and went out. Soon, the blood hunter landed in front of the door fluttering his huge bat wing and walked in with great strides. Sir, you called for me. Blood hunter greeted respectfully. Fang Hao nodded, take a seat, let's discuss the matter of the blood clan. There were many heroes in the territory, but few of them stayed in the main city. Nelson was still producing skeleton heroes, and the only ones left to discuss with were Dimitrija and Blood Hunter. As for Angia, it would be better to protect oneself. Inviting her to discuss matters felt like announcing overtime right after work. She would be disheartened. Fang Hao continued speaking after Blood Hunter had taken his seat. The Blood Clan's occupation of Pruel City this time to a large extent is targeted at us. I'd like to hear your opinions on how this matter should be dealt with going forward. Both of them had been involved in last night's incident involving the Blood Clan. Dimitrija and Fang Hao were responsible for occupying Pruel City. The Blood Hunter was tasked with rescuing the residents who were taken away, and all of them had returned to the city this morning. The operation was fairly smooth on the whole. All the Blood Clansmen had been wiped out and their bodies thrown into the conversion field. The corpse of the hero Cyril had also been sent to the Viscera Museum, awaiting Nelson's treatment in order to be turned into a skeleton hero. Hearing Fang Hao's question, Blood Hunter pondered before saying, Sir, Crescent Heights will not rest until they have retaliated for sure. I believe we should establish a fortress at our border to prevent the Blood Clan's next move. Fielding's public execution, considering the Blood Clan's temperament, would most likely lead to a radical reaction. Fang Hao nodded, then looked at Dimitrija and asked, What's your opinion, Dimitrija? Dimitrija replied straightforwardly, Sir, I believe we should initiate an attack on Crescent Heights before they strike back. Chapter 274, Follow-up Arrangements. Dimitrija's approach was more aggressive, actively going to war with Crescent Heights. That was something Fang Hao had considered. It seemed now that Dimitrija and he had come to the same conclusion. Last time, Blackthorn utilized the ability of conversing with the dead to interrogate the pale-blooded dead. He learned that the military force of Crescent Heights wasn't large, though there was no exact figure, it was probably in the tens of thousands. In Fang Hao's eyes, that couldn't even be counted as an army. The troops he stationed at any fortress exceeded 1 million, tens of thousands posed no threat whatsoever. The only uncertainty was the leader of the Blood clan at Crescent Heights, the Red Duke Clemens Hamilton. According to the Pale-Blooded, he was an orange hero, very powerful. Blood Hunter, what do you think? Fang Hao looked at Blood Hunter again. Blood Hunter thought for a bit. Sir, Dimitrija's point makes sense, this territory has the ability to take Crescent Heights in one fell swoop, but I still believe that reinforcing the border defense can prevent the Blood clan from retaliating against Pruel City. Fang Hao nodded. Blood Hunter made a good point. He himself wasn't too worried about the Blood clan, but Pruel City could easily fall victim to their retaliation. Alright, Dimitrija, prepare in the next few days. You'll lead the team and proactively launch an attack on Crescent Heights. After consideration, Fang Hao decided to launch an attack. He had always adopted the philosophy of if others do not harm me, I will not harm them, but it seemed that the Blood clan saw him as an easy target. They were constantly causing trouble. If that's the case, then they couldn't blame Fang Hao for being ruthless, and taking Crescent Heights in one go. As for assigning Dimitrija, it was because Clemens Hamilton, the Red Duke, was an orange hero. Blood Hunter probably couldn't handle him. To be safe, let Dimitrija lead the attack, and have Blood Hunter defend the city. Yes, sir. Dimitrija nodded in response. The three of them consulted the territory map and discussed potential problems they might encounter. After a long discussion, they each left to take care of their own tasks. After the two left, Fang Hao also left the Lord's mansion for the Faceless Hut. Master. The maid assigned to guard the hut greeted Fang Hao. Bring out the new order. Fang Hao said. All right. The maid brought out 2 orders. The faceless orders were updated every 5 days. The new orders had arrived 2 days ago but were not used immediately. This time, with the war against the Blood clan imminent, they could investigate some information first. Write about the military strength and heroes of Crescent Heights on one, and on the second one write whether Clement Hamilton is Chester, and if he has built any large structures or locations where treasures might be hidden. Fang Hao instructed. Understood. The maid complied and began writing the requested information on the 2 orders according to Fang Hao's instructions. Once completed, she opened the mail chute next to her and dropped them in. Now, all that was left was to wait. Wait for the Faceless Hut to quote a price. Fang Hao used one separately to investigate the Red Duke Clement Hamilton, an idea that occurred to him. He remembered getting a heart from the ancient tomb last time. And seeing the name Chester in the related notes. Fang Hao had not initially connected Red Duke with Chester, but last night when he saw the attribute name suggested by Fielding that was also called Dusk Banqueters, he connected the two in his mind. It was highly likely that these two were the same person. A few minutes later, a clang sounded from the mail chute. Upon opening it, a block with the number 600 written on it appeared. It meant that the Faceless accepted this information, but the price was 600 Warfire coins. It was outrageously expensive. Fang Hao took out 600 Warfire coins and put them along with the wooden block into the chute. When the Warfire coins disappeared, the agreement between the two parties had been reached. Next, they had to wait for the Faceless to send the message. Notify me when there is news. Fang Hao instructed the maid. Yes, master, the maid replied. Upon leaving the hut of the Faceless, he returned to the Lord's mansion again. Seeing that, Winnie was waiting on the stone steps at the door. Why are you sitting here? Fang Hao asked. Winnie, who had already grown accustomed to many things, patted her butt and stood up. I dare not wander around, this place is dangerous. She considered Fang Hao's place even more dangerous than a deserted forest. Come in. Fang Hao led her into the Lord's mansion. The Lord's hall was very spacious and magnificent, and the tall bone throne gave the feeling of a king's throne. As Winnie looked around with wide eyes, she was filled with astonishment and surprise. Take a seat, don't just stand there, said Fang Hao. Winnie took a seat nearby. The tavern in Pruel will be managed by my people. You just prepare and open a hot pot restaurant in Lyss City, Fang Hao continued. Although Little White had good control over the hot pot restaurant, as an orc, his presence in Lyss wouldn't be as accepted as in Pruel City. Lyss was not like Pruel City, it was much larger and not close to the main city. Therefore, letting Little White directly open a shop in Lyss might not go smoothly. Now that Winnie had joined, it was a good opportunity to let her start the shop in Lyss, and consider next steps later on. Is the scale of the store big? Winnie asked curiously. It's bigger than your tavern, and Lyss city's population is even more massive. You'll have plenty of room to thrive there. Oh, what about the security on the way? Don't worry about that. I will arrange for your protection. Oh, that's good. Fang Hao thought for a moment, you should stay here today. Tomorrow the convoy will depart from here, and you can take your people to Lyss city. Oh, okay, Winnie agreed. She also didn't have much to prepare. All she had to do was take her savings with her when they passed by the cruel city tomorrow. The rest was left to Fang Hao. After all, the guy was so rich. Let's go. I'll help you choose a room. Fang Hao stepped outside of the Lord's mansion again and built houses for Winnie and Lori. Once everything was done, and lunch was eaten, a wave of tiredness came crashing in. He returned to his room and dozed off right away. When he woke up again, it was already late. After dinner, Fang Hao, wearing shorts, went directly to the hot spring in the backyard. He comfortably soaked in the spring. All the fatigue of the day was instantly eliminated, the effect of the rejuvenation spring chased away the exhaustion of his body. Just when he heaved a comfortable sigh, Ira came in carrying a plate of fruit. She sat down beside him. Master, open your mouth. Fang Hao opened his mouth, and Ira put a piece of cut fruit into his mouth. The sweetness of the fruit instantly filled his mouth. After swallowing one piece, Ira continued to feed Fang Hao the second slice. Master, would you like to teach Ira how to swim? Angia isn't here today. Ira leaned her body against Fang Hao and spoke seductively into his ear, gently blowing her breath into it. Fang Hao was aroused. No one could resist this situation. He sat upright, ready to have a passionate battle with this bunny's spirit. Just when he was about to make the next move, Angia's voice came from outside the door. Come on, hurry up. Before her voice had dropped, the back door was pushed open, and Angia rushed out, jumped high, and landed in the pool with a splash. Following Angia, the 4-foot-tall Lori also rushed in. Just about to dive into the pool. Upon seeing Fang Hao sitting there, he immediately became reserved, bowed respectfully, and sat tentatively by the edge of the pool, obedient as a child. Chapter 275, Arranging the Trade Caravan. Lori was wearing a simple bra top and shorts. Her chest was slightly raised, looking small and rounded. Lori, come on, let's see who can swim faster, Angia called out loudly from the water. No, I'll just sit here for a while, Lori said quietly, stealing a glance at Fang Hao. What's the point of sitting here? Let's have a race, said Angia. Lori still shook her head, like a student who had just transferred to a new school. Fang Hao was sitting on the side, casting a helpless look at Angia. The reason he built 3 hot springs in his territory was to enjoy them alone, without the crowd. Now, Angia had brought her best friend to join them. And she wanted to hold a swimming competition. He could only hope that the number of Angia's friends wouldn't continue to increase, otherwise this place would be more crowded than the public areas. Fang Hao stood up and left the hot springs. You two have fun, be careful, the poolside is slippery, be careful not to trip and fall, Fang Hao reminded them. Where are you two going, aren't you going to join us, asked Angia. You two enjoy yourselves, Fang Hao replied, leaving with Ira. No sooner had he closed the door behind him than he heard the two of them laughing. As well as discussing the rules for winning the swimming competition. This is quite nice, it keeps the city from being so dull, Ira said with a smile. With Angia, the lively treasure, the atmosphere in the territory had changed a lot. It wasn't so gloomy anymore. Yet, youth is great, Fang Hao murmured, leading Ira back to their room to rest. The next day, early in the morning. A gentle shake of his arm brought Fang Hao gradually awake from his dreams. Opening his bleary eyes, he saw Ira already dressed, smiling at him. Ira, you're up early, said Fang Hao. Master, don't we have important matters to attend to today? Ira asked, frowning and massaging her slightly dry and sore throat. Right, today was packed with arrangements. Ira helped him dress after he sat up in bed. After washing up, he walked straight out of the Lord's mansion. Outside. The maids had already started their work, and Winnie sat on a long bench, watching the busy maids and the occasional undead passing by. She even saw a maid instructing a towering undead to move goods. The undead were more obedient than pets, absolutely compliant. All of this left her a bit overwhelmed. What was going on here? How could the undead and the living have reached such a state of coexistence? "Winnie, you look well," Fang Hao remarked lightly on seeing her. Calling her the innkeeper was no longer appropriate, using her name seemed more fitting. Winnie looked much better than she did the day before. Her face was rosy, her skin glowing. And she was in great spirits, she must have rested well the night before. "Lord, I think it's the effect of the hot spring, it's very comforting," Winnie replied. Last night, the maids went to the hot spring together, having a chat. She had followed them. When she soaked in the hot spring, her entire body felt light as though floating, dispelling all the fatigue instantly. She had a good sleep when she returned to her room later. Plus, the food here was also excellent. It made her start to envy the maids here. The life here was even better than hers as the innkeeper. To be honest, if it wasn't for the large number of undead here, she wouldn't want to leave. Yes, the hot spring can alleviate fatigue and enhance physical fitness. You can soak more when you have time, Fang Hao said with a smile. Yes, Lord. At this moment, a maid driving a carriage approached. Master, are 5 carriages enough? The maid asked softly. Enough, go and call some skeletons, go to the warehouse and load the opening equipment onto the carts. Fang Hao continued to instruct. Yes, Master. The maid then led the carriages to the warehouse. His assignment for Winnie to go to Lyss City was not to open the shop directly. Cleaning up, renovating, and getting the signboards made all required some time. Only when all these tasks are completed, will the shop be officially opened. I've already bought the shop, you go and renovate it as soon as possible, 111 arrange manpower at that time. Fang Hao instructed. Yes, sir, I've been to Lyss City as well, 3 days should suffice to renovate the shop. Winnie replied, clearly familiar with this process. All right, once preparations are made, you may begin your journey. There's no need to worry about the road, I've already arranged for assistance along the way. Fang Hao said. Oh, okay, sir. Soon, the carriages loaded with goods were ready to depart. Okay, set off as soon as possible and be careful on the road. Fang Hao instructed. Winnie nodded and directly climbed onto the carriage. The maid would send Winnie to the southern fortress, where heavy swordsmen would escort her to Lyss City. When Winnie left, Fang Hao returned to his room. He had to notify Grey Bear to arrange for a meeting with Winnie. Winnie's convoy is different from Fang Hao's. Due to the large amount of goods, they had to rest overnight on the way. And Grey Bear-1's hideout became the transit point for their journey, the place to rest overnight. Camping in the wild was too dangerous. In addition to wandering bandits, the night was when wild animals were most active. Lying in bed, he used the spell, God's Presence. Having established the Tower of the Fallen in Grey Bear's camp, he could easily cast his spell over it. The next second, Fang Hao's consciousness arrived in the skeleton Grey Sparrow left to Grey Bear. A ghostly blue flame rose up in the Grey Sparrow's pupils. This was a bedroom. The room was simply decorated but clean. It didn't look like the room where a bandit leader would live. And at the window of the room, Grey Bear supported herself on the ground, her naked body tensed, showing off her sturdy figure, counting as she moved up and down, 1274, 1275, 1276. Sweat dripped from her wheat-colored skin, each time she dropped down, the weight on the front of her chest hit the ground and was compressed and changed shape. Fang Hao didn't expect that Grey Bear would place the skeleton Grey Sparrow directly on the bedside. Was she treating it as a pet? Grey Bear. Fang Hao called softly. Deep in concentration doing her push-ups, Grey Bear furrowed her brow, glanced towards the direction of the door and finding nothing out of place, continued. Cough cough. Fang Hao coughed lightly, turning the Grey Sparrow's body to the side, before speaking again, Grey Bear, I have something to discuss with you. By now, Grey Bear really listened, flipping her body over instantly, grabbing a hold of a large blade at her side, tightly gripping it in her hands. Who's there? It's me, Fang Hao. I'm currently using this skeleton Grey Sparrow to communicate with you, no need to stress. Fang Hao immediately responded. Grey Bear frowned, looking at the Grey Sparrow on the bedside table. She didn't quite understand why the stupid undead Grey Sparrow was suddenly relaying Fang Hao's voice. However, since the Grey Sparrow was left by Fang Hao, it should be some kind of undead spell. She casually wrapped a sheet around her body and said, Mr. Fang Hao, what can I do for you? A merchant caravan has departed from Pruel City, arrange for someone to meet them. The person in charge is called Winnie, make sure not to get it wrong. Fang Hao, turning his attention back, began speaking. What else? Grey Bear continued to inquire. Rest at your place for a night, and then escort them to Lyss City the next day. Okay, I understand. Good. After Fang Hao finished speaking, the soul fire in the pupils of the skeleton Grey Sparrow went out. The Grey Sparrow returned to its original state, standing dumbly on the bedside cabinet. Grey Bear squinted her eyes, ensuring Fang Hao had left, then promptly placed the skeleton Grey Sparrow into a box after some thought. Feeling it was inappropriate, she took it back out and returned it to its original position. Chapter 276, Blood Clan Information. Removing God's presence, Fang Hao woke up from bed. After rethinking Winnie's route and feeling there were no omissions, he got up from the bed and walked out of the room. Ira had already prepared breakfast, and Fang Hao ate heartily. After breakfast, Fang Hao suddenly thought about the textile factory and the Nightfall silk loom. The textile factory can increase textile properties, and the Nightfall silk loom appears to be high-quality silk. Putting it into production as soon as possible could also speed up money making. He left the Lord's mansion and went directly to the tailor shop area. He saw Fang Hao coming and actively greeted him. My lord, good morning. I didn't see you exercising this morning. Usually, when Fang Hao exercises in the morning, he passes by C's place. I had some things to do today, so I didn't work out. Fang Hao said. It seems that my lord has been quite busy recently. Well, I got the blueprint of a textile factory yesterday, and I just came here to change the workplace for everyone. Fang Hao said as he walked. The place where the tailors work is a simple factory built by the skeleton laborers. It is more appropriate to say that it is a large-scale industrial tent. The construction is also very simple. After all, Fang Hao doesn't understand construction, and the level of the skeleton laborers constructing houses is so-so. Soy followed behind. Having a factory is better. Better conditions can speed up clothing production. Yes, I will build the factory next door, and I will arrange for the original factory to be demolished. Okay, my lord. At a location 10 meters to the left of the old factory, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and found the construction blueprint for the textile factory. Textile factory, wood 2,200, stone 4,500, hardwood 1,200, stone brick 880, iron 200, metal parts 120. Description: the construction of a standardized factory is conducive to the processing and manufacturing of textile raw materials. There is enough material, so he chooses to build directly. The light fades away. A spacious stone factory appeared before his eyes. Compared with the previous wooden pillar-supported sheds, this factory is much more professional. The stone walls are very sturdy, the high roofs, the sunlight pouring in from the windows makes the inside bright. Soy, you arrange for everyone to switch places. Okay, my lord. Soy started calling everyone to change their workplace and moved the loom and various materials to the new factory. The new factory covers a large area. The 100 skeleton tailors that went in, plus the materials stacked on the side, only took up a third of the place. Fang Hao continued to find Nightfall silk loom in the Book of Lords. Nightfall silk loom, hardwood 5, thick leather 2, iron 2, cast iron block 1, metal parts 5, enchanting essence 1. Description: high-quality cloth can be produced through the loom. Production quantity 1. A hundredfold amplification triggered, obtained Nightfall silk loom 101. Swoosh! 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 The light flickered, and pieces of silk looms appeared in front of everyone. My lord, what is this? Soy asked curiously. This is the loom for Nightfall silk. You arrange a person to process it. By the way, take a look at the quality of this Nightfall silk, to prepare for opening a store in Lyss. Fang Hao said. Understood, my lord. By the way, Soy, do you think we need to add some more hands? Fang Hao continued to ask. Material supplies can be guaranteed, and the number of looms also exceeds the current number of tailors. So, we can increase some people appropriately. Yes, my lord. Good. Fang Hao went straight to the tailor shop to recruit. Recruitable, skeleton tailor, consumption, wriggling spine 1, recruit. Confirm recruitment. A hundredfold amplification triggered, recruited skeleton tailor 101. Light keeps flickering, 101 skeleton tailors wearing linen robes and wearing leather tape measures around their necks appeared before him. A group salute, the Lord has been seen. Good, welcome everyone to join. Fang Hao continued to introduce Soy, this is Soy, your work will be arranged by him in the future. Have seen Lord Soy. The newly recruited tailors saluted Soy again. Undead clan tailor Soy's loyalty to you increased by 5 points, current loyalty 92. Soy's loyalty increased again. It seems that whether it is living creatures or the undead, they all like the feeling of being an official. Okay, everyone, follow me, I will distribute the work for everyone. Soy said. After saluting Fang Hao, he took a group of newly recruited tailors to the factory. After dealing with the tailors, Fang Hao continued to check the blueprints he obtained yesterday. The ones that could help him. Military War Spear, Military Round Shield and Commander's Fortress Command Chair. The Military War Spear could be equipped to the spear holders. But the Military Round Shield must be carefully compared. He also has a shield blueprint in his hand, the Beast Head Heavy Shield, which was obtained when he occupied Coldwind Mountain Range. He has to compare these two shields and see what the difference is, and which one is more suitable for arming the army. As for the Commander's Fortress Command Chair, it can be made. Commander's Fortress Command Chair, Hardwood 12, Thick Leather 5, Perfect Essence 1. Make quantity 1. Make it. A Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained Commander's Fortress Command Chair 101. A bunch of wooden command chairs appeared and were placed on the open ground around. Go call the Blood Hunter. Fang Hao said to a maid beside him. Shortly after, the Blood Hunter fell from the sky, my lord. Yes, you trouble yourself for a trip, send these command chairs to each fort. Fang Hao said. Understood, my lord. The Blood Hunter agreed and started preparing for the Bone Dragon. As the Blood Hunter mounted the Bone Dragon and left, Fang Hao was about to study the military round shield. Behind him came the maid's shout. Master! Looking back, he saw a maid running over hurriedly. This maid was familiar to Fang Hao, she was the maid responsible for guarding the Faceless One's hut. Has news come from the Faceless hut? But, he had just raised a question yesterday, could there be intelligence today? When he filled in the Skull Crusher tribe and Bloodthroat tribe last time, it seemed like the news came back after 3 days. What happened? Fang Hao asked. News came from the Faceless hut. As expected. Sure enough, news came from the Faceless hut. Okay, go to the hut to see. After that, he walked towards the Faceless hut. In the Faceless hut, the maid handed the news that had come over to Fang Hao. There were 2 pieces in total. The first one stated, Crescent Heights has an army of 50,000 troops, the hero is Red Duke Clement Hamilton, who was grade 8 orange rank 5 years ago. The second one stated, when Clement was human, his name was Chester. He built a temple to the southwest of Pruel City. Map. A map was thoughtfully attached to the back of the second message. Chapter 277, Ruined Temple. The news from the Faceless Cottage answered 2 questions raised by Fang Hao. The first referred to the military strength of the forces on the Crescent Heights. Having an army of 50,000, the number might not be completely accurate, but it wouldn't deviate much. Such a quantity of troops was not significant in Fang Hao's eyes since the forces he stationed at various strongholds were all above 1 million. The numerical disparity between the 2 sides had already determined the opponent's defeat. What was truly worrisome was the Red Duke, Clement, who as the leader of the Blood Clan on the Crescent Heights, had reached the power of the 8th Order of Orange rank 5 years ago. Fang Hao worried that he might have advanced to even higher ranks now, possibly becoming a Dark Gold level hero. If he had reached the Dark Gold level, that would be somewhat difficult to deal with. The second piece of news indeed confirmed Fang Hao's speculation. The Red Duke and the Chester referred to in the notes were indeed the same person. Clement was the name he adopted after becoming a member of the Blood Clan. The intelligence also mentioned that a temple had been set up southwest of Pruel City, and a map was included with it. Using the Book of Lords, the map was collected, and the location of the temple was instantly displayed on the larger map. It was indeed southwest of Pruel City, though the location was somewhat off. All right, the Faceless Cottage won't have anything for the next few days, you may take a few days off. Fang Hao said to the maid. There was no point in her sticking around, as it would only update a few days after the order had been used. Thank you, my lord. By the way, go find Dimitrija and tell him to wait for me at the lord's mansion. Yes, my lord. The maid agreed and went to find Dimitrija. She then left the Faceless Cottage. Fang Hao en route passed by the Trade Alliance to take a look. By the time he returned to the lord's mansion, Dmitrija was already waiting in the hall. "My lord, do we have news of the Blood Clan?" Dmitrija stood and asked. Fang Hao nodded, handing over the intelligence letter sent by the Faceless Cottage to Dmitrija. The latter took it and began to scrutinize it carefully. "My lord, I am willing to lead the troops to the Crescent Heights," Dmitrija stood and declared. The letter mentioned that the enemy only had 50,000 troops. This number was simply incomparable to the forces within his lordship territory. "All right, tell me what you need, and I will prepare it for you when the time comes," Fang Hao said. He had Dmitrija come over because he had decided on an attack plan. Even if the strength of the Red Duke was still uncertain, his approach has never relied on personal strength to win. Human wave tactics are his core strategy. No matter how strong the opponent's individual strength is or how capable their strategic mind might be, he simply overwhelms with sheer numbers and piles up bodies on the enemy's side. Dmitrija pondered for a moment, and told Fang Hao what he needed to prepare. "All right, I will have everything ready for you when the time comes," Fang Hao thought for a moment and continued. "The second piece of intelligence mentioned a temple. I suspect it has something to do with that heart. Arrange some people, we will go check out the temple first." Today, Dmitrija could not leave, so they might as well explore the temple first. With Dmitrija present, their strength would be significantly improved. "Yes, my lord." Dmitrija agreed and left. Half an hour later, 10 bone dragons, fully loaded with Baron Tomb guards, were standing by at the entrance of the lord's mansion. Fang Hao with Angia, Lori and Dmitrija, all boarded the bone dragon. "Let's go!" Fang Hao commanded. At the command of the bone dragon, it sprung up into the sky and flew towards the direction of the temple. Fang Hao still remembered the clue the city lord and the tomb dweller he acquired back at the tavern. The landlady narrated an emotionally touching love story. It originally seemed that the city lord had built a tomb in the mountains for his lover. But who would have thought, through the description of the items and the records in the diary, the course of the story was just the opposite. This city lord, who is now the Red Duke, had gained the trust of his Blood Clan lover, killed her in a special way, and used his lover's blood to turn himself and all the townspeople into the Blood Clan. He then dismembered her body and buried it in various locations. While exploring the ancient tomb, he obtained a beating heart and received a task to help the owner of the heart find the rest of his body for a chance to earn the loyalty of a dark gold level hero. That's why Fang Hao used an order separately to inquire whether the Red Duke had any construction work done, since this might be part of the follow-up task related to the heart. The bone dragon flew in the sky, quickly approaching the location of the temple. The howling wind was in his ear, and through the clouds below, one could see the matchbox-sized human villages and the ant-like hustling villagers. After over an hour of flying, they were already nearing their destination. As they dived, they saw the abandoned temple in front of them. The position of the temple was very conspicuous. Nothing grew within a range of 100 meters centered around the temple. The soil seemed to have lost its nutrients and was dry and loose. However, just 100 meters away dense forest grew lushly. This stark contrast was particularly distinct from the sky. "Damn! This temple isn't poisonous, is it?" Fang Hao muttered. Seeing the bone dragon rapidly approach, he quickly patted the bone dragon, prompting it to change direction and land within the dense forest 100 meters away. The 10 bone dragons landed, and Fang Hao led a few people off the dragons. They observed the temple from afar. The temple was built of stone bricks. Its design somewhat resembled the architectural style of ancient Rome. Looking inside through the entrance, one could see the deity idols being worshipped inside. "There's someone over there," Angia suddenly said. Following in the direction Angia pointed, they saw a middle-aged man dressed like a villager carrying a wild pig from behind the temple. He must be a hunter from a nearby village. He passed through the empty section of the temple without encountering any poisoning situation like Fang Hao had imagined. "Angia, come with me." Fang Hao led Angia out of the dense forest and followed the villager. "Brother," Fang Hao called out. The hunter turned around in confusion, his face showing caution as he put down the wild pig and drew the dagger at his waist. "You calling me?" The hunter furrowed his brows and asked. "Yes." Fang Hao looked at the hunter's actions but didn't approach him. He directly asked, "Brother, I want to ask what god is worshipped in this temple? Is it effective? Which village are you from?" "I've never seen you before," said the hunter. "Oh. I'm from Pruel City." "Pruel City?" the hunter exclaimed in surprise. They were far from Pruel City. For a normal person, it would probably take a day and a night to reach here. Yes, we came here to see if the temple really works. It seemed that the two were young and didn't look like they were lying, so the hunter put away the dagger in his hand and said, "You've run so far to find a temple. It seems like something happened at home." Jesus. Chapter 278, The Underground Palace Under the Idol. Damn. This hunter sure knows how to chat. No wonder he instantly reached for the dagger by his waist when I called out to him earlier. Guess this mouth of his must have offended many people normally. "No, we're just passing by. We're just interested in this temple," Fang Hao quickly explained. Considering there isn't a single blade of grass near the temple, it's not strange for Fang Hao to say he's interested. The hunter didn't ask further and continued, "As you can also see, there is something off about this temple. It's fine to go in and take a look, but you might want to forget about prayers." "Why is it that not a single blade of grass grows near the temple?" Fang Hao asked. "It's been like that for years, we've just gotten used to it," the hunter responded. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then asked, "That's strange. There's no danger, is there?" "No danger. There are several villages nearby, and people occasionally go in to rest." "Oh." Fang Hao's eyebrows furrowed again. "If villagers occasionally go in to rest, there shouldn't be any danger." "Anything else?" asked the hunter again. "No, that's all. Thank you, big brother." The hunter responded, picked up the wild boar from the ground he had been carrying, and turned to leave. Fang Hao and Angia returned to the team in the dense forest. "Sir, how are things looking?" Dimitrija asked. The hunter said there's no danger. "Let's wait. I'll use the grey sparrow to check it out." Fang Hao leaned against a massive tree and cast God's presence. The skeletal grey sparrow in his hand lit up with soul fire in its eyes, flapping its wings towards the temple. The skeletal grey sparrow successfully flew into the arch-shaped stone door of the temple. The area inside the temple wasn't large. The patterns on the stone walls around had blurred, making it difficult to identify what they were. In the central position, there was a more than 3-meter-high stone statue. Half of the statue's head had fallen off, and its body was covered in cracks. The statue did not display any attribute information. This meant that this was just an ordinary stone sculpture, not a blessed statue. After checking all around and not discovering any danger, Fang Hao once again commanded the grey sparrow to fly back, and cancelled God's presence. When he opened his eyes, he saw several people looking at him curiously. "I didn't find any danger. Let's have the skeleton go take a look first," Fang Hao said, getting up from the ground. "All right," Dimitrija said, before signaling for a barren tomb guard to enter the temple. After walking a full circle around, the guard exited the temple. Nothing unusual had taken place. "It seems, there's no danger," Angia said from one side. "Right, let's get closer for a look." Once they confirmed there was no danger, the group began to approach the temple with their entire team. As they entered the temple, nothing dangerous or unexpected occurred. Fang Hao let out a sigh of relief. It seems he had been overthinking things. "Okay, let's search. See if there's anything unusual," Fang Hao said. The temple was not big. After confirming there was no danger, the skeleton soldiers were sent outside. Only Fang Hao and the other 3 were left, starting to search inside the temple. They looked all around, seeking anything out of the ordinary. After searching for quite a while, they still couldn't find anything amiss. Fang Hao stroked his chin, lost in thought. This temple was built by the Red Duke, a man who dismembered his beloved and turned the entire city into vampires. There was no way he would genuinely build a temple. And the fact that not a blade of grass grew within 100 meters of the temple was clearly suspicious. They shouldn't have found nothing at all. "Let's go, back out," Fang Hao led the others out, then turned to one of the barren tomb guards and said, "Tear down this temple." At these words, the others all paused in surprise. "Are you crazy? You want to tear down the temple? Not afraid of retribution from the gods?" Lowry cried out, the fur all over his body standing on end at the thought of tearing down the temple. Looking at Lowry's reaction, Fang Hao felt like he'd grasped at something. It only reinforced his resolve. Demolish it. Surrounding him, the barren tomb guards had no such reservations. Upon receiving Fang Hao's command, they brandished their weapons and began a violent demolition. Soon after the eruption of loud thuds and scattering of dirt and rocks, the small temple was quickly stripped of its rooftop and walls, and the statue already full of cracks was toppled over. The shattered pieces were tossed onto the vacant ground nearby. And with the statue's collapse, revealed beneath its pedestal was a pitch-black portal. It was as expected. The statue was nothing but a ruse by the Red Duke. Knowing the fear that people of this period had for the divine, no one would dare to desecrate a temple. Others' thoughts were similar to Angia's. No one would dare to destroy the statue. It really exists. Angia's eyes widened in surprise. The Red Duke counted on everyone being too afraid to touch the temple. He really is cunning. Fang Hao sneered. What should we do next? Angia continued to ask. I will let the skeleton sparrow scout again. Fang Hao sat down once again, and the skeleton sparrow from before took flight, following the opening beneath the statue's pedestal. The sunlight streamed in through the hole, preventing the space from being completely dark. It was just a large room. The walls were made out of an earthy yellow stone, with intricate designs carved into them, interspersed with pieces of solar essence. On one side, stone steps led downwards. The sparrow continued to investigate, flying down the stairway entrance. The second level was another vast space, similarly with yellow stone walls, intricate patterns, and solar essence. However, several stone coffins were placed on either side. Knowing the habits of the Blood Clan, the enemies for this floor would likely be inside these coffins. Behind the coffins, there was another exit leading to the next level. It seems that there are more than just 2 levels here. Fang Hao did not instruct the sparrow to continue its flight. Instead, it flew back the same way it came. He dispelled his god's present state and returned to consciousness. Seeing the expectant looks of the others, Fang Hao explained, below us is a tower-like structure. On the second floor, there are stone coffins, which, knowing the Blood Clan's traits, should contain our enemies for this round. So, what's next? Angia pressed on. Let's go. Prepare some men to descend, but be careful, Fang Hao said. Okay. The group divided the tasks quickly. The limited space inside and Fang Hao's combat power would not be decisive here. And so, Fang Hao and Angia would stay outside. Dimitrija and Lori led 10 Baron Tomb guards inside. If any danger arose, they could retreat quickly. Other Baron Tomb guards would be on standby for backup. A rope ladder was extended down through the hole. Dimitrija led the group inside the hole, while Fang Hao directed the skeleton sparrow to perch on the shoulder of one of the Baron Tomb guards accompanying them. It's scorching in here. Lori exclaimed, sweat already beading on his nose. Fang Hao, using the perception of the skeleton sparrow, couldn't feel the surrounding temperature. But seeing Lori's state, he could surmise that the temperature was indeed quite high. The solar essence around us is providing substantial heat, Dimitrija explained. Looking towards the entrance to the next level, he said, move. Let's go down. The group began to descend the stone steps one by one. Just as they were about to reach the second floor, Lori suddenly exclaimed, stop. There's a trap. However, it was too late. The Baron Tomb guard at the forefront had already stepped onto the last stone step. Ka! The step sank. The stone slab on the wall next to them opened, revealing a dense array of black arrow holes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows, thick as javelins, whistled out, aimed at all of them in quick succession. Chapter 279, Life-Claiming Walking Dead. Thud. 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 Arrows shot out from the holes in the wall, whistling as they flew. The 6 Baron Tomb guards who were in the front couldn't dodge in time and were instantly hit by the arrows. Their bodies flew out like kites with broken strings. They were pinned to the opposite wall. One of the Baron Tomb guards had his skull smashed, 3 had their neck and spine bones broken, died instantly, their bones scattered all over the floor. The other 2 Baron Tomb guards had their metal plate armor pierced by the arrows. They had been hit in the rib cage and shoulder bones. They were not dead, but their combat power had been weakened. They only brought 10 soldiers in total. This one trap took out half their forces. From the perspective of the Grey Sparrow, Fang Hao saw everything that happened. When he used the sparrow to scout ahead, it was in flight and never triggered any traps. It was only now that he realized there were traps. Thud, thud, thud. There was no time for everyone to think. From inside the stone coffin at the end, there was the sound of violent knocking. Bang! Then, amidst the loud noises, the sealed coffin lid was lifted by a great force. 5 figures quickly sat up from inside the coffin. At this moment, Fang Hao saw the information of the enemy inside the stone coffin. Life-claiming Walking Dead, Tier 8. The undead who sat up from the coffin moved their bodies stiffly. Their bodies were highly rotten, the areas where the flesh was lost even revealed ghastly white bones. These looked more like the zombies Fang Hao had seen before. Perhaps a more advanced kind. Putting on the still tattered armor, the Walking Dead stiffly turned their heads and set their eyes on Fang Hao and his team. Then, they took out long swords from their coffins and walked out of their stone coffins slowly. Are there any more traps below? Dmitrija asked again. Yes, there should be a trap in the middle there. Lori pointed to a stone slab in the middle of the hall. If one stooped down to look, they would see that this stone slab was about 5 millimeters higher than the floor. Crack! Lori had just finished speaking. The life-claiming Walking Dead that just got up, dragged its feet, wobbling and stepped on the protruding stone slab. Zing! 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 3 arrows as thick as javelins shot out from one side again. They pierced 2 of the Walking Dead who had walked over and hung them on the far wall. There aren't any more now. Lori said. Dmitrija nodded and directly commanded, attack, kill them. Upon receiving the order, the Baron Tomb Guards drew their long swords and charged at the 3 remaining Walking Dead. The 2 completely different undead began a fierce battle. The fight did not last for too long. The 3 Walking Dead were slain, and the other 2 who were hung on the wall by the traps were also killed by the passing guards. All enemies were eradicated and the whole place instantly became quiet. At the end leading to the next level, a Baron Tomb Guard brought up a silver treasure chest. But Fang Hao was currently a skeleton sparrow, so he was a bit powerless regarding opening the treasure chest. Bring the chest up, and replenish some manpower. Fang Hao flapped his wings and said. There was no rush to open the treasure chest. A silver chest didn't bring much joy. It would be fine to open it all together at the end. 2 Baron Tomb Guards moved the silver chest outside. Their forces were also replenished to 15 men at the same time. After handling everything, Dmitrija ordered to move on to the 3rd level of the underground palace. Wait! Fang Hao suddenly called out, stopping the advancing team. He landed on Lori's shoulder and asked, Lori, do you know a lot about traps? He suddenly remembered that Lori's skills seemed to have something to do with traps. Just okay. Lori said. On the next level, you go first to see if there are any traps. Be careful, and if you are not sure, come back first. Fang Hao ordered. Lori's battling skills were average. She was brought along this time because she had already reached Tier 9. Fang Hao wanted her to participate in some battles in order to quickly advance to Tier 10 and undergo the hero trial. However, Fang Hao didn't expect Lori to detect the trap before Dmitrija did. Okay, leave it to me, Lori agreed eagerly and confidently. Be careful, don't take unnecessary risks if you are uncertain, Fang Hao instructed from behind. Don't worry, Lori was the first one to descending to the 3rd level. About 3 minutes later, Lori came back, alright, I've placed a helmet in front of each mechanism, be careful when you go down. As they descended the stone steps, they discovered 4 metal helmets laid out on the 3rd floor ground, which indicated that there were mechanisms behind these helmets. These helmets were just worn by the life-claiming zombies, and Lori had collected them to use here. The 3rd floor hall was noticeably smaller. There were 3 stone coffins in front. One of the helmets was placed not far from the coffins. Fang Hao was somewhat surprised when he looked at Lori. This young girl was good, she was quite capable. From their previous experience in the ancient tomb, the enemy inside the coffin would be alerted if someone neared it. Lori was busy for quite some time on the lower level, and she was actually able to evade the enemy inside the coffin, she was truly skillful. Let's start, Fang Hao whispered. Dmitrija nodded, leading the Baron Tomb Guard around the traps on the floor, approaching the coffins. Thump, thump, thump. When they reached a certain distance, the stone coffins issued a dull knocking sound. The lids of the coffins sprang up, and 3 figures suddenly sat up. Twilight Reveler, Tier 10. They've appeared. As expected, they were the Twilight Revelers. That suited the characteristics of the Blood Clan. Otherwise, Fang Hao would constantly feel like he had come to the wrong place. The Twilight Revelers rose from the coffins, their furious scarlet eyes fixed on Fang Hao's party. But the next second, the Twilight Revelers emitted painful screams as their bodies began to visibly wither at a rapid pace. Their skin shrunk to reveal sharp teeth. Their whole bodies, looking as though they had undergone a dehydration process, appeared horribly terrifying. What's happening? Lowry wiped the sweat off her forehead. The temperature here was too high. It was as dry and stifling as inside a steamer. It probably has to do with the formation pattern embedded with solar essence on the wall, Fang Hao suggested. The formation pattern on the walls was similar to the one in the ancient tomb that illuminated the pulsating heart. The formation pattern should be the cause. The mummy-like twilight revelers slowly emerged from their coffins, picked up the weapons beside them and let out another hoarse roar. Attack! Kill them! Dmitrija directly commanded. The 15 Baron tomb guards obeyed the order, descended the steps, and rushed towards the Blood Clan. The battle began. The Baron tomb guard and the Blood Clan entered melee combat. Even though the Baron tomb guard had the numerical advantage, there was still a significant disparity in their tiers. Several guards attacking one person did not seem to be of much effect. Not wanting to drag out the fight, Dmitrija drew his long sword and descended the steps. Right in front was a tall male Blood Clan. Despite his current terrifying appearance, his black embroidered tuxedo still hinted at his noble status. His weapon was a ceremonial sword, the sharp blade having pierced through the skull of the Baron tomb guard in front of him. As the Baron tomb guard perished, its bones and equipment scattered on the ground. Next, he turned his attention to the lizardman approaching him slowly, and the little orc standing behind him who was just under 4 feet tall. The desire for blood made him instinctively stick out his tongue, licking his now distorted lips. Cough, I've never tasted the flavor of a lizardman and an orc, the Blood Clan uttered, the tearing sensation in his voice nauseating. Chapter 280, The Second Complete Body. Facing the Blood Clan man's loud roar, Dmitrija didn't say anything. Instead, he held his sword and continued to advance towards the Blood Clan. As the gap between them narrowed, the bloodthirsty man could no longer suppress his longing for fresh blood. His pace quickened from a walk to a run. A bloodthirsty, eerie smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he anticipated the forthcoming feast. He did not take the oncoming lizardman seriously. The weapon in his hand was a short sword, renowned for its speed and versatility, while the towering lizardman wielded a heavy sword. In such terrain, he held all the advantage. The long-awaited sweet taste of blood was indeed alluring. The bloodthirsty man sprinted towards his prey, skidding to a halt when the two of them were just 3 meters apart. Swish! The short sword in his hand stabbed upward from below, aiming for the lizardman's lower jaw. The spot where the armor met the helmet, a hit there would pierce his brainstem from the lower jaw and kill him. As the tip of the sword kept drawing nearer to the lizardman's jaw, in the man's mind, the image of blood splattering from the wound already materialized. The sweet fresh blood gradually filled his mouth. Suddenly, he felt resistance against his thrusting sword. Frowning, a look of terror washed over his face. He saw the lizardman with indifference seize the edge of his thrusting blade. The blade of the short sword and the lizardman's armored fingertips clashed, producing a scraping sound. His sword was held firmly, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his sword free. The man's shock turned to horror. He was a rank 10 soldier, gifted with the immense power of eternal night. Why did his attacks feel as puny as a woman's in front of this lizardman? Is that all you've got? The lizardman countered. The bloodthirsty man wanted to reply, but the lizardman's other hand swung the longsword. Splat! The longsword cleaved his head off, and hot blood gushed out, forming a cloud of smoke under the heat. The Blood Clan man's severed head rolled away. He spotted his own body slowly falling to the ground, along with the orc and a pet skeleton bird on the stone steps. Who exactly were they? Why were the lizardman, orc, and the undead together? Pondering, his world eventually succumbed to darkness. Without pausing after killing one man, Dmitrija continued. Sword in hand, he charged at the next Blood Clan member. With a swift motion, he decapitated the remaining 2 dusk banqueters. The battle ended swiftly, but Fang Hao's side still lost 10 Baron tomb guards. Some were killed by the vampires, others died from activating traps on the ground floor during the battle. In the end, the battle concluded, and Fang Hao's side emerged victorious. A golden treasure chest was brought from the end of the corridor. At the command, it was sent upstairs. Lowry went ahead to inspect traps and mark them before the reassembled troop ventured into the 4th floor. Lowry descended to the 4th floor. However, less than 2 minutes later, she returned upstairs. She reported, the last floor has no traps or enemies, just an open, enormous stone coffin in the center. The final floor? What's inside the coffin? Fang Hao inquired. All I saw was uncovered coffin, I didn't dare to get too close. Lowry replied. Indeed, if there were enemies inside, getting too close might awaken them. Let's go, move out and check. Fang Hao flapped his wings, alighting back onto the shoulder of the Baron Tomb Guard. The team began to descend the staircase into the 4th level. The area of the 4th level had shrunk again, and there was no passage leading to the next level. If there were no secret passages, then this would be the last level of the underground palace. In the central position, there was a huge stone coffin. Rather than a coffin, it was more like a water pool shaped like a stone coffin. On top of the stone coffin were 4 round copper mirrors. Around each copper mirror, solar radiant patterns were carved, embedded with solar essence, casting 4 rays of light directly into the stone coffin below. The copper mirrors and patterns were exactly the same as those used to illuminate the heart in the ancient tomb last time. Fang Hao had basically confirmed it now. Inside the coffin was the remaining body of the heart. However, looking at the stone coffin that was as big as a swimming pool. Just how big was the person inside? Could the Blood Clan have giant bodies? That didn't seem right. If it was a giant, how would it have been the lover of the city lord of the human clan from before? The body structure wouldn't be up to standard. Fang Hao was a bit puzzled. Go, take a stroll inside, Fang Hao said to the Baron Tomb Guard beside him. Without hesitation, the Baron Tomb Guard stepped down the stairs and strolled around the entire hall after hearing the command. There were no surprises, and no enemies appeared. It seemed safe inside. Be careful, move all the funeral items out, Fang Hao ordered. Although the stone coffin occupied most of the space, there were still quite a few gold and silver burial items stored in the corners. The Baron Tomb Guards, in standby mode, sprang into action. They began to move the funeral items that could be taken away, out of the palace. Controlling the skeleton sparrow, Fang Hao flew directly above the giant coffin in the center and looked down from the top of the coffin wall. In the stone coffin, there was a pair of giant bat wings. Under the light beam of the copper mirror, they looked pale and shriveled. Reviving bat wing. Category, organ. Effect, implant bat wing. Description, the greedy city lord stripped the bat wings from his lover. He brought the best surgeons in his city to try to graft them onto himself. After the 324th failure, the city lord let out a furious roar in the moonlight, and decided to bury the bat wings forever. Mission, find the whole body, completion 2/3. Description, find the complete body and there is a chance of getting a dark gold level hero to join you. The properties information appeared in front of Fang Hao. It seemed that what was buried here weren't the remains of the Blood Clan member, but his bat wings. The effect was to implant the bat wings. That was to say, if he wanted to, he could graft the bat wings onto his own body. This seemed a lot like the Red Duke from the description. But the Red Duke ultimately failed. After the 324th failure, he sealed the bat wings here. Of course, even though he thought it would be cool to have a pair of giant bat wings, Fang Hao would never graft such odd things onto his body. He had a bone dragon to ride, so why bother risking these weird things? And the mission find the whole body, was already 2/3 completed. As long as he found the last piece of the body, he would complete the mission. Then there was a chance that a dark gold level hero would join his territory. Remove the copper mirrors and solar essence from above, Fang Hao continued to order. Baron Tomb Guards stacked up to reach the copper mirror and took everything from the top. The light beam of the copper mirror disappeared. The bat wings in the stone coffin slowly recovered their color and were no longer shriveled. Chapter 281, Caterpillar Race. As the copper mirror on the ceiling was removed, the bat wings in the stone coffin were quickly regaining their blood color. No longer shriveled and pale. What's this? Lowry jumped onto the stone coffin, and Dimitrija also came over. They were latecomers, only hearing a brief explanation from Fang Hao about the beating heart on their way. Bat wings, part of the beating heart, Fang Hao answered. That's quite scary. Lowry hugged his shoulders, shivering slightly. The 2 bat wings gradually regained their blood color. They fluttered from time to time, as if they were about to fly. You'll get used to it, Fang Hao reassured. The funeral items were all transferred out. Tie up the bat wings and take them out. Also, take all the solar essence and nightstone on the walls, Fang Hao instructed further. The Baron Tomb Guards commenced action. They began to extract the solar essence and nightstone from the walls. They also entered the stone coffin, binding the fluttering bat wings with ropes, to prevent them from taking flight after leaving the tomb, else they would have to arrange for someone to give chase. Once everything was done on the 4th floor, they moved back to the 3rd floor to gather the items. Outside the underground palace, under the shade of a large tree, Fang Hao was still in the state of God's presence, lying down with his eyes closed on the grass. Behind him, in the dense forest, were the stationary bone dragon and the remaining barren tomb guards. At the moment, Fang Hao's shirt was pulled up high, exposing his smooth, fair stomach. And Angia, with her hands propping up her chin, was lying nearby with great interest. Go on, you're almost at the finish line. Don't lose heart, little green, there's still a chance for a comeback, she cheered. In response to Angia's cheers, a green and a white caterpillar were racing on Fang Hao's belly. The white caterpillar took the lead, gradually nearing the finish line. The green caterpillar lagged behind, though after a couple of prods to its butt with a twig, it picked up pace, seemingly about to overtake the white caterpillar. The race was nearing its thrilling finale. The white caterpillar was leading, with the green one following closely. Who would emerge victorious? Just as the two caterpillars were neck and neck, about to reach the finish line, the barren tomb guards emerged from the entrance of the underground palace, lugging various items. Fang Hao, lying on the ground, also twitched his eyelids slightly. Angia was startled, hastily picking up the two caterpillars and tossing them aside. Fang Hao opened his eyes to find his stomach feeling a bit cold, then saw his armor undone, and the underlying clothes pulled up high. There were also 2 wet streaks on his belly. What happened? Fang Hao asked curiously. What do you mean? Angia sat up straight away, feigning ignorance. Why did you lift up my clothes? Fang Hao also sat up, checking his trousers. Oh. The weather is too hot, I saw you sweating and was afraid you would have a heat stroke, Angia explained. Fang Hao gave her a glance, not believing her ridiculous explanation. Buttoning up his clothes, he said, all right, we've dealt with everything in the underground palace. After Dimitrija and the others come out, you can arrange for the tomb entrance to be blocked, to prevent any passing villagers from falling into it. Okay, got it, she replied. Soon, Dimitrija and his men came out through the entrance of the underground palace. The various trophies and funeral items were piled up on both sides. Angia ordered the barren tomb guards to prepare stones to block the entrance once everyone was out. This time they got 2 treasure boxes in total. Taking this opportunity, Fang Hao decided to open the treasure boxes. This time they got 2 treasure boxes in total. One was silver and the other was gold. He first came to the silver box and opened it. Obtained, blueprint for white steel 2-handed sword, blueprint for courtyard stone wall, 5 shadow stones, 12 blood stones, 72 warfire coins. The blueprint for the white steel 2-handed sword is a duplicate. The last time I got it was in the Blood Clan's ancient tomb, and now it's from this silver chest. Check the second blueprint. Courtyard stone wall blueprint, Yanmai 10 wood materials, 30 stone materials, 20 stone bricks. Description: a wall that guards against gentlemen but not against thieves, can block the view. It's a good idea to erect this wall in the backyard of the Lord's mansion. Although there are not many people in the territory, the open-air hot spring is still a bit embarrassing. No need to introduce the shadow stone and blood stone. I didn't expect that opening a treasure chest would yield rare materials of 2 factions. I put the blueprints away, store the materials in the storage space, and continue to the gold treasure chest. Open it. Obtained, blueprint for fine carved stone plate, blueprint for exquisitely carved sun array stone slab, blueprint for heavy black iron repeating crossbow bolt, blueprint for nobleman's cane sword, 45 blood stones, 258 warfire coins. The gold treasure chest gives quite a lot of items. A whole lot of them. Fine carved stone plate, 2 stone bricks. Description: stone plate made of stone bricks, suitable for indoor and outdoor use. In the Book of Lords, the blueprint for ordinary stone plates has already been unlocked. Each stone plate is made from 3 stones. And now, this fine carved stone plate should be an upgraded version of the ordinary stone plate. It requires 2 stone bricks to make. Comparatively speaking, the ordinary stone plate is still more cost-effective in terms of materials. Now, the streets of various cities, as well as the main roads connecting the cities, are all being paved with stone plates. Fine carved stone plates are more suitable for indoor use or on special occasions. Exquisitely carved sun array stone slab, 1 fine carved stone plate, 1 mithril, 1 solar essence. Description: complete array pattern, imbuing the temperature of the sun into the finely carved stone plate. Exquisitely carved stone plate? Fang Hao quickly flips through the Book of Lords. Sure enough, he found the consumption requirement of an exquisitely carved stone plate in the material needed for the stone monster's stone armor. Now that 2 blueprints require an exquisitely carved stone plate, he should pay attention in the future, or directly place an order in the Trade Alliance for acquisition. The exquisitely carved sun array stone slab is actually not difficult to understand. Just now, stone plates carved with sun array patterns can be seen on the walls of the cave. Although Fang Hao did not have a chance to touch it, Lowry had complained that the heat emitted by the stone plate was not low. By winter time, it can serve as a heater, or it can be paved on the floor to become geothermal heat. Such practical and useful items are quite neat. Heavy black iron crossbow bolt, 5 hardwood, 3 iron, 2 cast iron, 1 metal component. Description: a crossbow bolt commonly used for ballista-type weapons. Obviously, this is the kind of bolt shot out by the mechanism. Although it's called a crossbow bolt, its length and thickness is more similar to a war spear, or perhaps a javelin. But it must be used in conjunction with a weapon. I've gotten the blueprint for the nobleman's cane sword before, so getting it now is considered a duplicate. I'll sell it in the channel when the time comes. After reading all blueprints, I collected them all using the Book of Lords. Looking at the ongoing fill-up team not far away, I scratched my belly. After a while, it's done, all filled up. Angia came back with her people. The original temple has been leveled, and the fragments and statues have been thrown into the pit and covered with soil. In less than 2 days, even the marks of the fresh soil on the ground will disappear. As if the temple never existed. Let's go back. Everyone climbed onto the bone dragon and began to return to the territory. Chapter 282, It's this long. By the time he returned to the estate, it was already about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After dismounting from the bone dragon, Fang Hao ordered, throw these corpses into the skeleton conversion field, and send this bat wing to the Viscera Museum. The barren tomb guards began to move as per his orders. The harvest this time had been quite smooth. Fang Hao had obtained what he wanted, but he was still 1 body short of completing his final task. There was no need to guess which organ it was. Only the body was left. However, he still hadn't found any clues for the last body part. Master, your lunch is ready, Ira said as she walked over. Good. Fang Hao returned to the main hall, and Ira served the prepared lunch. The lunch was a bit simple, but he was rather hungry after being busy all morning. Ira, I realized today that Fang Hao is quite pale, Angia commented after recounting their temple adventure, speaking casually. Fang Hao cleared his throat. Ira narrowed her eyes and looked at the two of them, curiously asking, how did you find out? I discovered it in the woods, while playing with a caterpillar, Angia casually replied. Pfft. Fang Hao started choking on his fruit wine, covering his mouth. Did they just give him a nickname so quickly? A caterpillar. Yeah, it was this long, soft, and felt nice to touch, Angia demonstrated with her hand. Although Fang Hao was a seasoned individual, he had a hard time keeping a straight face against Angia's words. He said, Angia, don't cross the line, that's personal attack. Caught off guard, Angia asked, what personal attack? She looked at Ira again. Ira, have you seen a caterpillar before? Ira's face instantly blushed, and her big ears started turning red as well. I haven't seen one. Then I will catch one for you next time. Catch? Yeah, I caught 2 today, 1 white and 1 green. They were really fun to play with, always arching forward. Caterpillar. Yeah. Haha. I've seen it, there are lots of them on the trees, Ira laughed out loud, her cheeks still flushed. Fang Hao sighed heavily. He suddenly felt an itch in his belly. This brat, she actually played with caterpillars on his belly, that's too over the line. He would take the chance to teach her a lesson when the opportunity arises. Their lunchtime ended amidst the girls giggling and laughing. Just as he stepped out of the mansion, many orcs were seen walking over from a distance. Earlier in the morning, before going to the temple, Fang Hao used God's presence to contact Petty, the Pigman clan leader. He asked her to send troops to the main city in the afternoon. This group was the orc squad arranged by Petty. The squad was led by Bolton, an old acquaintance from the Pigman clan. dressed in metal plate armor and carrying a long sword at his waist. Fang Hao hadn't seen Bolton in a while. He looked much sturdier than before. "Lord," Bolton quickly saluted. The orcs behind him also knelt to salute. These orcs were from various large and small orc villages in the north of the territory. After being unified by Fang Hao, they began to coexist peacefully. The Pigman village, as the first village to affiliate with Fang Hao, had also gained some status among the orc villages in the north. You all have had a hard trip, everyone can get up," Fang Hao nodded and said. The orcs stood up, still standing respectfully to the side. This place is not their little village. The hundreds of thousands of undead outside the city made it impossible for them to relax, leaving their hearts in suspense. "Lord, what should we do on this visit?" Bolton asked. "Well, wait a moment." Fang Hao finished speaking, and called a maid, "Go and call Dimitrija." "As you wish, master." The maid ran towards Dimitrija's residence. After a while, Dimitrija came over wearing armor and holding a long sword. Only then did Fang Hao say to the orcs present, "This is Dimitrija, a strong orange level 8 hero. This time you will follow his command and participate in a certain to win battle. After returning, I will reward you according to your performance." The orcs' mouths fell open when they heard that the lizardman before them was a level 8 orange hero. The highest level they had heard of was Skull Crusher from the Coldwind Mountain range. But he was only a level 9 purple hero. He simply can't compare with the lizardman in front of them. Moreover, Fang Hao promised to reward them when they returned. Expressions of joy appeared on their faces. They were informed before they left that they would participate in battle. Now Fang Hao's promise is a pleasant surprise. And the reward promised by the Lord must be satisfactory. Even the most destitute Pigman village became the best among all villages after Fang Hao's support. The living conditions here are much better than those of the large orc tribes. If they accomplish something and receive Fang Hao's support, their own villages could benefit and get even better. The orcs immediately changed their posture, respectfully saluting Dimitrija. "We've met Sir Dimitrija, and we're willing to follow your orders." "All right, follow me, and I will explain the battle arrangements to you." Dimitrija began to give his final instructions. These orcs were not here for battle, but to act as messengers. With such a large number of undead soldiers, commands need to be issued in group form. "Yes, Sir Dimitrija." The orcs followed Dimitrija and left. Dimitrija left with the orcs. Fang Hao was not idle, either. He needed to go to the barracks and prepare the troops required by Dimitrija for his expedition. He first headed to the burial grounds for recruitment. There are currently two kinds of troops in the burial grounds, skeleton warriors and skeleton spearmen. Both types of troops are level 2. Although the level is low, the battlefield also requires a combination of different troop types. There could be cases of one type of troop countering another. Moreover, with plenty of wriggling spines in his possession, he doesn't lack expendable resources. Recruitable, skeleton warrior, cost, 2 wriggling spines, do you want to recruit? He set the recruitment number to 1000. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 101,000 skeleton warriors. A large variety of lights flashed, and 100,000 skeleton warriors filled up the open space in front, rooftops, and large areas within the territory. After seeing this situation many times, there was no surprise anymore. After asking the skeleton warriors to stand by outside, Fang Hao continued to recruit spearmen. Recruitable, skeleton spearmen, cost, 2 wriggling spines, do you want to recruit? The number was still set to 1000. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 101,000 skeleton spearmen. Again, a large group of skeleton spearmen appeared. They were also ordered to wait outside the door. After recruiting troops from the burial grounds, Fang Hao proceeded to the giant stone tomb, archery range, and undead mage tower. Troop recruitment was carried out in separate batches. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 202,000 barren tomb guards. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 202,000 skeleton archers. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting 202,000 undead mages. A total of 800,000 soldiers, an imposing army, assembled outside the territory. Chapter 283, Clues of the Body. Atop the city gate. Fang Hao and Dimitrija were looking at an undead army of 800,000 outside the city. The macabre skeletal troops stretched as far as the eye could see. The orcs who were once full of confidence and waiting to be rewarded for their achievements now stood with soft legs, unable to hold themselves up. Only with great effort, dragging and pulling, were they able to barely stand in their small teams under their charge. "My lord, there are not enough orcs," Dmitrija said. In a moment, I'll have the bone dragon bring over more manpower." Fang Hao too noticed the lack of orcs. After deliberating for a while, they both descended the city wall. Upon reaching the vast open space outside the city, Fang Hao began to create equipment for the soldiers. 100-fold amplification triggered, acquired storm fine iron open helmet 4.0 100-fold amplification triggered, acquired military war spear 101000. 100-fold amplification triggered, acquired Erland Guardian thick leather armor 202000. 100-fold amplification triggered, acquired high-speed hardwood shortbow 20200. Acquired white steel two-handed heavy sword 20200. Wood root magic wand. Under the boost of 100-fold amplification, pieces of equipment piled up on the surrounding open space. The bone dragon would then distribute them to designated soldier types for equipping. Through this equipment production process, Fang Hao noticed a problem. The equipment of melee troops and long-range troops were becoming increasingly unequal. Melee troops' equipment had basically been upgraded to blue quality throughout. Their offense and defense had reached Tier 3. However, the equipment for long-range troops were relatively behind. Apart from the high-speed hardwood shortbow, the Erland Guardian thick leather armor set and the Undead Mage's wood root magic wand and robe were still of green quality. Their offense and defense ratings were only of Tier 2. The ranged troops, in every battle, exerted a high combat power. It seems Fang Hao would need to gradually replace the equipment of ranged troops next, so as not to allow a huge disparity in the quality between melee and ranged equipment. They were kept busy until dusk. The army of more than 800,000 only gradually finished the equipment exchange by then. Fang Hao had the bone dragons shuttle back and forth several times, bringing in a large number of orcs. Dmitrija started the troop drill. After watching for a while, Fang Hao felt there was nothing for him to do and silently left. Back at the Lord's mansion, Ira was preparing dinner. Angia was following Ira around, telling stories she had heard from some unknown source. Just as they were about to sit down, a rushing hoofbeat sound was heard from outside the door. A heavy sword soldier dismounted and deposited a body with a sack covering its head outside the door. "My lord, a corpse was sent over from Pruel City. They claimed it to be Blood Clan Fielding," the heavy sword soldier saluted and said loudly. Blood Clan Fielding, convicted for the assassination attempt on a human city lord, had been hung exposed to the elements for 3 days. Under the sun's exposure, his body had dried up. If Fang Hao did not need it, Tevek would directly have given the order to cremate the corpse to avoid the back-and-forth transport of it. "What's the situation at Pruel City?" Fang Hao continued to ask. The heavy sword soldier answered, "Sir Tevek says all is going smoothly. Cyril's death has not caused any upheaval in the city." Fang Hao nodded, "That's fine, you may return. I will have someone handle the corpse." "Yes, my lord." The heavy sword soldier mounted his horse once more and left the territory. The corpse of Fielding was still left outside the door. Passing maidservants carefully avoided it. Fang Hao was just about to order someone to throw the corpse into the conversion field when he came up with a new plan. After dinner, a bone dragon landed in front of the Lord's mansion, and Blackthorn dismounted. "Lord." "Yes, I've acquired a corpse of a Blood Clan member. I need you to help me interrogate him and glean some useful information," Fang Hao said. "I am at your service." The two men proceeded to the open land where the corpse was laid. Blackthorn began drawing array markings and Fang Hao had someone bring 2 cattle. As the blood flowed along the array and collected in the body, Fielding, who had been dead for several days, sat up momentarily, his eyes hollow. "Sir, please begin your questioning," Blackthorn said. Fang Hao didn't hesitate, asking directly, "Fielding, how many troops are there in Crescent Heights?" Fielding, his face charred, replied, "Around 60,000. Crescent Heights hasn't done a troop count in a long time, so I don't have exact figures." "What level of power has the Red Duke reached?" "I don't know." "Has he broken through to the Dark Gold level?" "No." At this point, Blackthorn gave Fang Hao a look, signaling to Fang Hao that Fielding's condition could only answer one last question. Where did the Red Duke hide his lover's body when he was still a human city lord? Fielding's swollen body faltered slightly, seemingly surprised that Fang Hao would ask this question. But he still answered without hesitation. At the bottom of Lake Tanho in Crescent Heights. Point out the location to me. Just as Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, Fielding's body burst with a bang. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Sir, have you obtained the information you wanted? Blackthorn asked. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords. Yes, Fielding held a high position in Crescent Heights. The information is quite useful. This inquiry of the corpse made the previously uncertain information much more concrete. The cavalry force stands at around 60,000. No specific information had been obtained about the Red Duke's tier. But he was at tier 8 5 years ago, and he still hasn't reached the dark gold level now, so he's probably at tier 9 or 10. There isn't much difference from Dimitrich's orange tier 8. Most importantly, Fang Hao obtained the final clue about the location of the Beating Heart's last body part. At the bottom of Lake Tanho in Crescent Heights. Although he didn't know the exact location of Lake Tanho, with its name and location in Crescent Heights, he would have no trouble finding it. Sir, are you planning to go to war with the Blood Clan? Asked Blackthorn. When the Bone Dragon arrived, Blackthorn saw the newly assembled army awaiting orders outside the city. In conjunction with the recent interrogation of the Blood Clan, it could be inferred that a war was imminent with the Blood Clan. Yes, this time we will take the initiative to attack Crescent Heights. We need to tighten our defense on the northern fortress, in order to prevent the trolls from taking advantage of the situation, said Fang Hao. Blackthorn was a skeleton hero created by him. With 100% loyalty, Fang Hao wasn't afraid of him leaking the next plan. On the contrary, Blackthorn brought up an important point which reminded Fang Hao of the troll fortress in the north. He must increase the defense to prevent any problems during this time. Sir, rest assured, I'll arrange everything as soon as I return, said Blackthorn, nodding solemnly. Good, thank you for your hard work, Blackthorn. It's my duty, sir. Afterwards, Blackthorn had nothing else to do. After saluting, he mounted the Bone Dragon and flew back to his base at the Bloody Fortress. After dismissing Blackthorn, Fang Hao called for Dimitrija and informed him of the information obtained from the interrogation. It would help him get prepared. After handling everything, it was already late at night. Fang Hao returned to his room and immediately fell asleep. Meanwhile, Crescent Heights, Blood Clan Castle. The Red Duke's face was full of rage, fuming with anger. Where is he? Where is Fielding? The Red Duke roared, like a bloodthirsty, mad beast. Traveling from Crescent Heights to Pruel City on a known route takes 2 days. According to the plan, 3 days ago a group of residents from Pruel City should have arrived in Crescent Heights to serve as blood slaves. But until now, not only the blood slaves had not arrived, but even Fielding had gone missing. Even though the Red Duke did not want to think about it, he knew that something must have gone wrong. Most likely, something bad had happened to Fielding. Chapter 284, The Furious Red Duke. Upon the throne, veins protruded from the Red Duke's face, his features twisted grotesquely like a devil emerging from the abyss. I asked you a question, why weren't the planned people delivered? The Duke's voice echoed eerily, sending a chill running down one's spine. Under the Red Duke's rage, the remaining members of the Blood Clan trembled in fear and awe. Having gained power, the Red Duke had become increasingly ruthless. Throughout Crescent Heights, no one dared to stand against him. Your Grace, this matter has always been handled by Fielding. There may have been some mistakes, one of the vampires spoke. The plan to subvert Pruel City had been exclusively handled by Fielding as per Red Duke's strict orders against interference. Hence, they were not exactly clear on how the plan was progressing. Now that Fielding had messed up and the Red Duke was questioning them, they felt wronged and frustrated. Humph! With a cold humph, the Red Duke vanished from his spot and reappeared in front of the speaking vampire in the blink of an eye. He gripped the vampire by the throat, sank his sharp fangs into the neck, and greedily drank the blood. Terror danced in the vampire's eyes as he struggled to plead for mercy, but no sound came out of his mouth. His body quickly withered and he eventually went limp as if drained of all strength. His body was carelessly tossed aside. Thump! 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 Emulating this painful scene, the remaining vampires fell to their knees, their faces pale and legs shaking. They realized the Duke's mood today was terribly unstable. He had killed one of their own just because of Fielding's failure. Even with the presumed death or disappearance of the young master, Giovanni, the Duke had never displayed such intense emotions. Maybe a full meal had eased the Red Duke's temper somewhat. I don't want to hear excuses, I want accurate information, the Red Duke said coldly, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. The hall fell into silence for a moment. Another vampire spoke up, Your Grace, my men found signs of a struggle on the way and a human corpse in a thicket of bushes. It seems that the blood servants we were escorting were robbed in transit. The Red Duke raised an eyebrow, They were robbed? Who would rob people on that road? Did you find any corpses of half-bloods? The Red Duke returned to his seat. No, the crime scene was spotlessly cleaned. Everything that could be taken was taken by the perpetrators. The human body found was presumably forgotten in the thicket or missed in the dark, the vampire replied. Good, you did well, the Red Duke offered some casual praise. Thank you, Your Grace. The Duke's gaze swept across the room again. Who has information about Fielding? He asked. Once again, silence filled the hall. Regarding Fielding, or rather, regarding Pruel City, it was as if a dark hole had swallowed any possible information about the place. Despite their number, no one had any leads. The Duke's expression turned furious again as he let out an exasperated sigh. He turned to a nearby blood servant, Go check the Faceless' cottage. There should be a message by now. As you wish, Your Grace, the blood servant departed swiftly to check the news from the Faceless' quarters. Yesterday, the Duke sent a message from the Faceless' dwelling and by today, he was expecting new news. The wait wasn't long. The servant returned swiftly with an envelope, respectfully presenting it to the Red Duke, Your Grace, there's a message. The Duke took the envelope and began reading. It read, Fielding attempted to assassinate City Lord Cyril of Pruel City and was executed and left in the sun for days. Bang! Upon seeing this message, the Red Duke slammed his fist onto his armrest. How could Fielding attempt to assassinate Cyril? But instantly another thought crossed his mind, someone else must have discovered their plot, killed Cyril and framed Fielding for it. This made things a lot simpler. Pruel City would focus their attention on the Blood Clan and wouldn't dig deeper into who was really behind it. Enough, everyone prepare for an attack on the undead territories, commanded the Red Duke flatly. The book of the Blood Clan had to be retrieved. Since the route through Pruel City was blocked, and he was losing his patience, he decided to wage a war and simply snatch back the book of the Blood Clan. As for who was responsible for Fielding's death and disrupting their plan, all he had to do was to wait and see who ascended as the new city lord of Pruel City, and the truth would reveal itself. As you wish, Your Grace, all the vampires responded in unison and, little by little, started to leave the room. Quiet returned to the Blood Clan's hall. But the Red Duke, resting his chin in contemplation, seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The blood servant stood silently waiting at his side, not daring to make a sound. After a long while, the Red Duke reopened his eyes and commanded, Prepare the carriage, we are going to Tanhur Lake. As you command, Your Grace, the servant swiftly left to prepare the carriage. Once everyone was gone, silence again filled the hall. However, the Red Duke couldn't help but feel a sense of growing terror. He had had a nightmare during his daytime slumber. In his dream, the people he had killed were seeking revenge while he constantly begged for mercy. The woman who used to believe everything he said, didn't trust him this time. The woman gouged out his heart. The black heart spilled a thick, black fluid, and emanated a repulsive odor. The next second, she tightened her grip, crushing his heart. That was why he was inconsolably irritated today. Fielding's death was only a small part of it. More so, it was a persistent fear etched into his heart. He was scared that the woman might return and kill him outright. Your Grace, the carriage is ready, the servant reported. The Duke abruptly stood up but just as quickly sighed and sat back down, Never mind, I won't go. Double the number defenses at Tanhur Lake, not allowing anyone or anything to approach. As you wish, Your Grace, said the servant. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Hao, awakened by the noise outside, stretched lazily. He rolled out of bed and after a quick wash, he immediately left the Lord's manor. Today, the entire fief was abuzz with activity. Food and weapons had been loaded onto the wagons and the orcs were doing a final check. My lord! Dmitrija greeted Fang Hao upon seeing him approach. Today, according to plan, was the day Dmitrija set off for Crescent Heights. The journey, despite a well-defined route, would still take 2 to 3 days. Dmitrija, this is the sound transmitting shell which you can use to contact me from the fief. Be careful of the Red Duke, and if you encounter any danger, use the bone dragon to return immediately, Fang Hao handed over the shell, instructing him. The shell was borrowed from Fireblade last night. Since Fireblade was guarding the Frostwind fortress and currently faced no immediate threats, it was decided to give the shell to Dimitrija first. Rest assured, my lord, we shall be victorious in this battle, Dimitrija confidently claimed. The contrast in forces was large, 800,000 against 60,000. Dimitrija was confident of his victory. Good, I look forward to your victorious return. Chapter 285, Blueprint of a Kill for Pottery. An overwhelming army of 800,000 undead left their territories in a grand display. They headed towards Crescent Heights. Fang Hao stood on the ramparts, watching the army gradually march away. For this war against Crescent Heights, he had handed over command to Dimitrija. As his territory grows stronger, there is less need for his constant involvement in battles. Furthermore, the heroes understood combat and leadership better than he did. He remembers the time he first arrived. He had to personally lead the troop to clear out the beast lair and drive off the wolf pack. Now, he just needs to issue the mission and the heroes will arrange the manpower to complete it. He just needs to rest easy as a lord. When he returned to the lord's mansion, Ira had prepared breakfast. As soon as he woke up, she helped to prepare various tools that needed to be taken along. Having busied herself until now, hunger arose from her belly. Breakfast was served. And Ira specially made a seafood platter and placed it in front of Fang Hao. Using chopsticks, she picked up a piece of food that looked like an oyster, dipped it in some sauce, and put it in front of Fang Hao. Master, eat more, it's good for your body, Ira whispered. With the existence of Fulei's fishery, the dining table often contains fresh seafood for everyone. And with the assistance of Fang Hao, the output of the fishery increased exponentially. New varieties of seafood were even added. Calling it seafood isn't accurate, it should be lacustrine products. Fang Hao took a bite and found the taste to be truly good. Ira crammed the remaining pieces into Fang Hao's mouth, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. When Angia came down for breakfast and saw only the sauce remaining on the plate, she was indignant and questioned whether they had been secretly eating good food behind her back. Fang Hao and Ira put on innocent faces, accusing her of overthinking. They sat down to eat. Ding! The Book of Lords transmitted the sound of a private message. He initially thought it was from a familiar person, but it turned out to be a stranger named Qiu Zhishang. Well, the name sounded quite impressive. Mr. Fang Hao, I noticed you're buying tiles, right? Upon reading the message, Fang Hao was slightly startled. These past few days, due to the issues with the Blood Clan, he almost forgot about the tiles. Although he hasn't announced his intent to purchase tiles in the regional channel, he has mentioned his priority to exchange tile-producing blueprints in various exchanges of information. If there were special needs, they could also exchange privately. Yes, if you have tile production blueprints, you can let me know what you need, and if I have them, we can exchange, Fang Hao replied. After sending the message, his heart was filled with joy. Finally, there was a lead for obtaining tiles, a necessary material for upgrading a level 8 stone tower. Mr. Fang Hao, you misunderstood my words. I indeed have tile production blueprints, but I want to sell you completed tiles. Qiu Zhishang said. Qiu Zhishang was indeed rather fortunate, he had recently welcomed a group of displaced persons to his village. After accepting them, the displaced persons provided him with information about a pottery factory relic. Having obtained 2 tile kill blueprints after clearing the relic, he decided to sell one after collecting the other. However, when he discovered the region's #1 player, Fang Hao, was purchasing tiles, he knew his opportunity to get rich had arrived. He didn't want to trade blueprints, but rather directly sell completed tiles. As a must-have material for main city upgrades, he knows they would sell. He plans to sell to Fang Hao first and then to other lords who reach the required level later. As the only one with a production line, Qiu Zhishang will be able to earn a lot of resources and possibly become overnight rich. If utilized well, surpassing Fang Hao wouldn't be impossible. So how do you want to trade? Fang Hao continued to ask. Well, Mr. Fang Hao, 1 piece of white equipment for 1 tile, and 5 tiles for 1 piece of green equipment, Qiu Zhishang stated. Looking at the price quoted by the other party, Fang Hao was taken aback. He was unsure if the man knew that upgrading from the Lord's level 7 stone tower to level 8 required 1,200 tiles. With his trading method, I would have to give him 1,200 pieces of white equipment. Even if Fang Hao has a hundredfold amplification, by the time he upgrades to levels 9 and 10 or even higher, wouldn't that completely drain him? This is more than just having a big mouth. This is like swallowing the Milky Way. Mr. Chu, you're quite the joker. Tile isn't even worth much, certainly not this price. But that's not how it works in this world. The price of an item can only be defined by its scarcity, not its original value, Chu Zhishang continued. Fang Hao thought for a moment and continued, exchanging a tile for a finished weapon wouldn't be sustainable business. Even if Fang Hao was willing to buy it, other people wouldn't be able to afford it. Hehe, Mr. Fang Hao, you sell tens of thousands of pieces of equipment every day. This wouldn't put you out of business, and to maintain the #1 spot in your region, you naturally have to spend a little more. He was explicitly trying to rob Fang Hao because he knew he was rich. Can I confirm the information on your blueprint? Of course, clay oven blueprint. After Chu Zhishang sent this, a triumphant smirk crossed his lips. The look on the other person's face indicated that he was planning a large expenditure, placing a significant order. However, when Fang Hao's message came through, it left him taken aback. Mr. Chu, I need to think about it. Hey? What's there to think about? Chu Zhishang was still persuading him, but Fang Hao simply closed their chat. Fang Hao understood Chu Zhishang's intentions. Most people would do the same. But Chu Zhishang's actions were somewhat excessive. Knowing that Fang Hao was selling a lot of equipment in the regional channel, he proactively hiked up the prices, which was unacceptable to him. You can fool me, but you can't poke my nose and treat me like a fool. After breakfast, Fang Hao went directly to the trade alliance. Dujin was at the counter writing something. Seeing Fang Hao walk in, he put down his work and said, Lord. Good morning Dujin. Fang Hao sat down at the counter. Give me a purchase order. Of course, my lord. Dujin said as he took an order form from below the counter. Write down clay oven construction blueprint, instructed Fang Hao. Dujin nodded, picked up a goose feather pen by his side, and wrote the corresponding name on the order form. The order needs the exact and accurate name. After filling it in, the trade alliance would set the price based on your needs, not an arbitrary price. The trade alliance has its rules. My lord, I've written it down. We still have one order form left, with the due date approaching, Dujin continued. Dujame, do you know how to make a fine carved stone plate? Fang Hao asked. Dujin apologized, I'm sorry, my lord, but I don't. Then write down sound transmitting shell instead. See how many we can ask for the highest. Fang Hao planned to write the sound transmitting shell on the last order. My lord, I suggest writing 5. This number won't cause too much of a delay. Okay, write it down. After chatting with Dujin a bit more, Fang Hao left the Trade Alliance building. He returned to the Lord's mansion. A Tauran warrior arrived on a fast horse. With muscular physique, a silver treasure chest strapped to his back with hemp rope. Lord, the chieftain asked me to bring you this treasure chest and also the maps collected from the tavern. The Tauran dismounted and put the treasure chest on the ground. He then pulled out 2 single-page maps from his thickly furred chest. Ah, you've worked hard. Sit down and rest for a while. Fang Hao took the maps, placing them on a table nearby. He would collect them when the sweat on them dried a bit. A maid brought some fruit wine. The Tauran thanked her respectfully and drained the glass. He opened the treasure chest. Received, black iron round leather knife blueprint, black iron curved battle axe blueprint, green, unicorn sheep fishing rod blueprint, beast tooth 12, warfire coin 72. Chapter 286, Undead Mine. The treasure chest brought from Manam Market has quite a few items inside. Black iron curved battle axe, sturdy wood 1, cast iron pieces 1. Description: a mature and useful tool for leather production, which can increase the efficiency of leather production. It's a leather-making tool. From the description, it's supposed to increase the efficiency of leather production. This seems like a very practical tool. Proceeding to check the second item. Black iron curved battle axe, timber 2, cast iron pieces 2, metal parts 1. Description: a hefty battle axe that is more deadly when chopping and hacking. A green battle axe. Although it's a new blueprint, it doesn't help Fang Hao much. The Territorial Equipment's battle axe is still the hatchet axe obtained from Bronze Bull, which is also green and of high quality. Plus, the rate of equipping the battle axe isn't high. It's unnecessary to replace the existing hatchet axe with the black iron curved battle axe. Continuing to check the last item. Unicorn sheep fishing rod, sturdy wood 1, silver ingot 1, unicorn sheep horn 1. Description: a fishing rod made from sheep's horn. A fishing rod, which isn't useful here. However, I can ask Fule if he needs it. If needed, I could make some. After all, with my hundredfold amplification, setting the production quantity to 2 would be enough for the entire fishing village. I'll file these blueprints for now. I send the beast tooth and warfire coin to the seller via the maid. The Tauren is still sitting there, his cup of wine drained. Get him another cup, give him a bigger one this time, Fang Hao instructs the maid. Thank you, sir, thank you rabbit lady, the Tauren hastily thanks. The bunny maid flashes a smile and hops off to fetch the wine. In Beastman traditional mindset, the more a beast clan resembles the human clan, the less likely they are to be accepted by other beastmen. Such as the Foxkin and the Rabbitman clan, they're the ones subject to discrimination in beast clan territory. Here at Fang Hao's place, any beastman must respectfully call her miss or mistress. How's the business in the Manam market recently? Fang Hao starts the conversation. Very good, more and more villages come to trade, the Tauren replies, scratching his head. He's just a common Tauren warrior who is responsible for guarding in his tribe. When asked to talk about some developments or situations, he's at a loss for words. Where did you get this silver treasure chest from? Fang Hao inquires. It was a group of gnolls. Gnolls? Yet, recently a group violating the market rules and started to rob passing merchant caravans on the road. The chief was furious and led a group to wipe out the gnoll tribe. This treasure chest was found in their tribe, explained the Tauren. So, that's how they obtained it. The treasure chest could only be opened by a transmigrator like Fang Hao. Even if Bronze Bull obtained a treasure chest, it couldn't be opened. This was verified multiple times with Angia. When she went to play, the treasure chests she found were taken back, but only Fang Hao could open them. That's good, Fang Hao comments with a nod, expressing his agreement with Bronze Bull's method. The bunny maid appears then with a larger cup full of fruit wine. The Tauren accepts it with a laugh and takes down 2 big gulps. Fang Hao continues chatting with the Tauren. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Lori poking her little head out from behind the door. Hiss hiss. Lori shoots a signal in Angia's direction. Angia looks back upon hearing it and raises her eyebrows curiously. Lori motions with a flick of her head, as if to say let's go play. Angia glances at Fang Hao and shakes her head slightly. The two engage in a rapid exchange with their facial expressions. Fang Hao, eyeing the talkative Tauren beside him, speaks, Angia, don't go too far. We have a trip outside in half an hour. Oh, okay. Joy quickly covered Angia's face as she briskly walked out of the manor. After exchanging a few words with Lori, the two quickly depart. No more than 5 minutes later, the Tauren excuses himself with a bow. Fang Hao starts examining the 2 blueprints that were sent to him. Map, Undead Cave. Type, single-page map. Description, a map drawn by traveling merchants, marking the route and geography of unknown ruins. There is actually a map of the undead. Doesn't this feel like a family not recognizing its own kind? The Book of Lords is used to record the map, allowing the map's location to be viewed. The Undead Cave is located on the east side of Manam Market. There is some distance from here, but it's not too far. But with the wyverns as transportation, this distance doesn't seem too far. Now for the second map. Map, Spider Forest. Type, single-page map. Description, a map drawn by traveling merchants, marking the route and geography of unknown ruins. Check its location on the grand map. Also to the east side of Manam Market, and not far from the Undead Cave. It's very likely that these 2 maps were recorded by the same person. And then sold to a tavern together. Thump thump thump. From outside, Angia and Lori rush in, grimy and flustered. They slam on the brakes and stand in front of Fang Hao. We didn't get here late, did we? Angia said hastily. No, did you 2 fight? Asked Fang Hao curiously, looking at their appearances. Both of them look a bit sorry. Angia is covered in dust from head to toe. As for Lori, his case is even worse, being short in stature, he is covered in dirt and a line of blood is trickling from his nose which he's furiously wiping off. Hee hee. No, we just had a horse race, we fell because we were going too fast. Angia laughs carelessly. Lowry wipes his nosebleed, and stupidly giggles along. Goodness! Fang Hao is left speechless. Looks like these two have found good partners in each other. They made each other look like this, yet they're still giggling stupidly. You're both grown up yet acting silly, go clean yourselves up, we'll be departing soon. Fang Hao said. Luckily, Angia is a hero, and Lowry's rank isn't low either. If they were normal people, this would have killed them. Oh. Both agree and go to wash up. 10 minutes later. Fang Hao is on the bone dragon with Angia and Lowry. Behind them are 10 more bone dragons, carrying 74 skeleton trolls clad in troll-heavy armor suits, each wielding a wolf fang club and a black iron axe. Compared to Dimitrich's preference for two-handed swords used by the Baron Tomb Guard, Fang Hao feels that the skeleton trolls are a bit more convenient. They are taller and appear more intimidating. During the last battle at the Bloody Mountain Range, they managed to convert a large number of skeleton trolls. There are plenty of 6th and 7th ranked trolls. It isn't necessary for Fang Hao to recruit any, this should be enough. Depart. At Fang Hao's command, the bone dragons soar into the sky, flying toward the direction of the undead cave. The wind whistles past their ears. After about 40 or 50 minutes of flight, they cross over Manam Market and have almost reached their destination. Below lies a ruined city. Vines and plants have overtaken it, but one can still make out the collapsed city walls and damaged buildings amongst the ruins. Flying over the ruins, the bone dragons descend in front of a cliff. Chapter 287, Undead vs. Undead. The bone dragon landed, scattering a pair of grazing deer. Several people jumped off from bone dragon's back. Fang Hao quickly scanned the mountain wall. It should be nearby, look for a cave or something. This was the location indicated on the map. However, no caves were seen. The two women nodded, spread out to the left and right, and began to search along the mountain wall. Soon, from tens of meters away, came Angia's shout, Fang Hao, see if this is it. Hearing the shout, Fang Hao and Lowry walked over. Below the cliff in front of Angia, there was a pitch-black mountain cave sloping downwards. The entrance of the cave was large, about 5 meters in height, and the width was also 3 or 4 meters. The entrance was covered by climbing vines. If not intentionally searched, passing by, it would be difficult to find this cave. This should be it. Fang Hao looked inward along the vines. Inside it was pitch black, the visible range was very limited. Clear the vines. Fang Hao stepped back a few steps, the giant skeleton behind him stepped forward. Several axes swung down, the entangling vines at the entrance were cut off and scattered on the ground. The position of the cave entrance was completely exposed. I'll use the grey sparrow to check inside first. Fang Hao took a skeleton sparrow from his backpack and jumped back onto the bone dragon's back. Before using God's presence, he couldn't help but warned, you two don't be mischievous, especially you, Angia. Got it. Angia pouted her lips, showing her dissatisfaction with Fang Hao's remark about her. Fang Hao leaned back on the dragon's seat and immediately used God's presence. The soul fire glowed ghostly blue in the skeleton sparrow's eyes. It flapped its wings and flew into the cave. As the sparrow moved deeper, the cave grew darker. The supporting beam skeletons within the cave had rotten and broken, old mining tools had been left behind, the wooden handles had disappeared, leaving only the severely corroded metal parts. It continued to move deeper in. After advancing about 10 meters or so, dry bones began to be scattered on the ground, and when the sparrow got close, clatter clatter, the dry bones stood up, transforming into a skeleton warrior. The grey sparrow evaded the skeleton warrior's attack, and continued to fly deeper into the cave. As it moved further in, there were more and more skeleton warriors, the cave was filled with them in front. Fang Hao had no choice but to control the grey sparrow to turn back and fly out of the cave. Discharged God's presence. Angia asked, how did it go? Prepare for battle, a large group of skeletons are about to come out. Fang Hao stood up and hurriedly stated. As soon as his words fell, from within the cave, the dense sound of footsteps and the sound of metal hitting the cave walls echoed. Prepare for dragon breath. Fang Hao jumped down from the dragon's back, but he felt no urgency in his heart. He was too familiar with skeletons. He had seen everything, even on a larger scale, so he did not feel any fear facing these wild little skeletons. The bone dragon lay on its belly, pointing its head at the dark cave. The footsteps grew closer, and then they saw a large number of undead dragging their feet, holding corroded weapons, and stepping towards them. Dragon breath! Fang Hao lightly slapped the huge body of the bone dragon. Roar! The bone dragon's abdomen rose high, and the next second, a black beam sprayed from its mouth into the cave. The vast energy filled the cave. Under the black light, the bodies of the skeletons shattered like sand and scattered all over the ground. Not the slightest resistance. This was the first time Fang Hao had seen the bone dragon use death breath against the undead. When used against living creatures, it would peel off the flesh and turn them into a pile of bones. It seemed now, when used against the skeletons, it was equally effective. No bone residue was left behind. After the breath, the inside of the cave resumed tranquility instantly. After waiting for 2 or 3 breaths, scattered footsteps could be faintly heard from within the cave. There must be a few that managed to escape. Giant skeleton, surround the entrance, freely attack whatever comes out. Fang Hao quickly deployed. The giant skeleton began to move in accordance with the command. In front of the cave, they left a space of about 2 meters. Then, in a concave formation, they surrounded the cave entrance. Just as they finished their preparations, the skeleton from inside the cave stumbled out, holding high its broken mining tools. It had just emerged from the cave entrance. From both left and right, 2 large wolf fang clubs fell. Thud, thud. With the heavy thud, the first one that came out turned into bone dust on the ground due to shattered skeleton. Soon, a second skeleton emerged. Thud, thud. 2 thuds again, the second one also met a swift death. Third, fourth. After the 6th, the cave suddenly went quiet. Fang Hao peered inside the cave. There was ash everywhere along with fallen weapons. A few of you follow me, the rest stay here on standby. Fang Hao pointed out about 30-odd skeleton trolls and took out some nightstone lanterns from his storage space. He hung them on the ribs of the 4 skeleton trolls. What about us? Angia asked. You and Lori guard me outside, Fang Hao replied. If something difficult turns up, I'll give you further orders. From what he could see, the mines were filled with low-level skeletons that the skeleton trolls could handle. Plus, the mine didn't look very stable. If it collapsed, they'd be in danger. All right then. This place was a ruin, there was nowhere for Fang Hao to comfortably lie down. He ended up sitting back on the dragon's saddle and cast God's Presence spell. Controlling a skeleton sparrow, he ordered it to land on a troll's shoulder and said, "Let's go into the cave." The skeleton trolls entered the cave in an orderly formation. As they continued deeper, the cave grew darker. The skeleton trolls carrying the lanterns illuminated the surroundings with the halo of the nightstones in their rib cages. Collect all the shadow stones on the ground, Fang Hao ordered. Ahead, shadow stones began to appear. Wherever there were undead, shadow stones were usually found. As they passed the shadow stones, the skeleton trolls bent down to pick them up. Spotting a troll bent over, Fang Hao noticed something off. Wait, clear that area on the ground, Fang Hao commanded again. The skeleton trolls swiftly cleaned the spot Fang Hao pointed out, clearing away the broken rocks. Below was a thin, long, metallic track. Railway tracks? Fang Hao flapped his wings and landed on the track. Looking back along the track, he spotted the exposed rails along the path. It seemed this was indeed a mine, and they had even set up a track for a mine cart. The Coldwind Mountains had countless mines, but even with manual labor they hadn't constructed railways or mine carts. This mine seemed to have more advanced facilities. All right, let's continue. Fang Hao returned to the troll's shoulders. The group resumed its march. As they progressed deeper, 2 diverging paths appeared in front of them. Each path had inscriptions carved on top, but they were now illegible. Fang Hao pondered for a moment. He decided to stick to the rule of men taking left and women right. Take the left. The skeleton trolls went down the left path. After walking for several meters, their vision suddenly widened. Perched on a troll's shoulder, Fang Hao entered deeper into the mine. This was a very spacious cave, about the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts. The railroad tracks on the ground were exposed. He saw severely damaged mine carts filled with ores. Whoosh! Just as Fang Hao was about to order his men to collect the ores, they heard a strange noise from the front. Countless skeleton warriors stood up, holding rusty iron swords with tattered armor. Their gear was far superior compared to the skeletons they had defeated at the cave entrance. Chapter 288, Mithril Mine. One by one, the skeletons began to awaken from their slumber. They picked up their once abandoned weapons, and with their stiff bodies, they slowly stood up. Upon spotting the sudden intruders, they paused for 2 or 3 seconds, picked up the weapons next to them, and started to advance towards their enemies step by step. From their appearance, it was clear. The skeleton warriors here were better equipped than those exterminated at the entrance of the mine. However, even the most exquisite weapons, buried for so long, had already decayed unrecognizably. Fang Hao glanced back. They had ventured deep into the mine, even branching off to a different path. They could no longer see the entrance of the mine. The idea to lure these skeletons back and annihilate them with the bone dragon's breath was pretty inconvenient. He wasn't sure if the mine could withstand another dragon breath. Roughly estimating, there were about 60 to 70 skeletons. Dealing with them should be no problem for the skeleton trolls. After thinking it over, Fang Hao gave a direct order: prepare for battle, eliminate all the enemies. Having said that, he flapped his wings and flew off the shoulder of the skeleton troll. Upon receiving the command, the skeleton troll held its weapon aloft, heading towards the direction of the enemies too. As the two sides approached, the skeleton trolls began to run. 10 trolls running with great strides caused the mine to tremble slightly. Boom boom boom. The skeleton trolls, like crazed bulls, directly rushed into the camp of the enemy skeletons. Their wolf fang clubs were raised high, swinging with full force. In the face of enormous power, skeletons were continuously being sent flying, slid down after hitting the walls, and ended up as piles of white bones. The enemy skeletons were not without combat power, either. Their long swords slashed onto the armor of the skeleton trolls from all directions, causing a ringing sound. Fang Hao watched from afar. In his grey sparrow form, his consciousness compatibility was high, but he didn't possess much attack power. He couldn't contribute much in the battlefield. Thankfully, the trolls were indeed brave, taking down a large number of enemy skeletons. When the last skeleton was broken into bone powder with a mighty swing, the mine suddenly fell silent. Clean up the battlefield, see if there are any treasure chests, and ship all the ores out, Fang Hao said aloud. With no rest after the big fight, the skeleton trolls continued to follow Fang Hao's orders and started to collect the spoils of war. An old mining cart was pushed over. The mining cart, left with only one wheel, was pushed with brute force by the troll, producing a harsh noise as it rubbed against the rail. Stop, this is torturing, Fang Hao landed on the mining cart, speaking to the troll. Meanwhile, upon landing on the mining cart, Fang Hao received information from the ores. Stone 45, iron 12, copper 6, mithril 4. Mithril? A spark ignited in Fang Hao's heart instantly. Whether it was the Pigman mine or the Frostwind Mountain Range mine, ore extraction was taking place. But neither of these places had produced any mithril. Could it be that this mine could extract mithril? Mithril is a scarce material widely used in magic artifacts. It was needed in the creation of Wujian magic wands and alchemist embroidered robes. Indeed, for Fang Hao to progress his development of magic, or for the large-scale equipment of the mage corps, he had to have a sustained way of acquiring mithril ores. 6. And this mine in front of him gave him hope. Stop pushing the cart, just carry the ore out, Fang Hao said. The skeleton troll in front of him, leaving behind the mining cart with just one wheel remaining, carried the ore towards the direction of the exit. Fang Hao continued to fly towards another mining cart. Stone 55, iron 18, mithril 8. Stone 42, iron 9, copper 5, mithril 1. Stone 57, iron 36. Fang Hao continued to receive information from several more places, whether from the mining carts or the ore piles scattered about. Mithril can basically be found everywhere. Fang Hao felt his heart pounding violently. He could confirm that this was indeed a mine where mithril could be excavated. Move the ores out, and do it quickly. Fang Hao urged them on. He wished he could immediately clear out the mine and organize manpower to mine mithril. The skeleton troll hastened its pace, moving all the collected loot outside the cave. As the loot was cleared away. However, no treasure chest had been moved. Unbelieving, Fang Hao circled the entire space himself, yet saw no trace of the coveted treasure chest. There must be a chest. If not here, then it should be on the other forked path. Outside the cave, ores and the loot from the skeletons were piled up in categories. Fang Hao flew out to increase his forces back to 30. Then, he entered the mine again. This time, at the fork, Fang Hao and the skeleton troll went directly to the right. The narrow corridor was smooth and regularly hewn. Traces of burnt torches could be seen on the wall every few meters. They moved forward for more than 10 meters. Then they entered another spacious hall, almost identical to the left one. Compared to the left side used for mining, this place seemed more like a storage facility for tools or an administrative office. One could easily identify the decayed tables and chairs, as well as various mining tools in the corners. As they entered the hall, familiar sounds were heard again. Splash splash! A large number of skeletons stood up again. Armed with rusty weapons, they launched an attack on the group. Whoosh! Woof! A trail of orange-red magic arrows flew in from behind the skeleton warriors. It was a fire arrow. However, its aim seemed off, hitting the rock wall 5 meters beside them, sparks flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! More magic arrows exploded, illuminating the dark mine like fireworks. A fire arrow exploded next to Fang Hao, the ignited stones instantly breaking one of his bird's legs. Although he couldn't feel the pain, his body instantly tilted to one side. Fang Hao flapped his wings, steadying himself while taking this opportunity to get a clear view of the enemies in the distance. Behind the approaching skeleton warriors stood a team of undead mages. The staves in their hands were almost worn out, and their robes were more like rags hanging on them. 10 of you follow me, the rest attack. Eliminate all enemies. Magical arrows kept exploding around him. Fang Hao loudly gave orders. 20 skeleton trolls launched an attack on the skeleton warriors, while Fang Hao, flapping his wings, led a 10-man squad around to outflank the undead mages in the rear. Even though the undead mages were of a higher level, their intelligence was still not high. Their magic was continuously consumed against the trolls straight ahead of them, causing casualties on their own side in close combat. Soon, Fang Hao and his 10 trolls circled around to the side of the undead mages. Attack! Kill those mages! Fang Hao shouted. The skeleton trolls charged, plunged headfirst in, swinging their wolf fang clubs and axes, killing the undead mages. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Half an hour later, the battle ended. Clean the battlefield, find the treasure chest, Fang Hao ordered while standing on one leg. Chapter 289, Giant Spider Shooter. The skull trolls began to gather various spoils of war after the battle. Weapons, equipment, and various ores were collected and transported outside. Fang Hao patiently waited on the side. Soon, among the spoils being transported out, he saw a golden treasure chest carried by a troll. This brought him a sigh of relief. He was worried that he would end up empty-handed, not even securing a treasure chest. God's presence status was cancelled. Angia and Lori woke up from the dragon's back, hadn't gone off to play, but sat chatting nearby. Seeing Fang Hao awake, they directly asked, "How did it go?" "Not bad. There's quite a substantial gain," Fang Hao answered. He was quite satisfied with this battle. Besides acquiring a golden treasure chest, the most important thing was this mine. A mine from which mithril could be extracted was not something one would easily come upon. Now that the enemies in the mine are eliminated, he could arrange for people to mine the mithril, preparing in advance for the development of his magic legion. "Oh." Angia gave a simple reply. During their chat, the skull trolls from the mine brought out the spoils one after another. The troll holding the treasure chest came directly in front of Fang Hao, threw the chest onto the ground, and left. Fang Hao descended from the bone dragon and promptly opened the chest. "You've obtained, blueprint for the creation of Death Whisper Wand, blue, blueprint for white steel ore, blueprint for mine tracks, blueprint for mine cart, 32 shadowstone, 202 warfire coins." Seeing the items inside the chest, a smile emerged on Fang Hao's face. Not only did a mage's wand appear, but the remaining were all blueprints for mining equipment. All these were useful blueprints for him. Death Whisper Wand, requires hardwood 3, fine iron 1, essence of magic 3, mithril 5, death trace 1. Description: the whispers of the deceased fill the ears of the spellcaster, speaking of death and cold, awaiting your arrival. Wow! This wand seems rather ominous. Luckily, the mage legion in the territory are all undead. Whether you whisper or not, it won't affect undead spellcasters. A blue wand to replace the current green one. It can enhance the attack power of the undead mage legion. He continued to examine the remaining blueprints. White steel ore pick, requires hardwood 1, white steel ingot 2, thick leather 1. Mine track, requires wood 5, iron 5, cast iron block 3. Mine cart, requires wood 12, iron 15, cast iron block 8. These 3 blueprints are easy to understand. Although they are not equipment blueprints, they are necessary for mining, especially the mine track and mine cart. Adapting them to the mine can significantly improve mining efficiency, easing the workload of the miners. Their value is not any lesser than a blue equipment blueprint. Mine tracks are calculated by the meter. Having a hundredfold amplification, Fang Hao is not worried about material consumption. When he gets back, he will produce these and distribute them to all the mines. All blueprints were thoroughly checked. Using the Book of Lords, all were collected. From the 2 piles of spoils of war, everything except for the rocks was stored in his storage space. All right, use these rocks and block the entrance, Fang Hao pointed to the entrance of the cave. The skull trolls resumed work and sealed off the cave entrance entirely. This mine will definitely be arranged for mining. But not right now. It is quite a distance from here to Manam Market. It's a wild idea to consider mining from such a vast distance. The best approach is to set up an affiliated village near the mine, similar to the Pigman village, or have people establish a village, then start mining the cave. It didn't take long for the entrance to the mine to be completely sealed. Fang Hao continued to open the map and looked for the location of the next spider forest. Where are we going next? Angia asked curiously, her arm draped on Fang Hao's shoulder. Her soft touch was apparent on his arm. We still have some time, we can make another trip to the spider forest, Fang Hao said casually. Great. Let's hurry up and start then. It would be nice to finish early and eat dinner. Aren't I finding the location right now? Fang Hao replied a bit grumpily. After determining the direction, the group remounted the bone dragon. They flew directly toward the spider forest. The distance wasn't far. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes of flight, they already arrived at the objective location on the map. Below the cloud layer was a dense forest. On the dense tree canopy were numerous white spider webs. Like a huge white gauze, covering the entire forest. If they flew at a slightly lower altitude, they could even see little green spiders with white spots on the webs, weaving and crawling. Just as everyone was peering down with furrowed brows, there came a violent shaking from the forest below. One by one, strange spider creatures climbed to the treetops. This kind of spider had a human body, and their lower body was a giant spider. They had spider legs and a huge, bloated abdomen. It was not a human riding a giant spider, the two were one and the same. Fang Hao had heard of centaurs. This was his first time seeing a half-human spider. What the hell is that? It's so ugly. Fang Hao frowned and said. Before anyone could answer, the spider shooters below began to attack the bone dragon in the sky. Whoosh! 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 A flurry of arrows were shot into the sky. Attack, dragon breath! Fang Hao immediately commanded. The bone dragon swooped down, and its death breath swept across the dense spider pack below. Wherever it passed, the flesh of the human-shaped giant spiders melted away and fell off. Whoosh! 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 The forest obstructed the view, shooting out white spider silk, attempting to pull the circling bone dragon out of the sky. But, the 10th order bone dragon, with its superior power and attributes, easily broke the spider silk. It continued to circle, spewing death breath towards the ground. The black energy column did not start a major forest fire. However, the strong energy of death, wherever it passed, made the trees wither instantly and the spider web canopy became tattered and torn. One would think that in another 2 or 3 rounds, this spider nest would be completely eradicated. Just as the 11 bone dragons were circling in the sky, preparing for the third breath, the human-shaped spiders on the tree canopy tied a flax cloth to one end of their longbow, and vigorously waved it in the sky. They have surrendered. Angia said. Surrendered? How can you tell? Tying a cloth to a weapon, according to orc customs, is a signal of surrender. Angia explained. Are the spiders also considered orcs? I don't know. Angia shrugged her shoulders. No matter if they belong to the orcs or not, but what can be confirmed is that these spiders are at least a wise race. Otherwise, they wouldn't know about surrendering. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then cast God's presence again, using the lame skeleton grey sparrow to fly down. The opponents did not attack, they just watched the approaching skeleton grey sparrow with vigilant eyes. As he neared the forest, Fang Hao said, I accept your surrender. Let your leader, with all your people, leave the forest and go to the open area on the west. You have 10 minutes, or else we will continue the attack." Having said that, the skeleton grey sparrow turned around and flew back. Chapter 290, The Spider Fate Weaver. 10 minutes later. A swarm of spiders, anthropomorphic giant spiders, emerged from the dense forest. With the thick canopy no longer blocking their view, all types of spiders were exposed to Fang Hao. There were many spiders. Despite being repeatedly ravaged by the breath of death, there were still thousands of them. The spider swarm split into two forms. One was normal spiders, about the size of a wash basin. The other was the anthropomorphic giant spider, a combination of humanoid and giant spider, making them roughly the size of a large bear. Under the surrounding multitude of spiders, a large figure came from behind. She was a woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider, green-skinned with black markings, and was about the size of an elephant. Her legs, as sharp as blades, moved with an elegant gait. The woman moved between the two armies. Looking at the white-haired beast-eared girl already waiting ahead, she spoke softly, "My lord, you." The spider woman slightly bowed, but the silver-haired girl cut her off before she finished speaking. The silver-haired girl pointed at her own shoulder. On it, a lame, skeletal, ash-colored sparrow was perched. It's your leader." The spider woman widened her eyes in disbelief. Angia nodded. Fang Hao was also sizing up the spider woman in front of him. Spider Fate Weaver, rank 10. Truth be told, Fang Hao didn't like spiders, especially their many legs and large abdomens. Although the woman in front of him had a pleasing appearance, the body of a spider still made him uncomfortable. What surprised Fang Hao was that this woman was actually a rank 10 unit. If she participated in the hero trials, she could advance to a hero position. Noticing that Angia didn't seem to be messing with her, the spider Fate Weaver turned her attention to the lame skeletal sparrow on Angia's shoulder. Slightly bowing, she said, "My lord, we meant no harm, we hope to conclude this conflict peacefully." "Are you the leader?" Fang Hao asked. Hearing the skeleton ash sparrow suddenly speak, the spider Fate Weaver showed a surprised face. One could clearly see her swallowing hard. Yes, my lord." The spider Fate Weaver responded. "What's your name?" Fang Hao continued. "Domina, my lord." "Good, Domina. My followers and I were passing through, but your people attacked us. How do you think we should resolve this?" Fang Hao asked sternly. Just when they arrived over the forest. Indeed, it was an anthropomorphic giant spider wielding a bow and arrow that launched the first attack on them. "My lord, this was a misunderstanding. Recently, a despicable pack of gnolls attacked us, and my subordinates mistook your group for them in their nervousness," Domina explained. "I don't want to hear the reasons. I want to hear how it's going to be handled." "We can offer compensation," Domina quickly replied. The rank 10 bone dragon had already surpassed their capabilities. Even Domina had only advanced to rank 10 the previous year, and the ranks of the remaining members of her tribe weren't high. Most of them relied on the cover of the dense forest and their numerical superiority. However, when facing 11 rank 10 bone dragons, which were aerial units, their spider nest had become a target. They could do nothing but let themselves be attacked by the enemy, while their own webbing and arrows were as weak as stones thrown by a child. After more than half of her tribe died, she had no other choice. The only option left was to surrender, even if it meant paying a heavy price. "I don't need your compensation, you only have one choice, which is to surrender. I will continue to let you manage this forest, and also give you the opportunity to advance to a hero position." Fang Hao directly shattered all her illusions. Domina tried to turn back and return to her swarm of spiders. However, Angia was one step ahead of her by blocking her way back. Angia's hands were already fitted with metal tiger's claws. "You!" Domina's face turned unsightly in an instant, staring at Fang Hao coldly. "Are you robbers? At least I, as a robber, am willing to give you a choice. So, make your choice." The bone dragon slowly formed an encirclement, surrounding all the spiders. Under the passive skill Dragon's Might, some spiders were paralyzed, falling to the ground and starting to twitch. Domina looked at everything in front of her, her face gloomy. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "I agree to submit. Let my people go." "Good, it's in both of our interests to go with the flow." Fang Hao turned around and flew to the rear. "Follow me, sign the contract and you can all go." "Okay." Arriving behind the line of skeletons, Fang Hao deactivated his god's presence state. Surrounded by the skeleton trolls, he found a blank slave contract in the Book of Lords. Just press a handprint, said Fang Hao. Domina looked at the human surrounded tightly by the trolls and frowned. Who are you? I have to sign a contract with you, not your leader. I'm the one who was just speaking with you, it was merely a magic trick, said Fang Hao, opening his palm. The grey sparrow that was a skeleton with one leg just now landed directly. Domina was now confused, she couldn't understand why Fang Hao and his group would suddenly appear. They were spotted by a queen giant spider on guard and a battle broke out. She even felt a bit regret. She shouldn't have come out for any ceasefire negotiations. Now, the contract had to be signed whether she liked it or not. With a gloomy face, Domina pricked her finger and lightly pressed it onto the contract. Light merged into Domina's body, the contract was complete. Domina's current loyalty, 43. Damn, only 43. Good thing I made the contract, otherwise, with normal submission, she would definitely have found a way to kill me. Soon after, another message from the affiliated villages came. Webweaver Nest has voluntarily become your affiliated village. You can confirm in the Book of Lords. Fang Hao promptly opened the Book of Lords. Chooses to confirm. Webweaver Nest has become your affiliated village. You can rename the village here, and allocate all the resources within the village. No need to rename, the name Webweaver does sound pretty good. How come this name seems more suitable for a garment shop than my own bone textile store? Webweaver Nest position is very close to the mithril mine. Once there, using it as the location for mining and storage of the mithril mine wouldn't be bad idea. Blueprint unlocked, Queen Giant Spider Nest Construction Blueprint. Queen Giant Spider Nest, wood 2200, hardwood 1500, flexible leather 850, spider silk 765, rich essence 1. Description: the sense of security brought by the nest can accelerate the reproduction speed of the queen giant spider, constantly hatching spider babies. Queen giant spider? Fang Hao glanced at the stern-faced Domina in front of him. Could it be referring to her? She's that fertile? Okay, are you satisfied now? Domina said coldly. All right, let your people go. Take me to your forest. Only then did Fang Hao walk out from behind the trolls. He couldn't afford not to. At this moment, Fang Hao was genuinely vulnerable. If the hero died, he could resurrect him at the hero altar. If he died, then it was truly game over. So, out of necessity, he had to be cautious about everything he did. Okay, you're in charge here now. Domina turned her head and started walking towards the forest on her sharply pointed legs. Fang Hao followed her, bringing his crew along, while also checking Domina's attributes. Spider Fate Weaver, Rank 10. Chapter 291, Webweaver's Camp. Spider Fate Weaver, Level 10. Alignment, Spiderling Sprite. Racial traits, Living Creatures, Sunlight Sensitivity, Spider Walk, Spiderling Spell Casting. Skills, Multiple Attacks, Stepping Longsword, Venom Spray, Catastrophe Spell. Innate Skills, Intermediate Combat Mastery, Intermediate Stealth Mastery, Intermediate Magic Mastery, Advanced Action Mastery. Sunlight Sensitivity, under sunlight, this unit's attack is at a disadvantage, with all attributes reduced. Spider Walk, this unit can climb on difficult terrains, including but not limited to ceilings, trees, cliffs, and other special terrains. Spiderling Spell Casting, the Spider Fate Weaver is a natural spell caster, capable of casting spells like Venom Spray Disaster Spell without learning and mastering them, and possesses a strong ability to learn magic. Multiple Attacks, being multi-legged gives this unit innate capabilities to initiate multiple attacks. Stepping Longsword, the tough steppers are comparable to the sharp longsword, causing piercing damage to the target unit. Venom Spray, sprays venomous foam, causing venom damage to the units in front. Disaster Spell, targets a maximum of 5 creatures, releasing the disaster spell, causing the target units to enter a weakened state, increasing damage taken by 20% when attacked. Description: they were repelled by the living creatures, driven into the depths of dark territories, becoming hermits and hunters, wandering alone or leading giant spiders near their dens. Domina's attributes are quite decent. Even though she isn't a hero, she's not far from one in terms of attributes. Particularly the skill. Spiderling Spell Casting, she naturally knows 2 spells and has strong magic learning capabilities. When training her, one could lean more towards magic. But the multiple attacks and stepping longsword also give her decent melee capabilities, making her a good candidate as a melee mage. Fang Hao and the others returned from behind. Domina glanced at her worried clansmen and said, "All right, the matter is resolved. Everyone, return back to the dense forest, back to your posts." Swish! The spiders and the spiderling sprites followed the command and returned directly into the dense forest. Spiderling Archer, Level 5. Spiderling Warrior, Level 4. Giant Spider Hatchlings, Level 1. Fang Hao quickly scanned the names of several spider people around him. The levels of the spider people were basically at Level 4 and Level 5. After scanning several, he did not discover any that had broken through to Level 6. And in the spider horde, the most abundant was the giant spider hatchlings. As big as a wash basin, there were hundreds and thousands of them. It seems that a complete professional system and division of work have evolved here. Although they are called spiderling sprites, they were no different from a normal human city. They all belong to the command group, only differing in their appearances. Fang Hao and the others followed Domina into the dense forest along the main road. The environment of the spider forest was well preserved. Sunlight penetrated through the leaves, casting a warm orange glow. If it were not for the white spider webs covering the trees on either side, and the giant spider hatchlings crawling on the web watching them, perhaps it would be a good time to admire the natural scenery and enjoy the beauty of the forest. Continuing along the path, the position of the webweaver's camp is now visible. A wooden wall 5 to 6 meters high, the top of which was a white dome woven by white spider webs. At this moment, countless giant spider hatchlings were repairing the spider web that had just been torn open by the dragon breath. In front of the camp was a huge ancient tree. The trunk was as sturdy as a round table, and the canopy was lush. It was wrapped in white spider web, like a large cotton candy standing there. On the spider webs of the ancient tree, human-shaped prey wrapped in silk threads hung like white mummies, constantly writhing and struggling. It seemed they were still alive. Fang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. The scene before him was a tough one to forget. Monsters that hunt intelligent species, considering humans and orcs as reserves of food. What are these? Domina glanced at the old tree. Her voice was still cold. Some gnolls who thought we were easy to bully. If it weren't for them, the nest wouldn't be on alert, nor would. Domina didn't finish her sentence, but from the look she gave Fang Hao, he could understand her meaning. If it weren't for the alert state, the spider archers wouldn't have rashly shot arrows at the bone dragon, thus escalating the situation to what it was now. Fang Hao did not say much. He came here for the map. Even if the spider archers hadn't shot those arrows, this battle could not have been avoided. Moving his gaze away from the mummies on the old tree, Fang Hao continued to follow Domina into the camp. Traces of death remained around the camp. Yet, the sight in front of them was still spectacular. White spider webs covered the entire camp, like suspension bridges linking all the different-sized spider nests together. The arrangement was neat and orderly, giving an aesthetic close to that of postmodern architecture. "This place is beautiful," Fang Hao commented. Domina did not respond and continued to lead the group forward. At the center of the camp was a house made of spider silk and wood, suspended in the air by white spider webs. Judging by its size, this should be the leader's hall. The group treaded on the path woven by spider webs and entered the house. The house was sturdy and didn't sway as imagined. There were no chairs. Domina just lowered her enormous body to the ground, her gaze toward Fang Hao and his companions. "Enough, you've seen this place, now it's time you explained what you want," Domina said coldly. "Domina, you should understand your situation. A bit of basic respect will make things easier for you and your kin," Fang Hao reminded lightly. Domina's attitude likely had to do with her low loyalty rating. But, Fang Hao felt he should remind her to recognize her situation. Being called by a proper title was a minor matter, but if she were to disobey his orders in the future or attempt some artifices, Fang Hao wouldn't hesitate to kill her. Then he'd transform her into an obedient undead to continue working for him. "Then, what should I call you?" Domina's expression changed subtly. "Sir or Lord would defuse our relationship considerably." "All right, my lord. Now that you've seen my place, could you tell me what you want us to do?" Domina said. She used honorifics, but her tone remained indifferent. "Nothing much, I plan to develop a mine to the south and I'll need your assistance." Fang Hao leaned leisurely back against the spider silk wall, which didn't stick to him. "Develop a mine? Where is it?" Domina expressed her surprise. The mine does exist. I can show it to you then. Will your kin be capable of developing it? Fang Hao looked at Domina. The spider swarm was somewhat similar to Fang Hao's undead. Both had rapid methods of producing troops to gain an advantage. The difference was that the undead transformed skeletons, while spiders relied on their mothers to reproduce. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Domina furrowed her brows. She turned to look at her own massive spider body and said, "You want us to mine ore? That kind of work isn't suitable for us to do." Chapter 292, Knoll Attack. Domina did not refuse, but she exhibited a dissenting attitude in her words. Regardless of whether they're spiderkin or giant spiders, they are good at web weaving in dark mines, not adept at mining ores. Ordinary giant spider hatchlings can only weave webs, they cannot mine ores. The spider archers and spider warriors both have huge spider lower bodies and swollen bellies. It's challenging for them to move in the mines, and they are not suitable for mining either. Moreover, the number of spider soldiers is not high. It's impossible to assign all of them to work in the mines. Fang Hao shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that. I will arrange for miners to do the mining work, but the security of the mining area, the transportation of the ores, and the maintenance of the equipment all need to be handled by you." This plan has been proven to work with the pig-headed humans. The skeleton laborers carry out the ore mining, while the pig-headed humans manage the rest of the work. Living creatures, not as efficient as their skeleton laborers. "Oh, no problem, you can bring the miners then. I can arrange for their food and accommodation." Domina breathed a sigh of relief. But providing food and lodging, skeletons did not need to eat or rest. Of course, Fang Hao did not elaborate on this. When the skeleton labor arrives, Domina naturally understands. "How did you guys get into a fight with the gnolls?" Fang Hao suddenly remembered the gnolls who were hanged outside the camp. Since this place has become a subsidiary village, security still needs to be guaranteed. "Ah." Domina sighed lightly, explaining, "After reaching the 10th rank, I started preparing to become a hero. Because of my status, I prepared some gifts to be sent to the eastern city." Domina's story is straightforward. Her identity is not recognized by the orcs, and she cannot use the merit training ground normally. Helplessly, she prepared generous gifts, intending to go to the orc city in the east to build relationships, to use the merit training ground for the hero trial. It is uncertain whether the news leaked or it was just an unfortunate coincidence that she ran into the gnolls. In the midst of transporting the gifts, a fight broke out between the two parties, and though her side prevailed, the gnolls were like a stubborn patch of dogskin plaster, frequently coming to cause trouble. Luckily, in the dense forest, the gnolls' attacks never succeeded. Instead, it provided the queen giant spider with food, which could increase the production of spider hatchlings. "Aren't you the queen giant spider?" Fang Hao looked at Domina. Domina was taken aback and said, "Of course not. That is the nest of the queen giant spider. Once they start reproducing, they rarely leave the nest." As she spoke, she stood up, pushed open the window, and pointed outside. Fang Hao followed the direction of her pointing. There was a huge nest hanging there, in which a large green spider was coiled up. It laid there, its size comparable to a tank parked there. "Doesn't it ever come out and move around?" Angia asked on the side. "It does not move. It only comes out when it changes nest." "So all these little spiders, they were all born by her?" Lori also asked. "Yes. Will the little spiders grow that big?" "No, there are very few queen giant spiders. Only after the queen dies, will a new queen grow from the hatchlings and enter the nest." Ahem, ahem. Seeing the topic divert, Fang Hao could only clear his throat softly. When the three looked at him, Fang Hao continued, "How do you plan to deal with the gnolls?" As for the gnolls, Fang Hao was not too concerned. But if left unchecked, when these guys cause trouble in the mine and destroy the established facilities, it would be a big problem. "How about, are you willing to help?" Domina glanced at him. "If your tone and attitude were softer, maybe I would help you solve this problem," Fang Hao said. "This?" Domina hesitated for a moment, she was merely trying to ridicule him. Even if they had signed a contract, she did not believe Fang Hao would be willing to help. The contract is just to ensure the rights of the master, while the bound party is entirely passive. Most of the time, the master wouldn't care about the life or death of the slave and might even sell them off for a good price or use them as cannon fodder when the time is right. She did not expect that Fang Hao would help her, only requesting her to have a more amiable tone. You. Just as Domina was about to speak, a spider archer rushed in hurriedly. Yelling, the gnolls have gathered outside the forest. There are over 1,000 people, and they seem to be preparing to set a fire. What? Where did they all come from? Domina's expression tensed up immediately. Regardless of the number, or setting fire in the forest. For Domina and the others here, it's an unfavorable situation. Especially the fire, once it spreads, their homelands would be lost, and what's the point of fighting the opponents then? It can't be wrong, the number is only rising. The spider-like archer spoke with determination. Domina's body trembled slightly. Are they going to die here today? Just when she didn't know how to respond, she suddenly caught sight of Fang Hao at her side. Right, he did say that he would help. Domina hurriedly went to Fang Hao, her spider-like body laying low on the ground, forehead on the floor. Sir, please forgive my rudeness, and save me and my clan. Domina's voice trembled, hinting at desperation. The spider-like archer standing aside opened its mouth wide, surprised at the scene unfolding before it. Their clan leader is actually begging like this. It cast a covered look at the surroundings, thinking it would be too conspicuous to leave now. It could only copy her, lowering itself onto the ground, its forehead on the floor. Fine, Domina, I agree to your request, but if you dare influence the tasks I assign with your personal emotions, I will kill you all the same. Fang Hao's voice was chillingly colder. Domina's body slightly trembled. Yes. Sir, I see. All right, Domina, rise. Now take your people and assemble on the edge of the forest. Ashespero will tell you what to do next. Fang Hao commanded. Yes, I understand, sir. Domina stood up and softly replied. The Spider Fate Weaver Domina's loyalty to you has increased by 10 points, current loyalty is 53. Hey? What's happening here? She got a tirade from me and her loyalty increased by 10 points instead? Don't understand. Domina left with the spider-like archer. Fang Hao also left the leader's lair with Angia and Lori. Exiting the webweaver's camp, the trio returned to where the bone dragon was parked. They climbed onto the bone dragon and rose into the sky, flying toward the northern side of the dense forest. From above, they could see the gnolls gathering below. There were more of them than expected. Some gnolls had already lit torches, it seemed they were really planning to set the forest ablaze. Fang Hao lightly patted the bone dragon, prepare to unleash dragon breath. On an open ground outside the dense forest, a huge number of gnolls were assembling. Their armor was untidy and disordered. Iron armor, leather armor, and even some were just panels of wood strapped across their chests. The weapons they were holding were also diverse, iron weapons, wooden clubs and many other types. All gathered here, waiting for the next command from the gnoll clan leader. They and the spiders in the forest had been at it for over a week, both sides had taken casualties. But the gnolls had lost their patience. They planned a decisive attack to exterminate these hateful and ugly spiders. Thump, thump, thump. From behind the gnolls. 4 gnolls, lifting a wooden palanquin, came forward. Reclining on the palanquin was a gnoll, topless, wearing blue jeans. Clan leader, those spiders have assembled. When do we start the fire? A gnoll approached, asking obsequiously. The gnoll clan leader didn't reply but instead placed a large gold bracelet near his ear, listening to the ticking sound coming from it. He let out a lazy glance at the dense forest in the front. He said dismissively, "Take action, today, I want those damned spiders all dead here." "Yes, clan leader." His subordinate acknowledged and passed on the order. The gnolls started to prepare. The vanguard began to assemble, and the gnolls at the back lit up the carts filled with dried grass and wood. Attack! Kill them! The gnolls roared, launching an attack towards the forest. Chapter 293, Ransacking the Camp. In the shouts of battle, the gnolls launched their attack. They stretched out their battle line, lining up like a long, horizontal dragon. As long as they set aflame the forest, their mission would be complete. The fire would wipe out those damned spiders. As they drew closer to the dense forest, the gnolls yelled in frenzied excitement. At 100 meters distance from the forest, they could even see the tense figures of the spiders within. However, the attacking gnolls suddenly felt a shadow fall over the sky. Looking up curiously, they saw several gigantic bone dragons blotting out the sky, swooping down towards them. Bone dragons? The gnolls rubbed their eyes. Were they seeing things? How could they see a pack of bone dragons flying towards them? When they opened their eyes again to confirm, they found that it wasn't a hallucination, but several bone dragons really were flying towards them. The gnolls' roars changed from excitement to screams of terror. Roar! The bone dragons swooped down, releasing a beam of black energy. The long, thin battle line became the bone dragon's target. The dragon breath of death swept across the battle line, turning the affected gnolls into white skeletons amidst agonizing struggles. The gnoll formations devolved into panic. Under the might of the bone dragons, the morale instantly plummeted. They outright dropped their weapons and scattered in all directions. After one round of dragon breath, the bone dragons couldn't unleash a second round. Yet, they swooped around to the rear of the gnolls, blocking the gnolls' escape route. Meanwhile, in the forest, Domina also received the order transmitted by the skeleton sparrow. She immediately led her troops out of the forest and slaughtered the fleeing gnolls. On the gnolls' rear, the 4 gnolls carrying the palanquin had gone weak at the knees, and the gnoll clan leader fell directly from the palanquin. Scrambling up awkwardly, he immediately tried to run in the opposite direction. He didn't understand why bone dragons would appear here, and he didn't have time to ponder over it. His only thought now was to run as far as he could. But the next moment, bone dragons fell from the sky, and several tall white bone warriors jumped down from them. They directly blocked the gnolls' escape route. Spiderlings came killing from the front, while the undead came from the rear. The gnolls were truly caught between a rock and a hard place. The battle ended. In the battlefield, there were only 200 to 300 gnolls left. Their hands and feet were bound by white spider silk, kneeling down obediently on the ground. The captured gnolls had looks full of terror and confusion. With their intelligence, they totally couldn't understand the current situation. Spiderlings, orcs, undead, all gathered together, and they were taking orders from a human. What on earth was going on? Why would these races be gathered together? Why didn't you kill them? Domina strode over, asking. As for these damned gnolls, Domina wished she could kill them all on the spot. Or kept them as food for the queen giant spider. Fang Hao glanced at her but didn't explain anything. His gaze fell on a gnoll in the middle, who was wearing blue jeans and a golden watch on his wrist. Bring him over. The skeleton troll stepped forward, picked up the gnoll leader, and threw him in front of Fang Hao. Are you the leader? Fang Hao asked. No, not me. The gnoll hastily denied it. Not you? All right, then kill him. No, I am the leader. The gnoll leader quickly corrected. Fang Hao gave a cold huff, warning, if you have any brains at all, don't try to play games with me. Or else, you know the consequences. The gnoll swallowed hard, then nodded, yes, I understand. How many are left in your camp? Over 100 people. This time, the gnoll answered promptly. You're lying. No, it's true. We brought nearly everyone out this time. Deal with the spiders, leaving only a few behind to guard the camp, the gnoll said hastily. He was terrified that Fang Hao might kill him without listening to his explanation. Or worse yet, hand him over to those spiders, which would ensure an even more gruesome death. Fang Hao nodded, it didn't seem like he was lying. Where did you get the pants and the watch? Fang Hao's gaze fell on the watch on its wrist. The golden metal watch strap should have fetched quite a price in the society of yore. The gnoll glanced at its own pants, wiped the beads of sweat from its forehead, and said, I stole them from a human. And the human? You mean, that human? The gnoll swiveled his eyeballs, and answered, I don't know, he ran away. Fang Hao did not continue questioning. The chance for a human to escape after even his pants were stolen was slim. Considering the gnoll's behavior, the fate of the human was probably grim. Even now, transmigrators die every day from a variety of fates. Such events were no longer novel. What everyone needed to do was ensure that they had enough strength to survive. I need you to convince the remaining gnolls to surrender, can you do this? Fang Hao continued to ask. The gnoll felt a bone-chilling fear as the human asked this calmly. Just now, when talking about the looted human belongings, he could clearly feel this human was contemplating killing him. Yes, I can. The gnoll nodded urgently, kowtowing on the ground. Fang Hao nodded and said in a low voice, Domina. Sir. Domina stepped forward. Her tone remained calm, but she addressed him respectfully now. Keep these gnolls under guard, I want them alive, understand? Fang Hao reminded. Domina's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression somewhat hesitant. Did you understand my order? Yes, sir, they will be safe, she confirmed. Fang Hao nodded, stood up from his stone seat. Bring him with us, to the knoll camp. After the group mounted the bone dragon, the skeleton troll lifted the trembling knoll leader. The bone dragon shot into the sky, flying towards the knoll camp. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the knoll's camp. It resembled a ramshackle refugee camp, yet its scale was still considerable. It fitted the potential size of 1,000 gnolls. The bone dragon landed in front of the camp. The gnoll leader loudly shouted, "Open the gate, we have guests." The camp's gate opened and the gnolls left behind peeked their heads out, puzzlingly looking at the towering undead beside their leader. Didn't the leader lead a team to clear out the spiders? Why did he come back with so many undead? Sir, please, the gnoll leader groveled and flattered. He acted like a spinelessly loyal lackey. Have all your men come out and gather at the gate, Fang Hao commanded. Ah? Oh. The gnoll leader began calling his tribe members to assemble outside. Very soon, the remaining gnolls gathered outside the gate in tight bondage and were taken into guard. Angia, take some people and raid the place. Take all valuables, Fang Hao ordered. The gnoll camp was like a refugee camp. It was unlikely they had many valuable things. Yay! Angia cheered, scurrying into the camp alongside Lori. The skeleton trolls began to knock down the shanties inside the camp. Leather and metal were carried out, along with various supplies that were piled up outside the gates. Meanwhile, Angia and Lori came out carrying a silver treasure chest. Throwing it at Fang Hao's feet, they ran back into the camp to continue scavenging. Fang Hao opened it directly. You've acquired a production blueprint for the black iron bone cutter, a production blueprint for the black iron cage, 18 beast teeth stones, 75 warfire coins. Chapter 294, Treasure Map. Black iron bone cutter, wood 2, iron 1, cast iron block 1. Description: a sharp kitchen utensil that effortlessly cuts through bones. It seems that this bone cutter is just a kitchen knife. That makes sense. If gnolls could produce weapons of war, they wouldn't have been using wooden clubs in the battle just now. Even if it's a kitchen knife, I guess these fellows can't mass-produce them. Of course, kitchen utensils are pretty good too. Fang Hao is currently expanding into the catering industry, and the bone cutter will meet the kitchen staff's needs perfectly. Eventually, it will be handed over to Ira and various shops for use. He proceeds to the next blueprint. Black iron cage, iron 12, metal parts 8. Description: a black iron cage, for imprisoning criminals or prey. The black iron cage doesn't need much introduction. It's just an ordinary metal cage. This is what slave traders use to hold their slaves. Although it's not very useful, it's better than nothing. You never know when you might need it. He stores the blueprint, beast tooth, and warfire coin in his inventory. By the time Fang Hao had finished reading the blueprint details, Angia and the skeleton troll were nearly done looting. Various items were stacked according to their categories. Resources: wood 34,759, stone 24,512, straw 5,647, leather 100,578, iron 742. Food: fruit 1,058, meat 10,452, salt 854, rotten meat 458. Furniture: simple wooden bed 872, various cabinets 245, tables, and chairs. Bury this rotten meat in a hole somewhere. Remember, rotten meat isn't part of the spoils. Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeleton troll followed the order, took the rotten meat away for burial. It's been a while since Fang Hao had cleared out a camp. Moreover, the gnoll camp really didn't have much of anything worthwhile. The furniture was crudely made, he doubted anyone would want it even if it was left near a village. The quantity of leather and food was decent and could supplement the food supply at the webweaver camp. Fang Hao, look! Not far away, Angia's voice could be heard. Fang Hao turned and saw Angia and Lori come out, the troll behind them holding a large wooden chest. Bang! The chest was dropped at Fang Hao's feet, causing golden coins to spill out all over the place. Oh my gosh! A full chest, inside were warfire coins, Beosthead gold, along with many gold and silver objects, and a variety of gemstones. The treasure reminded him of pirates' chests, and Fang Hao was left with his mouth agape. Looking at the dilapidated camp, then back at the chest at his feet, it was hard to connect the two. Where did you find it? Fang Hao curiously asked. In a hidden room in that middle house. Angie replied. Amazing. Fang Hao couldn't help but praise. Angie's ability to find things was better than a police dog. No matter where you hide it, she can find it. Warfire coins 17,855, Bios Theod gold 45,362, gold 752, silver 1,674, gemstones 152, jade 165, agate 45, mithril 5, map, treasure vault. Wow, what a huge harvest! Fang Hao could not help but exclaim as he looked at their haul. These damn creatures, they are so rich. Fang Hao stored the entire chest in his inventory and looked at the last map. Map, treasure vault. Category, single-page map. Description, a map drawn by an adventurer, detailing the route to a treasure vault. The name of the map is determined by the person who draws it. If this map was drawn by the gnolls, considering their intelligence, it's hard to ascertain the authenticity of the treasure vault. Skeleton trolls began to pack up, while Fang Hao once again called over the gnoll leader. "Ma master, how can I serve you?" The gnoll leader, hunching slightly, said. "You're surprisingly wealthy." Fang Hao complimented. Ah. Yes, yes. Tell me about this map." Fang Hao glanced at a map nearby. Seeing the map in Fang Hao's hands, the gnoll leader realized that his hidden treasure must have been found as well. He pondered for a moment and answered, "Master, to the east, on the road, we found a human body. The gold, gemstones and the map were all found on him. A few months prior, the gnolls robbed a group of humans. After killing them all, they discovered these treasures and the map. Have you gone to the location marked on the map?" Master, about that, we haven't figured out the map yet, we didn't find the location." The gnoll leader grinned sheepishly. "All right, go back and squat down." "Oh, okay." The gnoll leader creeped back into rank and squatted down. After listening to the gnoll leader, Fang Hao stored the map in the Book of Lords, revealing the location of the treasure trove on the big map. It was located to the east, quite far off. Seemed like they won't have time to get there today. Not long after, the plunder by the skeleton trolls came to an end. Everyone started heading back to the webweaver camp. The warehouses of the dependent villages were shared. As long as these goods were transported to the webweaver warehouse, they could be used directly in the main city in the future. Back in the dense woods, the bone dragon dropped the spoils of war onto an empty area. Fang Hao jumped off the dragon's back and was greeted by Domina and her people. "Master, how did it go?" "The gnoll camp has been leveled. These are the goods we collected from there. See what you can use, break the rest down into resources and put them in the warehouse." Fang Hao pointed at a small mountain of furniture. Domina looked at the variety of furniture and items, her face full of quiet pleasure. The webweaver's camp had no furniture. Even the houses were formed from the web. Although it made no difference to their lives, having some furniture was a good thing. "Oh." Domina responded. She turned around and ordered her people, "Pick out anything useful, transport the food and resources directly to the warehouse." Rustle rustle rustle. Countless giant spider hatchlings came out from the dense woods. Like moving ants, they silently formed a line. They picked up the food and wood and headed towards the webweaver camp. Spider soldiers also started picking out furniture and discussed quietly about the uses of these items. Not long after, the surrendered gnolls, escorted by the skeleton trolls, came back and joined the other gnolls squatting on the empty ground. Fang Hao counted. There were 432 gnolls. In the webweaver camp, inside the chief's nest. Fang Hao reclined against the web wall. Domina once again looked displeased. "Master, I think it's unfair. Why do we have to keep those damn gnolls? They are bandits, God knows how many died at their hands." Fang Hao directly found a slave contract in the Book of Lords. "You sign with the gnoll leader. From now on let the gnolls be responsible for mining the mines." Fang Hao said out loud. "I sign it." "You mean, make that damn gnoll my slave?" The expression on Domina's face softened significantly. She could torture the gnolls at her leisure if they became her slaves. "Yes. Keep an eye on them, let them mine the mines. Do you understand what I mean?" Fang Hao stared steadily into Domina's eyes. Fang Hao had interacted with gnolls before. He had some understanding of their character. If Fang Hao and the gnoll leader signed the contract and gave gnolls the same status as Domina, many problems might arise in the future. Instead of that, he would rather let Domina watch over these restless fellows. Understood, Master, I will do it right. Domina briskly nodded. Chapter 295, Tavern Drunkard. Approaching, the gnoll leader was brought in. Domina pulled out the slave scroll and they signed the slave contract. The power of the contract bound them both. Domina's cold face softened, the gnoll leader behaving even more obediently. He quietly kneeled, silent beside them. All right, I will take you two to the mine now. Fang Hao said, leading the way out of the nest. Domina and the gnoll silently followed him. The bone dragon landed in front of the mine. Even though Domina has 8 legs, she still staggered and trembled as she descended from the dragon's back. It took her a while to recover before she could barely stand up again. This is the mine I was talking about. You two will be responsible for the mining, maintaining both progress and output. Fang Hao pointed ahead. Even though the mine entrance was blocked by stones, the outline could still be seen. Moving the workers won't be an issue, but we currently lack mining tools. Domina said, her brow furrowed in concern. Spiderlings were not adept at making tools, let alone gnolls. Squatting on the side, he was still not accustomed to the aftermath of flying high on the bone dragon. Don't worry about tools, I will prepare them for you. Once the area is developed, you can start mining right away. All right, I have no issues then. Domina nodded. The plan discussed between the three was simple. The mithril mine would be developed, the gnoll would be in charge of mining, and Domina would be responsible for safety and logistics. Having discussed everything and not being able to think of any additional issues, what came next was straight to the point. Fang Hao used the Book of Lords to produce the necessary mining tools. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained 101 mining carts, Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained 505 flatbed carts, Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained 1010 white steel mining picks. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained 1010 mine tracks. When the light faded, a large number of items appeared in front of everyone. Domina and the gnoll, they looked as though they had seen ghosts, their faces displaying utter astonishment and their mouths wide open. To them, the tools that appeared out of thin air, was no less than a god's grace. And the quantity was so substantial. Domina's loyalty towards you has increased by 10 points, current loyalty is 63. Domina's loyalty has increased by 10 point. It has risen past 60. Returning to the webweaver encampment, as the sun was about to set, night was approaching. Fang Hao, along with Angia and the others, climbed onto the bone dragon, intending to return to his territory. Domina, I'll leave a bone dragon for you. Once you're done with the mine, ride the bone dragon to the main city for hero assessment. Even if Domina was still somewhat cold towards him, the contract between them still existed, Domina could officially become a hero. It would be beneficial for both the territory and the guarding of the mine. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Domina's expression momentarily lit with excitement as she stepped forward to lay a hand on the bone dragon's body and looked up at Fang Hao. Do you have a merit training ground? The matter of becoming a hero had always been a concern for Domina. The long-lasting battle with the gnolls this time was a consequence of transporting wealth to the Orc City. Knowing that Fang Hao had a merit training ground, she felt a surge of excitement for a moment. Yes. When you come then, I'll arrange an assessment for you. Thank you, sir. After thanking him, Domina awkwardly said again, Sir, I do not have a hero heart. I will prepare that for you. The same goes for your people, those who can attain the 10th rank can come to the main city for ascension. Fang Hao looked at the other spiderlings and said calmly. Thank you, sir. Domina expressed her respect with a bow. Domina's loyalty towards you has increased by 10 points, current loyalty is 73. Domina's loyalty has once again increased. Alright, you guys go back to your duties, and make sure the mine starts operations within 2 days. The tools needed for the mine, including bags for the ore and mine carts, have been made. All that's needed now is manpower to start mining. Yes, my lord. As everyone bowed, Fang Hao patted the neck of his bone dragon and soared into the sky, flying towards his territory. Meanwhile, in Lyss City, inside a tavern. The moon was rising, and the tavern was at its most bustling. The tavern hall was filled with patrons, drinking beer and talking loudly about gossip and women. Bang! Suddenly, the tavern door was pushed open forcefully. The loud noise caused all the patrons to instinctively look over. Entering was a woman. The woman had broad shoulders and long limbs. Her wheat-colored skin was covered in a brown leather armor. After she rushed in, people thought that the woman was scantily clad. The patrons' eyes greedily swept over the woman's chest and the exposed midriff outside the armor. Even in the dim light, one could see the muscular lines of her abdomen and a half-exposed bare head tattoo on her waistline. This woman was different from the ones they usually encountered, emitting an aura of wildness. Gulp! The patrons swallowed their saliva. At this time, a woman coming to the tavern was not a wise decision, but it was enough to arouse the passion of the half-drunk patrons. Some wanted to tease her. But when the woman stepped over the threshold and revealed the dried blood on her chest armor and the long knife at her waist, all the men high in spirits immediately shut their mouths and returned their attention to their drinks and conversations. The woman walked in, followed by several burly men with unfriendly expressions. "What will you have?" the owner asked. This was Lyss City, known for its good order. Most people who came here were to drink, not to cause trouble. "Beer, and some side dishes," the woman said. "All right, wait a moment," said the owner, and began preparing food for them. The beer was brought up, and the woman took a sip before she asked in a low voice, "Does the owner know somebody named Hotch? I have a message from a friend of his. They said he often comes here to drink." As she spoke, she patted her backpack. Hearing the woman's words, the owner was slightly stunned. No one would believe such a claim, and Hotch was a known alcoholic here. If he had a friend, he would chatter about it for days. Considering their appearances, they seemed less like messengers and more like debt collectors looking for Hotch. "Don't know him," the owner replied tersely and moved on to his chores. The woman continued to drink, saying no more. Bang! As they were eating and drinking, something happened at an inward table. A chair was kicked over, and a staggering old head stood straight up on the table. He loudly boasted, "Look here, this is the scar I got when I fought with a vampire, and it is also the most precious metal of my life." The table was shaking, and the old man wavered on his feet, nearly falling down. "Hotch, you've had enough to drink today, go home," another patron tried to persuade him. "Why go home?" Hotch pushed away the person who was trying to help him and continued, "Is there anyone else willing to buy a drink for the human hero, the great vampire hunter?" No one at the other tables paid any attention to him. No one else was willing to pay for his booze. "Give him a drink, put it on my tab." Suddenly, the woman at the counter spoke. Chapter 296, No Resentment Towards King's Hool. The woman's words drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. The tavern owner sighed helplessly. The inevitable had happened. Old Hotch, upon hearing the woman's words, staggered over. He looked the woman's group up and down and casually settled down in a chair nearby. "Last time, just the last time, it was in this spot, a guy with a fresh face, was fascinated by my adventures, and invited me for a few drinks." "Are you Hotch?" the woman asked directly. "Verb. Everyone here knows me, the human hero, Hotch." A beer was placed before Hotch. The tavern owner discreetly signaled him. But Hotch, his gaze never left the pint. When the beer was served, he gulped down a few mouthfuls. "So, you really do have a blueprint for dealing with the Blood Clan," the woman continued. Hotch, taken aback, burp. "Indeed I do. I remember the last bloke who sat here asked the same question. Let's make a deal. I'll treat you to a few more drinks, and you pass me the blueprint," proposed the woman. "Deal, at least one more pint, no, 5, no, at least 10. The woman took out a wad of cash and tossed it on the counter, 10 pints for him. It was clear to the tavern owner that this woman was no ordinary patron. Her clothing and demeanor suggested that she was not a mere mercenary. More likely, she was a bandit from the woods. "Miss, he's an alcoholic who comes here every day boasting about this and that. Don't take him seriously." "Here, take your money back," replied the owner, pushing the cash back towards her. Worried that Hotch would start some trouble. "Give him 10 pints, use the remaining money for some bar snacks, salty ones," the woman commanded in a deep voice. The owner, resigned, pocketed the money and brought Hotch 10 pints of beer. Soon, the 10 pints were gulped down by old Hotch. As soon as the beer was down his gullet, the woman continued, according to the agreement, can you give me the blueprint now? Verb. Ha ha ha, very well, but this time, I didn't bring it along. I'll give it to you the next time we meet. Hodge said and staggered out of the tavern. The woman and her entourage exchanged glances. They followed closely behind and also exited the tavern. The owner shook his head in resignation. It looks like poor Hodge has angered the wrong person. When Fang Hao returned to his territory, the night had already enveloped the land. The bone dragon descended in the city, and Fang Hao leapt off its back. Send the bodies to the skeleton conversion field, and carry all these gold and gemstones to the underground basement of the city lord's mansion, Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeleton trolls leapt off the dragon's back and went about their tasks according to Fang Hao's instructions. The bodies were those who had died in battle. Struck by the bone dragon's death breath, they had turned into white bones. They were actually quite easy to transport. There wasn't much hope for the gnolls to be transformed into anything useful. The real question was whether any of the spider aberration had useful abilities after transformation. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Ira came out to meet them. Master, was everything smooth today? Ira asked with a smile. Yes, it was not only smooth but also quite rewarding. Fang Hao smiled and sat down into the chair in the hall. The skeleton trolls carrying chests full of coins and gemstones came in. Ira looked surprised. Wow, there's so much. Yes. Ira, is dinner ready? Angie rushed in. It will be ready shortly, please wait here. After saying this, Ira went back into the kitchen to continue her preparation. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was served. Due to their late return, Lori missed the usual dinner time with the maids. They all sat together at the dining room table. No sooner had they started eating than the two of them began recounting the day's adventures. Ira sat in the middle, between them, listening with keen interest. It seemed, they should bring Ira and the others out for a stroll sometime. Being cooped up in the territory all the time was dull. You could tell how much she loved the stories Angia and Lori were telling. While the three of them were engrossed in their conversation, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to pass the time. He switched to the regional channel to see what everyone was chatting about. Black Chiron single-handed axe, green, a green quality axe, a powerful weapon for combat. Those interested, make an offer. The number of units proficient in single-handed axes is so few, yet you're selling it so expensively. Unless there's a special unit, the normal ones using battle axes are just burdens. The attack speed is too slow. The battle axe isn't selling, hey? Look at the pickaxe Fang Hao's been trying to sell for over a month, how many has he sold? Damn, the way you talk, I'm starting to lose confidence, maybe I should lower my price. How much for the black iron single-handed axe? How many do you have? Suddenly, someone voiced a question. Fang Hao recognized the man asking. It was Su Yang, the man who had connected him with the troll business. 4 units of iron or an equivalent amount of resources each. I have 12 in stock, if you need them, I can work overnight to make them for you. Deal. Let's talk more in private. Their conversation ended, likely continuing privately to discuss pricing. Su Yang's intent to buy equipment gave Fang Hao pause for thought. He was subject to the trolls and acted more like a slave leader, mining resources for the trolls or assisting with other tasks. The trolls didn't even allow him to recruit troops. If Su Yang is now buying these axes, he could be buying them for the trolls, or maybe something else is going on. The axe is quite similar to a lumberjack's axe, which is used to gather resources. Perhaps he plans to store some weapons, using their similar appearance as a front. If it's the second reason, something might have happened among the trolls. Or maybe the trolls' power is decreasing, giving Su Yang a chance to strike back. With these thoughts, Fang Hao observed as the channel's chat continued. I cleared a bandit camp with some NPCs yesterday and got some equipment. They're already listed for sale, anyone interested can check it out. Very good prices. Damn, you're clearing bandit camps now? The bandits in my territory still come down to collect protection money. I also joined the natives' attack, I couldn't have done it alone. As others continued their chat, Fang Hao closed his Book of Lords. After dinner, he comfortably soaked himself in a hot spring. The rejuvenating effect of the rejuvenation spring, eliminating all his fatigue. After returning to his room, he could enjoy a good night's sleep. He leaned back in the corner of the pool with his head resting on the edge, closing his eyes to rest. The sound of the door opening. Light footsteps approached him. Fang Hao opened his eyes and saw fox girl Little White walking in with a fruit platter in her hands. She sat down by the pool, carefully laying Fang Hao's head on her lap. She picked up a piece of fruit with her delicate fingers and led it to Fang Hao's mouth. In a gentle tone, she said, "Master, I'd like to discuss the hot pot restaurant's plan, so I can prepare accordingly." The hot pot restaurant in Pruel City had been closed for several days. She knew that the owner of the tavern across the street had joined their territory. And she had already led her team to manage Lys's shop. This sudden sense of urgency rose in Little White's heart. With his eyes closed, resting on her soft thigh, Fang Hao thought for a while before saying, "You can return to Pruel City tomorrow. I will arrange accommodations for you in the city, and improve your living conditions." Cyril and the followers of the city's elite, after taking Fielding's sacred blood, were all killed by Fang Hao. The numerous estates they left behind were at Fang Hao's disposal. This happened to be convenient for him to arrange accommodations for Little White and the rest. So they wouldn't have to stay at the shop all the time. "Oh, thank you, Master." Little White's face beamed with happiness as she fed another piece of fruit into Fang Hao's mouth. It seemed like Fang Hao had no intention of replacing her. He must have follow-up plans. Pruel is still too small. I plan on opening shops in various orc cities after we resume operations. You'll be responsible for dealing with that, Fang Hao mumbled as he chewed. The orc area was not so chaotic after Fang Hao unified it. He planned to open hot pot restaurants in cities like Manam Market and Frostwind City, with high population mobility. Of course, this was just a preliminary idea. Whether orcs would accept the taste of hot pot still needed market testing. In any case, Angia, Ira, and the fox and bunny girls seemed to like it. "Yes, Master, I'll work hard," Little White promised exuberantly. Her master still valued her, entrusting future business to her. Secretively, Little White glanced around before looking again at the resting Fang Hao. Her face turned red as she came closer. Fang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Little White looked at him with a soft gaze, with a triumphant smile in her eyes. Sigh. Can one blame King Zhou? Chapter 297, Choosing Real Estate. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Hao awoke from his sleep, looking at Little White who was still sound asleep beside him. He lightly moved his leg which was resting on his waist. He tapped lightly on Little White's hip twice, causing her to slowly open her eyes. "MTNM. Time to wake up, we're going to Pruel City today." Perhaps due to the closing of the store, Little White, who had taken a few days off in the territory, got up even later than Fang Hao. "Oh, right." Little White instantly woke up. She had actively sought out Fang Hao yesterday, asking him when he would reopen the store. Yet, she fell into a deep slumber today, sleeping even deeper than her master. She sat up and helped Fang Hao get dressed before putting on her coat. She opened the door, stealthily peeped her head out to check, and then quickly ran out. Fang Hao stretched leisurely. After a simple wash, he too left the room and went downstairs. Ira was preparing breakfast. She did not react unusually to Little White, who had just run down from upstairs. "Good morning, Master," Ira greeted him with a smile. Fang Hao yawned and gave a faint smile to Ira, who had a sweet smile. He thought for a while and said, "Ira, keep breakfast simple and notify the maids that they will have the day off. I will take you all to Pruel City for a stroll and buy some things you like." Pruel City had already become a subsidiary city of Fang Hao. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take the maids out for a stroll and to relax a bit. Being cooped up on the grounds all the time, surrounded by undead creatures, he hoped they wouldn't develop any psychological problems. What if they became gradually distorted? "Really? Can we all go?" Before Ira could answer, the two rabbit maids responsible for cleaning let out a gasp. They were very excited about Fang Hao's plan to take them out for fun. "You can all go, but don't run around when we get there. If you get lost, there's no one to find you," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Yay! Thank you, Master." The maids cheered. Ira also smiled faintly and said to the maids, "All right, you don't need to clean here. Go and spread the news, so everyone can get ready. We will depart after Master finishes his breakfast." "Okay." The maids happily rushed out of the Lord's manor. After breakfast, Fang Hao manufactured 101 merchant wagons directly. Little White directed the skeletons to move the condiments and utensils from the warehouse onto the wagons. The other maids, under Ira's organization, put on their best clothes, waiting to head to Pruel City together. Fang Hao stood aside, watching Ira, Angia, and others chatting. Soon, Little White had finished preparations on her side as well. All necessary items had been loaded into the wagons. She quickly walked over and said softly, "Master, Sister Ira, everything here is ready. We can set off now." "Okay, get in the carriage." Fang Hao greeted, and all the maids got on the wagons. The convoy then left the territory and headed towards Pruel City. 2 hours later, the caravan arrived at Pruel City. The sudden appearance of several rabbit and fox girls, fair-skinned and adorable, caused quite a stir in the city. The maids, with Ira in the center, were excitedly shopping around. Residents gathered on both sides of the road, looking at these vibrant beast girls. For a while, the maids were shopping at the front, and many followed behind to watch the bustle. Inside the city lord's mansion of Pruel City, Fang Hao sat on a beautifully carved wooden chair, with Angia sitting next to him. Across from him was the current city lord, Taik, who used to be a well-known cloth merchant in the city. "Sir, the city has now returned to normal, and the news of my appointment as the city lord has also been sent to the federal conference. I estimate that it won't take long for news to come back," Taik said. His lifelong wish had always been to expand the family's textile business. Unexpectedly, Fang Hao had directly placed him in the position of city lord, shifting his responsibility from managing textile trade to governing an entire city. With his increasing understanding of Fang Hao, Tavek grew more and more in awe. It was certain that Fang Hao possessed powerful armies of humans, orcs, and the undead. Villagers returning from the Blood Clan even mentioned that their rescuing army included a large amount of dragon-type troops. All this information made Tavek tremble inwardly, but he also felt blessed to have made friends with Fang Hao. "As long as everything goes smoothly, it's good. I've already arranged for our army to launch an attack on Crescent Heights. You need to strengthen the city's defense to prevent the desperate Blood Clan from taking any retaliatory actions," Fang Hao said calmly, picking up a cup of fruit wine from the table. Fang Hao was quite satisfied with Tavek1's efficiency. He had managed to present the collusion between the Blood Clan and Cyril as an ordinary change of power. He had also gained the trust of the other power holders in the city, who were supportive of him becoming the city lord. "Understood, I will immediately arrange to strengthen the number of city defenses," Taik assured him. After finishing his statement, Tavek gestured to his attendant who brought a small-scale sandbox model of Pruel City, showing the streets and buildings. Although it wasn't the kind that could be included in the Book of Lords, you could clearly tell the location of each building. Tavek continued, "Sir, these are 12 vacant mansions in the city, how would you like to deal with them?" The source of these mansions was the houses left vacant after Fang Hao killed Cyril's followers. The owners were all the city's elite and their houses naturally stood out, deserving the label of mansions. "This one looks pretty good," Fang Hao pointed at a mansion near the city lord's residence. This mansion had a courtyard and was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the maids. "Great choice, sir. This mansion used to be the residence of the Minister of Internal Affairs and is now vacant," Tavek complimented. "No wonder the house was so large. It used to belong to the Minister of Internal Affairs." "Fine, I will take this one and you can sell the rest," said Fang Hao. "Understood, sir." Having obtained the keys to the mansion, Fang Hao and Taik continued their conversation for a while before Fang Hao finally left the city lord's residence. After leaving the city lord's residence, Fang Hao went to the Scoop of Delight shop and met up with Little White. The three of them proceeded to the newly acquired mansion. After passing through many streets, they arrived at the affluent district. The streets were cleaner here and the passers-by were dressed much more elegantly. They reached the past residence of the Minister of Internal Affairs. In front of the towering mansion's gates, Little White gaped at the sight. She knew Fang Hao was arranging a place for them to live, but she did not expect it to be so grand. This wasn't an ordinary affluent district. It was the center of power in Pruel City. A short distance further, one would arrive at the city lord's residence. "Master, are we staying here?" Little White asked, visibly shocked. "Yes, the daily necessities inside should be complete. Later, you all can divide the rooms among yourselves." Fang Hao took out the key, unlocked the door, and pushed it open to reveal the large courtyard inside. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed a great place. Of course, it still couldn't compare to his city lord's residence. Commencing his inspection, he entered the mansion and climbed the stairs. All the furniture was still in the mansion, Tae-vek seemed to have just evicted the mansion's inhabitants and didn't pillage the items within. Fang Hao, take a look at this. In one of the rooms, Angia called out to him. This room contained a desk and a bookshelf, seemingly the study room of the former Minister of Internal Affairs. In Angia's hand, she was holding a beautifully crafted curved sword. Let me see. Fang Hao walked over. Angia handed him the curved sword, and the weapon's attributes appeared as soon as it landed in Fang Hao's hand. Absolution Curve Sword, Purple. Type, One-handed sword. Damage, 3rd order. Description, a curved sword that has killed its former master. Rumor has it that anyone who possesses this weapon will suffer until death. Chapter 298, Hero Giant Wall. Following the swords of absolution, the dagger, the rapier, and the longsword, this was the 4th sword of absolution. By its appearance, Fang Hao initially thought it was a saber. After seeing its attributes, he realized that the name was the Absolution Curve Sword. Fang Hao didn't have much knowledge about weapons. As far as he could see, there didn't seem to be much of a difference between a curved sword and a saber. Is this the one you were collecting? Angia asked from the side. She wasn't particularly interested in these crafts, but knowing that Fang Hao was looking for them, she helped to look out for them. Yes, I didn't expect to find another one here. He indeed hadn't expected the Minister of the Interior to have a sword of absolution in his collection. It seems that he should mention it to Tae-vek to keep an eye out too. If he could find more Absolution series weapons, it would be a good addition to his collection. He put the weapon away. Little White, blushing, came over. What's wrong, Master? Nothing, that key is for you. You guys will live here from now on. Fang Hao said, tossing the key to Little White. Thank you, Master. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Fang Hao started the journey back with the maids. Along the way, the maids were still excited, discussing about shopping in Pruel City. Sharing the items they bought in town. Loaded with bundles, it was a wild consumerist sight. Probably, the shops in Pruel City were dumbfounded, not knowing where these naive yet wealthy women came from. The carriage drove into the city. Ira lightly clapped her hands. All right, everyone should rest well tonight, we have to get back to work tomorrow. The maids all stopped, softly responding, yes, Sister Ira. Upon his return to the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao's steps slightly faltered. In front of the Lord's mansion, stood a tall skeleton giant. Even bigger than an ordinary giant, with long arms. Giant Wall, Blue 7th Order Hero. As expected, it was another hero created by Nelson. When they were simultaneously fighting with Bloody Mountain Range and Cold Wind Mountain Range, they retrieved 3 hero corpses. A giant, and 2 orcs. The one in front was the second one made by Nelson, a skeleton giant hero. I greet you, Lord, and I am ready to serve you. The skeleton hero kneeled on one knee and lowered his forehead. Even kneeling down, his height was not much lesser than Fang Hao's. Named Giant Wall, it must be related to his height. Stand up, welcome to the team, Giant Wall. Fang Hao said. Thank you, my lord. Well, retrieve your former equipment from the warehouse, then go to the barracks. You are now in charge of the skeleton giants. As you command, my lord. Giant Wall nodded and walked towards the warehouse. Once Giant Wall left, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to confirm the loyalty level. Giant Wall's loyalty to you has reached 2. Your minion, Giant Wall, has a loyalty to you of 100, free from experiencing any negative emotions such as deceit, betrayal, and so on. Loyalty is still at 100. Full level loyalty as soon as he was created. He continued to check Giant Wall's attributes. Giant Wall, Blue 7th Order Hero. Allegiance, Undead. Templates, Blue. Racial characteristics, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weak to Light. Legion Talent, Iron Wall, Infantry Commander, Giant Troll Shield Formation. Skills, Fleshless Body, Multiple Attacks, Huge Club, Stone/Axe Throw. Inherent Abilities, Intermediate Battle Mastery, Advanced Defense Mastery, Advanced Blunt Weapon Mastery, Advanced Shield Mastery. Iron Wall, the army led by this unit will have plus 15% defense. Infantry Commander, when this unit commands infantry units, all attributes plus 5%. Troll Shield Formation, when this unit leads troll form units, including trolls, transformed trolls, skeleton trolls, the army gains additional shield proficiency, with extra defense plus 5%. Stone/axe throw, when the ranged weapon is a stone or axe, increase range by plus 10%, accuracy by plus 9%, additionally, the stone inflicts blunt damage, and the flying axe inflicts plus 5% damage to lifeless defensive equipment. Description: a product of the immortal corpse witch, not recognized by the god of undead, this hero cannot level up or advance. Pretty standard. Attributes aren't too outstanding, just seem to be an upgraded version of the skeleton troll. The most useful aspects are the hero's army skills, increasing the corresponding attributes when leading an army. In particular, there's the troll shield formation skill. The troll units he leads can directly equip shields, forming a shield formation. Entered the Lord's mansion, sat down in a chair. Felt a bit thirsty, subconsciously glanced around the empty hall. Recalled that he had given the maids a day off. Even Ira was outside with the other maids, sharing the items they bought today. Picked up a water cup, filled it with fruit wine from the cellar. When he came back, he found that the tailor, Soy, was already waiting in the hall. Next to Soy, on the table, was a piece of black, silky fabric. "My lord." Soy stood up, slightly bowing in courtesy. "Soy, what brings you here today?" Fang Hao asked with a smile as he took a seat next to him. "My lord, this is the newly made nightfall silk. I brought it for you to have a look." Soy held up the piece of black silk and handed it to Fang Hao. Fang Hao took it. It felt silky smooth right away. The quality of this nightfall silk is not inferior to Tavek's prized holy snow silk. The delicate and smooth feeling of it is very comfortable to touch. However, what Fang Hao liked most was the subtle pearlescent light on the silk. It looked just like a dazzling starry sky at night. In Fang Hao's view, the expressive quality of nightfall silk is even better than holy snow silk. "It's gorgeous." Fang Hao commented with praise. "Surely, it's beautiful. The production of nightfall silk will play a big role in your next plan to open a shop," Soy said. Fang Hao had mentioned his plan to open a clothing store to Soy. In Lyss City, making a dress for the city lord's wife was also a way to pave the way for the fabric store. "Indeed, Soy, you arrange for mass production. The newly made nightfall silk takes priority in making a set of black stockings. As for the size, just follow Mrs. Rebecca's measurements." Fang Hao thought a bit before speaking. "Such good silk, also for making stockings. Make one set first, then make other things once mass production is underway." Soy nodded, not saying much more. Even though he couldn't understand the purpose of stockings, they did achieve a good effect in Rebecca's custom-made dress. So, in his garment-making philosophy, he wouldn't be too stubborn. "Okay, understood, my lord. I'll arrange the work when I get back. If there aren't enough hands, you'll need to recruit more workers." Soy stood up and said in a low voice. "All right." Fang Hao nodded. Soy bowed again, held the nightfall silk in his arm, and left the room. After dinner, Fang Hao had a quick soak in the hot spring before returning to his room to rest. The night was quiet, and Fang Hao was sleeping deeply. "Master!" Suddenly, a slight shaking came from his arm, and Fang Hao's eyes snapped open. In the moonlight, a figure was seen kneeling by the bed. Fang Hao instantly woke up, his heart pounding. "Master, it's me, Ira." Ira quickly said. "Phew." Fang Hao let out a sigh of relief, speaking with displeasure. "Ira, if you're going to come earlier. This time is a bit late." Ira's cheeks blushed slightly. She glanced at Fang Hao's bare chest, explaining, "Master, a guard has rushed over from Lyss, said following your instructions, he brought the blueprint for dealing with vampires. He is waiting in the hall." "What? The person has returned." Fang Hao immediately got up. Chapter 299, Solid Silver Blueprint. The night was deep. In the Lord's Hall, a weary, weather-beaten swordsman sat. At that moment, frantic footsteps echoed up the staircase. Setting down his cup, the swordsman stood to wait. Seeing the Lord descending from the second floor, he bowed immediately, and saluted. "Greetings, my lord." You've worked hard," said Fang Hao softly. "I dare not delay your plans, here is the blueprint I brought back." The swordsman handed over the blueprint he held. Ira stepped forward to take it, passing it to Fang Hao. "Hard silver sand blueprint, hard silver block blueprint, hard silver arrows blueprint, green rank, hard silver single-handed sword blueprint, green rank. A total of 4 blueprints. Hard silver sand, 10 1 iron block, 1 silver Oregon. Description: increases hardness of silver through blending. Hard silver block, 1 iron block, 5 hard silver sand, 2 silver Oregon. Description: a hard silver block, produced after numerous tedious steps. Hard silver arrows, 10 1 tough wood, 1 iron, 1 hard silver block. Description: arrow mixed with silver, the arrowhead shines brightly but due to the softness of silver, it is not feasible for reusing. Hard silver single-handed sword, 2 iron blocks, 2 hard silver blocks, 1 thick leather. Description: a gorgeous silver single-handed sword, not suited for extended combat. 2 blueprints for materials, and 2 blueprints for weapons. Especially the hard silver block, it can surprisingly be produced. If the hard silver block also requires a forge for processing, even the upcoming battlefield would be over by now without much being made. Both weapon blueprints are green rank and are related to silver. However, given silver's softness, even after multiple hardening processes, it remains impractical for battlefield use according to the descriptions. If not for its special effect against the Blood Clan. Otherwise, weapons would not be made from such a metal, which is not durable and more expensive to produce than iron swords. Good, you have worked hard. Fang Hao turned to Ira. Ira, find him a place to stay, let him rest in the fief for the night before returning. The fief has many empty rooms, so there's no worry about accommodation. Yes, master. Thank you, my lord. Following Ira's departure, Fang Hao collected the blueprints he had received. It was already late at night, he could only wait until the next morning to begin production and deliver to Dmitrija. Dawn. Fang Hao jolted awake from a drowsy slumber as the sound of a horn echoed in his ear. This was the signal of a received message from the sound-transmitting shell. Rolling over to look at the head of his bed, indeed, Dmitrija had sent a message. As he held it to his ear, he heard Dmitrija's voice. My lord, the army has reached the border of Crescent Heights and has begun to set up camp. We plan to launch an attack on the Blood Clan tomorrow. The message was brief but conveyed all the necessary information. Dmitrija led the troops for 2 days and 2 nights. Since the undead army could march day and night, the progress was faster than a conventional army's marching speed. According to the original plan. After reaching the destination, Dmitrija would first set up a camp. Then, using the camp as a base, he would launch an attack on the Blood Clan. The construction of the camp is also to facilitate the transportation of supplies. In this way, the army will not become isolated, forced to charge forward only. Fang Hao sat up, dressed, and immediately left the lord's mansion. The reception hall on the first floor. The maids had finished their day off yesterday and resumed work. But it could be seen that they were still in a good mood. Good morning, master. The maids smiled and greeted him. Good morning. Just as Fang Hao was about to leave the lord's mansion, he stopped and said to one of the maids, Go fetch the blood hunter, tell him to meet me outside the fief. Oh, all right. The maid nodded and ran off to fetch the blood hunter. Outside the fief, on the open land. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and began to produce the blueprints he had acquired yesterday. First, he used the 100-fold increase feature to make hard silver sand and hard silver block. After finishing the production of these 2 items, he continued with the production of hard silver arrows and hard silver single-handed swords. Hard silver arrows, 10 1 tough wood, 1 iron, 1 hard silver block. Production quantity 5000. 100-fold increase triggered, received 50500000. 1 quantity equals 10 hard silver arrows. With the effect of the 100-fold increase, the quantity of arrows reached 5 million. Crash! A dazzling light appeared, revealing a vast number of hard silver arrows scattered across the open land. Fang Hao picked up one. The arrowhead of the hard silver arrow was exceptionally bright, revealing delicate patterns. It looked much better than the ordinary black iron arrow. He waved over a team of skeletons to bundle up the scattered arrows. Fang Hao continued with the production of the hard silver single-handed swords. 100-fold increase triggered, received 101,000 hard silver single-handed swords. A batch of swords again appeared before his eyes. Scattered messily on the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, the blood hunter swooped in, his giant bat wings allowed him to land from a distance. At the city gate, the newly recruited hero, Bulwark also walked over. Seeing Bulwark's current attire, Fang Hao understood the origin of his name. Bulwark held a large iron shield in his hands. The height of the shield was about 5 to 6 meters, and it was 3 to 4 meters wide, just like half a city gate. "My lord, you wanted to see me?" The blood hunter looked at the equipment scattered all over the ground and asked quietly. Dmitrija has reached the border of Crescent Heights and established a temporary camp. Fang Hao stepped out from the pile of equipment. "My lord, what do you mean? You excel at leading flying troops. I plan to recruit another batch of air units for you to command. Together with Dmitrija, take over Crescent Heights as soon as possible," Fang Hao stated his intentions. A fief must always have a hero to guard it. Skeleton heroes were the best candidates for city defense. They lack personal emotions and put the benefits of the fief and Fang Hao first. Angia was there to act as Fang Hao's personal bodyguard and would follow him around. And although Little Yu had also been promoted into a hero, she mostly did not appear during daytime hours and was not adept at commanding troops. Not to mention Nelson, Fang Hao felt like he hadn't seen him for a month now. He was afraid that the old man would collapse from overwork. Now, with the addition of Bulwark, the blood hunter could be sent to support Dmitrija. Having one hero commanding so many troops, there would inevitably be some areas that are neglected. "All right, my lord, I understand. I will depart immediately once preparations are made." The blood hunter immediately nodded in agreement. You managed to tidy these arrows and single-handed swords, and then take them all with you when you leave. I will go recruit some flying soldiers." Striding over the arrows scattered on the ground, Fang Hao went into the fief. "All right." The blood hunter began to command the skeletons to continue cleaning up the equipment scattered all over the ground. It would take a long time to tidy so many arms. Fang Hao returned to the fief and went straight to the skeleton transformation field. In the transformation field, only 4 types of flying troops had been unlocked so far. Skeleton Sparrows, Tier 1, Ostrich Beasts, Tier 3, Skeleton Giant Bat, Tier 5, Bone Dragon, Tier 10. Chapter 300, Imminent, Seeking. The Skeleton Sparrow has no attack power. Fang Hao used to utilize it due to its small size and high compatibility for reconnaissance. Ostrich Beast, Tier 3. This type of soldier appeared very suddenly. By the time Fang Hao discovered it, it had already been transformed into a skeleton troop. It looked like a combination of a chicken, ostrich, and a lizard. On receiving the command to attack, it would frantically flap its wings, run towards its target, and peck ferociously. It has wings but it can't fly. The only advantage is that it runs very fast and can cover a great distance in the blink of an eye. Fang Hao pondered for a while. Where did it come from? In the end, considering the timing and the size, Fang Hao inferred that it was probably the food the Cyclops troll cooked during the operation in the mountain fortress. It was brought back by the skeletons, and eventually, it was turned into the ostrich beast. However, neither the skeleton sparrow nor the ostrich beast was Fang Hao's target. He only wanted to recruit the skeleton giant bat. The amount of bloodstone in the warehouse was not much, only 127 stones. They were obtained from exploration and also from exchanges within the regional channel. Skeleton Giant Bat recruitment, 3 wriggling spines and 1 bloodstone. Recruiting quantity, 127. Confirm recruitment. Hundredfold magnification triggers, recruiting 12,827 skeleton giant bats. Over 12,000 skeleton giant bats landed on the open ground around. Their hollow eyes uniformly gazed at Fang Hao down below. "All right. Stand by outside the territory." Whoosh! More than 10,000 Z-skeleton giant bat, flapping their wings, flew outside the territory. After recruiting the skeleton giant bats, Fang Hao returned to the outskirts of the city once again. As for the Tier 10 bone dragon, Fang Hao would like to recruit it, but unfortunately, he didn't have any dragon crystals. Upon arriving outside the territory, a massive number of skeleton warriors were still bundling arrows. The quantity of arrows was too vast, even with a large number of skeletons, it would also take some time. "Blood Hunter, it's up to you to arrange the bone dragons in the territory," Fang Hao said. There were 70 bone dragons in the territory. The rest were stationed in the fortress and the affiliated cities. Looking at the number of arrows, it seems that even if the bone dragons transport them, it will require multiple trips. "All right, my lord," the Blood Hunter agreed upon hearing Fang Hao's words. Fang Hao stayed for a while as well, instructing the skeletons to sort out the scattered equipment all over the ground. When Blood Hunter left, it was already noon. Fang Hao looked at the sundial in front of the Lord's castle, which was simply made from his own wooden stick and small round iron shield, and compared it with his wristwatch which showed 12 o'clock. His method wasn't precise, and the sundial wasn't made standard. But these were good enough. He needed a rough estimate of time, more for timing purposes. After lunch, the maids prepared a fruit platter. Fang Hao and Ira chatted while eating. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. The skeleton merchant Dujin walked in. He bowed slightly. "Good morning, Lord, Miss Ira, and Miss Angia." Despite being a skeleton, Dujin was a polite gentleman who greeted each person in the room. Ira immediately got up, greeted back with a smile, and left the room with the rest of the maids to attend to their chores. "Sit, Dujin," said Fang Hao. Dujin didn't sit down, but instead handed Fang Hao a blueprint. "My lord, the order you placed previously has a cellar now. This is the construction blueprint for the pottery kiln." Upon hearing Dujin's words, Fang Hao was delighted. What he was lacking to upgrade the Lord's castle to level 8 was pottery. Once the pottery kiln was built, they could start producing pottery for the castle's upgrade. Fang Hao took the blueprint and stored it. How has your business been recently?" Fang Hao continued to ask. Dujin sat down on a chair nearby, his walking stick placed upright in front of him. "My lord, business has been very good recently, especially the large consumption of the troll's hatchet. In the past 3 days, we have sold 50,000 hatchets. When you have time, we need you to restock the inventory." Hearing this, Fang Hao frowned slightly. The trolls are mass purchasing weapons in a short period of time. It seems like there really is some trouble brewing there. I remember Su Yang mentioning the potential for internal conflict among the trolls. Also, a couple of days ago, Su Yang was buying battle axes on the regional channel. Now, it seems there's a high likelihood of chaos occurring in the troll regions. When that time comes, I should remind Blackthorn to be careful in the Blood Mountain range. "Okay, I'll restock from my warehouse when the time comes, don't worry about that," said Fang Hao with a nod. "Sir, if there's nothing else, I should head back." "Yeah, go ahead." After Dujin left, Fang Hao started to examine the blueprint for building a pottery kiln. Pottery kiln requires 2,200 wood, 1,800 stone, 800 stone bricks, 350 iron, 120 metallic accessories, and 1 red flame essence. Description: used for firing pottery in a building. The construction materials required aren't high-end. Aside from the red flame essence, the other materials are quite common. He leaves the Lord's mansion and heads to the industrial zone on the outskirts of his territory. There, he has built a lumber factory, a stone processing plant, and a series of tanning racks. All raw material processing happens here. Fang Hao selects a location and starts building. Little by little, lights converge to form the shape of a pottery kiln. 20 minutes later, a stone brick pottery kiln is standing before him. Pottery kiln. Staff, 0/3. Raw material, clay. Produces, pottery tiles, rough pottery cups, jars, and bowls. Description: used for firing pottery in a building. Upgrade prerequisite, level 10 Lord's Stone Castle. Upgrade requires, 3,200 hardwood, 3,500 stones, 2,200 stone bricks, 500 fine carved stones, 500 cast iron, 350 metallic parts, and 2 red flame essences. Looking at the introduction of the pottery kiln, Fang Hao's eyebrows raised. There are quite a few products that it can produce. Apart from pottery tiles, there are also rough pottery cups, bowls, and jars. Currently, all the cups and bowls in his territory are made of wood. It would be a good idea to manufacture some pottery wares not only for his territory but also to send to the shops. With that in mind, Fang Hao constructed another 4 pottery kilns. He assigned the skeleton laborers to operate them. 4 of them would be producing tiles, and the last one would be producing pottery utensils. In the afternoon, Fang Hao rode the bone dragon to the pigman village, where he installed a white steel mine blueprint, mine rails, and mine carts for the mine there. Then he headed to the bloody fortress, where he talked to Blackthorn about the troll situation. He advised him to reinforce the defenses to prevent the trolls from stirring up trouble during this period. After he had finished everything, it gradually began to get dark. It felt like he hadn't done much in a day, but it was already this late. After a quick dinner, he headed for the hot springs. While in the hot springs, Fang Hao was resting his head on Ira's round and lovely thigh while enjoying the fruits that were occasionally popped in his mouth. Today, Angia and Lori were out playing, so there was no swimming competition. The two of them had a rare quiet moment. While enjoying Ira's massage, Fang Hao checked the regional chat. I've got women in my domain now, and things are going well, it's just a matter of time. Does the guy above have any physical defects? Why is it just a matter of time? When the time comes, could you take a photo? Gosh! I'm envious, I have 2 women in my group of refugees, but they both have husbands. As a lord, confiscating your daughters-in-law should be no problem, right? Damn, seems like there's no problem. For sale, forest tricorner hat, green. A green leather headpiece suitable for archers. If interested, place your bid. I took a look, the hat the guy above is trying to sell is green. I bet you won't be able to sell it. Green is actually quite clean, it's love that dirted it.